Just a single entry fall ram here to start the ham show with. The really stout, structured, rugged type of sheep, long bodied and extended. Maybe just a touch green, but still an awfully nice sheep to start the ham show with.
Our judge in ring B is Brady Campbell of Ashland, Ohio. He's a professor at The Ohio State University and state small ruminant extension specialist. Brady is a fourth-generation shepherd and has been raising sheep since he was little. He currently owns a flock of purebred Texels, but helps his father with his purebred Lincolns and his wife with her Finn sheep. Brady also serves as an ex officio member of the Ohio Sheep Improvement Association and the Ohio Sheep and Wool Program. He also is a past president of the Texel Sheep Breeders Society. Lastly, he is American Wool Assurance certified. Placing on the class of Hampshire fitted senior ram lambs, first to Wyatt Marshall with BMWM 3-74 Maverick. Wyatt is from Arlington, South Dakota.
Good morning. In our first class today, the ram we're going to start with is incredibly thick, heavy ram, sheep that I like, kind of like the rib shape a little better than him and some of the others that we have in the class. Really good footed. I would like to drop that guy down just a little bit in his flank. He wants to tuck up a little bit when he gets moving around the ring, but very solid ram to start the class with. Incredibly long ram that we have here in second place. That's a sheep that actually looks a little better on the move than he does standing still. I like the length of side we see in this ram. Just a tremendous amount of extension. The next ram that we have here, incredibly good in his rack. Great big stand-up, pop-up rack that he has in that sheep. Just kind of gets, when you get in behind him, maybe not quite the mass that we see in the ram standing in front of him. And here again, another very, very extremely long, smooth-made ram that we have here next. Just for me, a sheep that kind of gets a little piecey, trying to get all those pieces together in a balanced package. But that's the way we're going to have the class today. Thank you.
Judging our Dorset Advantage down in ring 1 or A is Billy Wade from Scioto, Oregon. Billy is semi-retired as the head embryologist at Reproductive Specialty Group. He is now in Oregon, and he is involved with the Dorper breed as a breeder and raiser.
A lot of variety in our January Hampshire rams. The sheep that I chose to start with, I think, is just the soundest and most correct one. He's sure the stoutest structured and biggest footed, really correct down his top line, and yet when he gets out and goes, he's easily the most flexible off both ends. The largest outline sheep's here in second. You sure have to appreciate him for his extra length of body and extension. For me, though, he's just getting a little bit weak on his front pasterns and just like to open him up a little bit through his chest floor. Sheep that we have here in third is one that I thought would initially go second. He's one that I like for his added body mass and width. But when you get out and goes, he's just too straight and upright through the slope of his shoulder and a little bit tighter moving out of his front end. And then another big frame, long-bodied sheep here to round the class out with, just like to strengthen him up behind his shoulder some.
Exhibitors, we're doing something a little new this year. We're handing out a card whenever we select a champion ram or ewe that'll appear in Sunday's Supreme Drive. That'll be a sheet that you'll need to fill out, turn back into the announcer's stand today. That is just a little more bio information on you and your animal, so whenever we get to Sunday's program, we can announce just a little bit more about you and just make the program a little more informative for those people in the audience as well as those watching the show. Placing on the class of fitted Hampshire January Ram Lambs, first to entry number 3, Charland Farms 2406, Katie Hansen, Woodburn, Oregon. Second place to entry 7, BMWM 433, Wyatt Marshall, Arlington, South Dakota. Third place to entry 4, William Taylor, Salem, Kentucky. Fourth place to entry 5, Jenna Lindow of Chile, Wisconsin.
I think we've got 4 really good rams in this class. They got quite a bit of diversity and kind. The ram for me we're going to start with, I think he's the most balanced. So especially when we get him on the move, if we look from a structure standpoint, feet and legs, then this guy fits the bill for as far as winning the class. A little quick for me as far as his maturity curve. I don't see a whole lot of future growth in this ram, but from a structure standpoint, he's easily going to win this class. Hey, we do have the ram here in second. I think he's going to make more impressive sheep here about this time next year. That's a ram with a lot of length. He's really smooth down his top, really good in his hip. I think for me, I'd like to change his front end. For me, that's getting just a little bit too wide to move him up today. The next ram, I think, from structure and balance and style, this guy just burns the class all to pieces. But the problem is he's not near thick enough when we stand in behind him, not near as much muscle in that lower leg, but just how smooth and balanced it is, I really like this sheep. A very impressive ram that we have here in fourth. That ram there, especially when you look at him, how he sets it through his front end, how that shoulder and neck all fit together. That's a really good sheep. I just like to stretch him out a little bit to move up today. Thank you.
Placings on the Dorset Advantage Spring Ram Lamb class. First place goes to entry 7, Oldenburg 4063, Kaylee Chenauld, Maha, Oklahoma. Second place to entry 6, Johnson 2576, J.C. Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. Third place to entry 10, Lauren Andrews, Plymouth, Indiana. 4 to entry 9, Hudson Horitz, Zephyr, Texas. From the Dorset Advantage Fall Winter Ram Lamb class, placings first to entry 1, Vander Linden Livestock 0802, Owen Atwater, Knoxville, Iowa. Second place to entry 83, Heritage Hollow 2403, Bauer Birch, Christiana, Tennessee. Third to entry 3, Owen Grinstead, Sheridan, Indiana. And 4 to entry 4, Jordan Hensley, Galveston, Indiana.
In our champion drive here, I think we've got 4 impressive rams. A little bit of difference here and there, but I think you've got rams that have nice balance. They're smooth in their lines, especially from a structure standpoint. We've got 4 rams out here that are good on their feet and legs. So I'll go ahead and I'll pick your champion and reserve.
Four nice February Hampshire rams. The one that I chose to start with is sure rugged and powerful. I like his silhouette from the side in terms of how neat and clean he is at the base of his chest and gets progressively deeper out through his flank, really correct in his lines as well. Sheep we have second is one that's extremely powerfully footed, structured. He's a wide-built ram. It's just when he gets out and goes, he's really uncoordinated off the rear portion of his skeleton and wants to get a little bit high in his loin. Ram that we have here in third is probably the largest outlined of the 4. For me, though, he's just a little too closed up underneath. Like to give him more forerib and mass. And then the ram we're going to round the class out with is one that structurally is sure flexible off both ends, just needs a little more power and dimension.
Placing on the class of February Ram Lambs in the Fitted Hampshire Show. First place goes to entry 12, Taylor Stock 455, William Taylor, Salem, Kentucky. Second to entry 11, Meyer 2451, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Third place to entry 9, Wyatt Marshall, Arlington, South Dakota. And 4 to entry 10, Laney Mendenhall, Sheridan, Indiana.
All right, well, good morning, folks. Appreciate the opportunity to be here with you guys this morning, and certainly exciting to be here. I think if the rest of our wool show is just as powerful and stout as what we see with these Border Leicesters out here today, we're going to have a really good day. I think we've picked out a nice, high-quality caliber set here for us to start off our show. The ram that we start off our class with is probably, in my mind, the one that's the most complete. I think in terms of breed character, he gets it done for me. I think when you look at him, and what sets him apart from the rest of them is that fleece and that fleece quality. I think he's got the most character to that fleece, and he's got the most consistency to that fleece. As we evaluate some of the rams behind him, we get some variations in him, but I think in terms of crimp and quality and cleanliness of the fleece, that's really what puts this ram to the top. Not only that, I think he's extremely long in his skeleton, and I think he's deep in his loin. I think he puts both of those pieces of that package together really nice for me. The ram that we got here in our second hole, one that's probably a heavier bone than the ram that we use for our champion of the class here for us today. I think one that's a bit wider across that top. I think he's got a bit more spring of rib, a bit more capacity to him, but we're kind of splitting hairs here. He gets a little shallow in his loin for me today. He just becomes a little bit inconsistent in terms of that fleece, especially on that hind quarter. We'd like to get that a bit more consistent to match that first front third of that animal itself. The ram that we have here in our third place, I think one that's a bit more mature in terms of his type and his kind, and especially in his pattern as he walks around. He gets a little soft on that front end for me. He gets a little posty as he walks, but I think one that's extremely powerful. He's got a lot of masculinity to him. I think he's got a powerful hind quarter to him. Again, I'd like to see just a little bit more fleece onto this ram so we could really evaluate him for consistency and quality. For me, I think he gets a little bit of that belly wool that roaches up that side. The ram that we have here in fourth, I think, one, again, it's a really nice and powerful type of ram. For me, in comparison to the rams above him, he gets a little shallow-sided for me. When we look at consistency in terms of that fleece, it just isn't nearly what those rams ahead of him has today. But really nice ram in terms of breed character, has nice bone and good quality to him. the ram that we here have round out the class, I think one that's probably the most masculine, the most bold in terms of his rib shape, certainly is carrying the most bone for us today. One that's extremely powerful across that top. We appreciate the amount of rack that this animal has, the amount of loin and the amount of muscle that he packs into this this package that he provides for us today. A ram for me that just doesn't move nearly as smooth across the ring to get him up any higher today. Let's give our Border Leicester exhibitors a nice round of applause.
For the Hampshire March Rams, this trio of sheep are awfully nice. The one that we chose to start with is easily the most rugged and powerfully built, stout structured sheep. Also the one that sure has an obvious class advantage in breed type as well. But I like that sheep the way he runs uphill and his added bone and foot quality as well. The sheep that we have next in line is one that's sure thick and wide built. He structurally, though, is just a little bit of an issue for me, the way he's somewhat in at his knee and rolls out at his hock. And then the ram we're going to round the class out with is one that you sure have to appreciate how neat and clean his front end is. When he gets out and goes, though, he's too short stepping off the front end of his skeleton and really wants to roll that hock out on the go.
For the Dorset Advantage, our champion ram goes to our Spring Ram Lamb class winner, Kaylee Chenault, Mulhall, Oklahoma, with Oldenburg 4063. The reserve champion was first in the Fall Winter Ram Lamb class, Owen Atwater, Knoxville, Iowa, with Vanderlinden 0802. Placing on the White Spring Ram Lamb class for the Border Leicesters. First place and champion White Ram for the Border Leicester show goes to entry 10. Week Overlook Manor Farm 6511. Crescent Week of Chevy Chase, Maryland. Second and reserve champion to entry 12. Maria Decker, Arnondale, Maine, with MJD 2303, Starfield. Third place in that class to entry 2, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. 4 to entry 1, Eva Garges, Telford, Pennsylvania. And 5 to entry 11, Maria Decker, Arundel, Maine. Placing on the class of fitted March Ram Lambs for the Hampshires, first place goes to entry number 16, Fanboy, Alf 44224, Tinley Spoonster, Eola, Missouri. Second place to entry 15, Meyer 2487, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Third to entry 14, Conley Hoagland, Glendive, Montana. We're now showing on the Hampshire side for champion Hampshire fitted ram. For our Hampshire show, our champion ram went to entry number 16 out of the March Ram Lamb class. Fanboy, Alf 44224, Tinley Spoonster, Eola, Missouri. The reserve champion came from the January Ram Lamb class, entry 3, Charland Farms 24-06, Katie Hansen, Woodburn, Oregon.
A tough, deep class over here in our white Border Leicester females. For me, we're going to start off the class for the one that I think is the most balanced female for us in the class today. Is she the biggest female? Absolutely not. Is she the one that just puts all the pieces together for me? She certainly does. And as we evaluate her from the side, I think she's got a lot of extension up throughout that body. She's probably the longest spined animal in our class here for us today. Out of our top 5 individuals, this is the only ewe that is tuned in terms of overall finish and cover of these females. Again, I realize that these are breeding females, but we have to ensure the success of that future breeding of them and also allow these ewes to be good mothers. And for her to be trim enough for me is where she gets that key point for me today to put her up into that top end. I think when we crack that fleece open, one that's probably the most consistent from front to rear, from top to bottom, has the most character for me. I think she has the boldness of crimp that I'm really looking for in this breed. A really nice female to help us start off the class. The female that we have here in our second place hole, I think probably one that's the most explosive throughout her center of her body, one that's got a lot of spring of rib, a lot of capacity for us today. For me, she tends to get a bit too narrow at the base for us as she tracks throughout the ring. She's carrying a bit more cover than what that female is up ahead of her. She would have been up into that first place hole. I think she just, again, a little bit too much cover, a little bit too much finish, and she tends to round off on that rump. The ewe up there in that front end hole just is really nice to square off that dock. The female that we have here in our third place position mimics the female there in second place hole quite well. I think we really appreciate the maternal abilities of this female. Really like that head structure of that female as well. She's good and clean in terms of her color. For me today, she tends to carry her legs up underneath of her a little bit too close. I'd like to lengthen out her stride for us. And as we evaluate that fleece, she tends to get a bit cross-fibered, especially through that center body down throughout that bridge. The female that we have here in our fourth place position, I think one that's extremely flashy and attractive from the profile, I think matches our class winner quite well in terms of that. She's got a lot of bone, probably the heaviest bone female for us in the class today. She is the female that is carrying the most condition, the most cover throughout that center of body. For me today, we'd like to trim her up. Appreciate that squareness for her. I'd just like to make that fleece a bit more consistent. She really tends to trail off as we evaluate her on that hind quarter. The female here that we help wrap up our class, probably the one that's the most immature in our class here for us today, one that's a little shorter spine for us. We'd like to lengthen her out. We'd like to give her a bit more capacity, but I think she gets herself here in that fifth place position because she's consistent enough with that fleece. A really nice set of yearling females. Let's give these guys a nice round of applause.
In our Hampshire yearling ewe class, quite a bit of variety, and the sheep that I chose to start with is just the one that's most my kind in terms of her ruggedness, her structural soundness, her breed type. I think that's an awfully nice female, added with a little bit added muscularity and depth of body as well. I think a logical place to start. Ewe that we have here in second, I think fits in quite nicely. Really stout structured, big-footed female. Long-bodied, extended, obviously larger outline than our class winner. For me, though, she's just a little bit too bare on her head and legs. But other than that, I think that's an awfully nice sheep. The one that we have here in third, I think third and fourth is the closest decision for me. The reason I went with the third place sheep, she's just a notch bigger chested. She's a notch bigger ribbed. She leaves me with more width as well. The ewe that we have here in fourth is obviously fresher conditioned. She's a long-bodied female. I sure like that added swoop to her rib cage. She just gets too narrow underneath for me, maybe just a touch in at her knee. And then the ewe we're going to round the top 5 out with, really a big-bodied female, just too refined in her bone work.
Impressive class here. I think the ewe that we're going to start with, for me, I think she's the most balanced, most consistent sheep that we have out here. I think especially when you watch her on the move, she's the freest moving, longest strided ewe that we have out here. She's plenty thick enough for a female, yet she's feminine when we look at her through her front end. Just good, solid female to start the class with. Then we kind of run into some different sheep here. I understand if you're looking from the outside in that my type's changing here a little bit. When we get into some structure issues on some of these ewes, the one that we're going to start that's going to be second in the class, very nice balanced. I think if we look at her from feet and legs, she's got good bone. A sheep that's just stout all the way through. You really look, she's super consistent down her top from her front to her rear. I think for me, if we stretch her out, I need to make her a little bit longer to compete with that first place ewe. The third place ewe is the one that's kind of giving me problems because standing still, boy, she is gorgeous. I think if we look at how much thickness that ewe has, when we stand in behind her, she's smoothing her ribs. She's got a little bit of rib shape to her, yet it's nice and smooth in her underline. But that is when we put her on the move, when we get her moving around the ring, she's extremely short-strided. If we could make that ewe take a longer step and free her skeleton up a little bit, she very well is in contention for winning the class. A nice solid ewe is really nothing wrong with this sheep here. If we get past the fluff and the show prep of the rest of these ewes and look at them just as sheep, this one's very solid. She's straight in her lines, she's structurally sound, very feminine. There's a lot of sheep here. If we look at the depth of rib on this sheep and how wide she tracks from behind, just a very nice ewe in this class. We come into another two ewes here that they here, I think for me, we're just lacking some femininity. Yeah, they got plenty of power, and I know that's kind of what the direction of this division is kind of going to, but I think we get to a point to where we stop looking like girls. They need to be a little more feminine in the front end, plenty of power, plenty of muscle, and I'll give them that, but just maybe a little harder made, maybe not as not the femininity I'd like to see in a female. Thank you.
We've got a single entry over here on our Border Leicester females, but I think one that could certainly afford a bit more competition. We appreciate this female for the length of body that she provides for us. I think she's extremely square off that hind end. We appreciate how smooth that she rolls throughout the ring. You crack that fleece open, I think she's got a lot of luster and a lot of character to her. Again, a nice, high quality female.
Placing on the Border Leicester White Yearling U class, first place goes to entry 23, MJD 2301, Starfield, Maria Decker, Arundel, Maine. Second place to entry number 17, Hickory Grove 22-3, Oakley Yard, Watauga, Illinois. Third to entry 16, Oakley Yard. 4 to entry 19, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. And 5 to entry 24, Josie Baird. Placing on the Dorset Advantage class of yearling ewes, first place to entry number 26, Northern Star Livestock Service 23007, Adriana Winland, Shakopee, Minnesota. Second place to entry 30, Northern Star Livestock Service 23004, Tatum Getz, Shakopee, Minnesota. Third to entry 32, Hudson Hortz, Zephyr, Texas. Fourth place to entry 14, Valley Yancey, Huntsville, Arkansas. And fifth place to 23, Nash Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. Placing on the Hampshire class of fitted yearling ewes, first to 27, Katie Hansen, Woodburn, Oregon, with Charland Farms, 2340. Second place to entry number 24, FSF 376, Iggy Fuller, Clark, South Dakota. Third place to entry 28, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. 4 to entry 23, Wyatt Marshall, Arlington, South Dakota. And 5 to entry 19, Aaron Holleran, Waterloo, Illinois. Placing on the class of Border Leicester White Fall Ewe Lambs, first place to 27, M. Adams, 23149, Mackenzie Adams, Herscher, Illinois.
For the Hampshire Fall Ewe Lamb class, the sheep that I chose to start with is the most rugged in her kind. She's the stoutest structured, she's the thickest made, and yet when they get out and goes, I think she's the one that gets around the easiest of the ring. I think kind of a sheep that defaults here into first. The sheep that we have here in second, I sure like her added body and her skeletal width. She's just too refined in her bone work for me, maybe getting just a touch weaker off her rear pasterns. The body type in the third place sheep I really like. She sure runs uphill, big ribbed, extremely long bodied as well. She too is a little too refined in her bone work for me, and when she gets out and goes, just has too much set to her hind leg and is somewhat uncoordinated off the rear portion of her skeleton. Another thick-made sheep here in fourth, one that I like for added body and fleshing ease. When she gets out and goes, though, she really wants to drop her chest floor and get under herself with her hind leg. And then you were going to round the class out with one that I'd sure like to neaten up in her chest in relation to her flank, but sure long-bodied level top sheep.
Placing on the Hampshire class of senior fitted ewe lambs, first place entry 36, held 23-4419, William Taylor, Salem, Kentucky. Second place to 34, Rickow 3061, Beaumum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Third place to 33, Iggy Fuller, Clark, South Dakota. 4 to 37, Aaron Holleran, Waterloo, Illinois. And 5 to 32, Iggy Fuller, Clark, South Dakota. For the Hampshire show, our senior champion ewe in the fitted Hampshire yearling ewe, Katie Hansen, Woodburn, Oregon, with Charland Farms, 2340. The reserve champion was second in that fitted yearling ewe class, Iggy Fuller, Clark, South Dakota, with FSF 376.
Another really nice set of females that we had out here to start with. I think we got here again. There's plenty of different types and kinds out here, and so try to put together a similar pattern if it was available to me. The ewe we're going to start with, I think she gets to the top of the class pretty easily. I think a sheep for me there again. Tremendous amount of bone and foot size, plenty for a female. She's long-sided. She handles long. I think for me, she's the one that when she get out on the move and make her move around the ring, she holds herself together as well as anybody in the class. The next ewe here, I'm going to guess a little bit younger, definitely not as far along as her in her maturity curve. But a sheep that I think has got a very bright future. If you look how feminine that ewe is up and through her front end, that's what I really like about her. The extension that she has, but still here again, I mean, the thickness is going to be there. She just needs a little more time. The thickness here, we talk about it, thickness we've definitely got. You talk about a huge top and a huge rack in a female. We have it here. I like the rib shape on this sheep. I think here when we put her in motion, she just doesn't hold herself together. I like to tighten her up, level her out in that loin, especially when we get her moving around the ring. The next ewe here, this is one that gives you a striking profile. Love that hip in that sheep, how flat and level and wide she is out through her dock. That's a sheep there for me. Just I need to stretch her out a little bit to compare with the other ewes that we have going up here. We have a long-sided, super extended sheep that we're going to end the class with. I think this is here again has got another bright future to her. Just maybe not quite as far along in her growth as far as the other ewes that we have today. Sheep for me is I need to see more ribbon in a female, especially at this age. But anyway, you certainly appreciate the length of side we see in her. Very flashy. Thank you.
Placing on the Dorset Advantage Fall Ewe Lamb class, first place goes to entry 42. Long Livestock 24008 Daisy, Katie Walkington, Bristol, Wisconsin. Second place to entry 37, Stoner Show Lambs G23108, Adriana Windland, Shakopee, Minnesota. Third place to 34, Adriana Windland. Fourth place to 38, Abigail Mattingly, Murray, Kentucky. And 5 to 39, Hadley Broadwater, Crawfordsville, Indiana.
I think 4 exceptional Hampshire January ewe lambs that sort up pretty quickly in my mind. Ewe lamb that I chose to start with, I think, is just the most fault-free. I like her foot size and bone, her breed type, and yet when these young ladies get her set, really runs uphill, attractive in the way she's set in through her shoulder and the way her neck comes out of the top of her shoulder, really long-bodied and correct in her top line as well. I think an awfully nice sheep to start with. Ewe lamb that we have second is one that I really like for her depth of body. She's one that's sure thicker than I initially thought she'd be, and she's sure correct down her top line as well. In direct relation to the ewes on either side of her, she's a touch smaller footed compared to either ewe, and she's one that I just like to lift up in her chest floor just a touch. Ewe that we have here in third is the one that I initially thought I'd run with. Really a powerfully built female, really rugged in her basic build, big-bodied, level designed. It's just when she gets out and goes and you get right behind her, she just really wants to pull in that hock. But other than that, I think that's an awfully nice sheep. Here in fourth, we've got one that I sure like for her basic build. She's one that's sure fresh in her condition, flat-shouldered, long-bodied, and really correct down her top line as well. Just like to square up a little bit on those front toes, but still I think a high-quality female. And then if you just wanted to size them out, the ewe that we've got here in fifth is sure a big frame, long-bodied female. I just like the way she changed the way she's put together from the side.
Placing on the class of fitted January ewe lambs for the Hampshire show. First place goes to entry 40, Charland Farms 2407, Katie Hansen, Woodburn, Oregon. Second place to 43, Alf 413-24, Trey Spoonster, Eola, Missouri. Third place to 41, William Taylor, Salem, Kentucky. 4 to entry number 47, Conley Hoagland, Glendive, Montana. And 5 to 45, Foster King, DeGraff, Ohio.
A cool set of Border Leicester white females out here for our ewe lamb drive. And the female that we're going to start off the class here with us today, again, you'll probably hear me say it quite a few times today, but I think she's the most balanced, the most complete in my book. When you compare her to the rest of them, she just excels in certain areas and puts all those parts and pieces together for us quite well. We appreciate the squareness, the skeleton on this female first and foremost. I think one that just has a really powerful foot, a big square foot for us, and just does a nice job tracking throughout the ring. She's set certainly the longest spine animal when you put a handle onto her, and I believe she's got the most spring of rib for us today. She doesn't disappoint when we take a look at that fleece itself. I think it's got a lot of luster and a lot of value to it, and it's extremely consistent from front to rear. I think one thing that was challenging for us amongst this class. Congratulations to you, young lady. The folks here in second and third, I think we're just kind of splitting hairs. These sheep seem to be very similar in terms of their type and kind. We're going to use the longer profiled female to put us up here into second place. So I think the longer profiled female has a bit more bone and a bit more structural correctness for us today. She certainly has a nice fleece in terms of character and spring of rib as well, but I think for me today, she just isn't able to get it done when we come to that hind quarter. She isn't nearly as square off that dock as the female in the first place hole, and she gets a bit britchy for me as we work through that hind leg. Female here in our third place position. She's probably our shortest profiled female, but that certainly doesn't deter from the other characteristics that we like about her. She's extremely thick and wide, broad across the top, probably our broadest and widest female across the top. She just gets too short in her loin and her make for me today. We'd like to lengthen her out. We'd like to lengthen out that stride as well. Female here in fourth, I think one that's a bit more plain compared to our females up in those first three positions, and that's quite all right with me. I think one that's an extremely nice female, one that'll make a good brood female. She's structurally sound, she's functional as she walks throughout the ring. She just doesn't have near the power as what those animals do in those first three positions. The female that we help round off our class here, probably our biggest and most mature animal here for us in our class today. I appreciate how big and broad and rugged this female is. We appreciate how extended she is up through that front end. She's pretty powerful in terms of her skeletal makeup as well as her muscularity. For me today, she's just carrying a bit too much condition over that rib cage, and she just doesn't have the consistency and quality of fleece as we see in those ahead of her today.
Placing on the white border Leicester early spring ewe lamb class, first place to entry number 28, Jay Baird, 2405, Abigail Parks, Leyden, Massachusetts. Second place to entry number 39, Week, Overlook Manor Farm, 6422, Crescent Week, Chevy Chase, Maryland. Third to 38, Crescent Week. Fourth place to 35, Mackenzie Adams, Herscher, Illinois. And 5 to entry number 29, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio.
Three really interesting Hampshire ewe lambs out here in this class. The female that I chose to start with I think is such an intriguing yearling prospect. She's so long-bodied and extended, incredibly correct down her top line and level out of her hip. And you can look at right there. She's so good out of her hip and hind leg, the way her shoulder lays in. I think an awfully nice Hampshire ewe that I think is going to make an extremely, extremely impressive yearling. Sheep that we have here in second is one that I sure like for her muscularity and dimension. She's one that's probably the widest pinned for her size of anything we've seen today. But as you can see right there, so at times she doesn't want to seem to lift her neck out of the base of her shoulder and wants to get just a touch chesty compared to the ewes on either side of her, but still a female that I like for her basic build, her dimension, her added power from behind as well. Ewe that we've got here in third, from her hip forward, is probably my favorite of the drive. I love the way that ewe's shoulder lays into her forerib, so correct in her lines as well. It's just the rear portion of her skeleton. She really wants to taper to her dock some, get played out down through the lower portions of her leg and get a touch base narrow when she goes away. But man, from her hip forward, that sheep is so good. Here in fourth is an extremely large outline, long-bodied female. It's just when she gets out and goes, she wants to get a little bit uncoordinated off both ends of her skeleton. She's one, though, that as she matures into a yearling, I think will be interesting. Just a little bit harsher to the touch today and a little bit uncoordinated on the go. And the ewe we're going to round the top five out with, a sheep that I sure like for her chest width and her dimension from behind. Just like to change her profile a little bit. She's too deep in her chest in relation to her flank for me, but I think a nice top five.
Do want to announce those free donuts are still available by Ring A, that Ring 1, Ring A. They do have free donuts available down there. Placing on the Hampshire fitted February ewe lamb class, first place goes to entry number 62, Meyer 2486, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Second place to entry number 57, Charland Farms 24-19, Katie Hansen, Woodburn, Oregon. Third place to entry number 52, Charlie Spoonster, Eola, Missouri. Fourth place to entry 55, Wyatt Marshall, Arlington, South Dakota. And 5 to entry number 59, Beaumont, Whiteheath, Illinois.
Over here for our Border Leicesters, we're going to start off the class with the female, and in my mind has the most bone, has the most structural correctness to her. I think she's the heaviest muscled female for us in the class today. As you pop open that fleece, extremely consistent. I love the boldness of crimp on this fleece. I think she's got enough luster and enough shine. One that's just a really nice square individual, no matter where you evaluate her throughout the ring. The female that we use here in our second place position, one that's got a lot of Springer rib, a natural Springer rib, I should say, for her here today. One that's pretty broad and wide across the top herself. For me, comparing her to number one there, she wants to drop a little bit in those front pasterns. She wants to just get a little bit too coarse, if you would, more coarse than what we'd like to see these guys in that hind britch as you evaluate that fleece, but one that gets herself in that second place hold pretty easily. The female that we have here in our third place position, probably one that appears to be the most wide and broad across the ring as she walks throughout. For me, she just gets a tick too fine in terms of her structural makeup. She's probably one of our finer bone females here for us today. Really appreciate the luster and the class of this fleece that she presents to us today, but I think because of her length, she tends to get too cross-fibered for us today. Really can't evaluate that structure nearly as well as we can for those females there in 1 and 2. The female that we have here in our fourth place hole, probably our best fleeced female for us today. One that's extremely crisp and clean, nice, broad, and open as we evaluate it from front to rear, top to bottom. She's obviously the most immature female for us here in our class today. That's quite all right. I think she's got the right pieces to make a good, functional, sound female. She just gets outgassed by the individuals ahead of her today. The female that we wrap up the class here, again, a really nice, broad and rugged type of female, one that's got a ton of bone, one that's got a lot of size and structure to her. For me, she tends to get a little bit waisty across those ribs, and she just doesn't carry the consistency of fleece as her competitors ahead of her today.
Placing on the class of Border Leicester White Late Spring Ewe Lambs. First place goes to entry 46, Orchard Valley 2458, Abigail Parks, Leyden, Massachusetts. Second place to entry 45, Gargis Girls 246, Eva Gargis, Telford, Pennsylvania. Third place to 48, Alexis White, Lower Salem, Ohio. 4 to 47, Lauren Thompson, Woodville, Wisconsin. And 5 to 43, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio.
So in our advantage on the ring one down here, the ewe that we're going to start with, I think, is just, for me, it's all about balance. How all those pieces fit together, keep them smooth, keep them feminine. She's thick enough for a female in my mind, especially down her top. She's huge top, big loin. Not quite as much lower leg as you see in some of the ewes down here, but here again, I just can't get past this, how smooth and well put together that sheep skeleton is. The second ewe that we have here, a lot stouter. If you talk about a little bigger foot that we have on this female, she's bigger in her, especially when we look at her hip and down into her lower leg. That's a sheep for me, is when we put her in motion, she's pretty short-strided. If we could stretch that ewe out just a little bit, then she could rival this first place ewe. The ewe in third, plenty of length aside here. I just not quite to get all the pieces put together. I like her hip, I like her middle, I like her front end. It's just they're not, especially how that neck comes out of the top of that shoulder. It likes to pick her. The young ladies get her showed great, but when we get her, watch her move around the ring, she wants to drop her front end down a little bit. But we certainly got to admire the length in that ewe. The same thing could be said about that fourth place ewe. Is a sheep that's really good about her hip. She's structurally, as far as feet and legs, not as much true rib shape in this sheep that I like to see. I think she's getting a little tight in her heart. I'd like to open her up there, but tremendously long hip, long hind saddled female. A well-balanced ewe that we have here, we're going to round the class out with. You'll really like the bone work on this ewe as far as her structure and how she's put together. I think for me, just a tick out of balance. I don't mind having a little shoulder, having a little front end, but the rest of the body's got to match her. If we could open her up in her hip and maybe give her a little more lower leg, then she can move up today. Thank you.
Here for the March ewe lambs, I think 6 high-quality individuals. The one I chose to start with, I think, is the most complete and the most correct in her basic build. Structurally, at the top 3, she sure sets herself apart in terms of the way she reaches off both ends of her skeleton, and she's one that when you get your hands on her, you sure got to like her added body mass and dimension as well. Ewe that we've got here in second is easily the largest outlined of the top 3. She's one that I sure appreciate from the profile view, really flat and smooth at the point of her shoulder, long-bodied and correct in her lines. She's more refined in her bone work, maybe just a touch weaker on her front pasterns, but I think a high-quality female from the profile. You that we've got here in third, I sure appreciate her added breed type. Really a stout structured, rugged female. I just like to change the rear portion of her skeleton. When she gets out and goes, she really wants to get high loin and somewhat under herself with her hind leg. Really a massive built female here in fourth, a lot of added dimension and power. She's just a little bit coarser for me for a March ewe lamb. She's got more chest, she's got more shoulder in relation to how the power that she's got from behind. Another really large outline female here in fifth, one that sure runs uphill, and you sure got to appreciate that. Just too refined in her bone work for me. And then the ewe we're going to round the top six out with, another extremely large outline female, just like to change her hind leg some.
Placing on the Dorset Advantage early winter ewe lamb class, first place goes to entry 50, Canettle 2421, Claire Harris of Jacksonville, Illinois. Second to 52, Heisdorfer Dorset's 24004, Madison Craft, Towanda, Illinois. Third place to entry 48, Elizabeth Potzweig, Lisbon, Ohio. Fourth to entry number 84, Taylor Stewart, Lutz, Florida. Fifth to entry number 49, Nadia Leach, Cherubusco, Indiana. In the fitted Hampshire ring, we're now showing for junior champion and reserve junior champion fitted ewe. Placing on the March and later ewe lamb class, first place to entry 69, Meyer 2493, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Second to 67, Spoonster 2424, Tinley Spoonster, Eolia, Missouri. Third to 63, Katie Hansen, Woodburn, Oregon. 4 to 68, Conley Hoagland, Glendive, Montana. And 5 to 65, Beau Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. For the White Border Leicester show, we're now ready to show for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion ewe. Placing on the White Border Leicester class of pair of ewe lambs, first place goes to entry number 54, Christian Week, Chevy Chase, Maryland. Second place, Abigail Parks, Leyden, Massachusetts. Third to 56, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. 4 to 55, Lauren Thompson, Woodville, Wisconsin. And 5 to 59, Mackenzie Adams, Herscher, Illinois. For the fitted Hampshire show, our junior champion ewe goes to the first place out of the March and later ewe lamb class. Entry 69, Kenzie Meyer 2493, Aaronsville, Illinois. Reserve champion was first in the January ewe lamb class. Entry 40, Charland Farms 2407, Katie Hansen, Woodburn, Oregon. New Hampshire ring, your next class will be for overall champion and reserve champion ewe in the fitted division.
Over here for our Border Leicesters, I think we've just had a phenomenal show, a lot of depth and a lot of quality, and I think I'm pretty pleased with the females that we've got here in our top lineup. As we take a look at them, I think some big key points to take away of what we were looking at here today, especially with these females, was ensuring that they were meeting those breed standards, breed type. Beyond that, we want to make sure that these females are structurally sound, they got enough power, they've got enough mass, but yet remain feminine enough to get the job done back at home. And to wrap out our complete package here for us today is to ensure that we've got some high quality fleeces, those that'll do some good for these folks in terms of that niche marketing opportunity. We're looking for that boldness of crimp. We're looking for the high value in terms of luster, low veg matter, and so forth. And I think our females that we've got here in our lineup do quite well. I think there's 3 females out here that I like quite a bit. I'm going to take a look at them here one more time, and we'll shake the hands of our Grand and Reserve. While we do that, let's give our Border Leicester exhibitors a nice round of applause.
For our fitted show on the Hampshire side, Our overall champion ewe in the fitted show was our fitted senior champion. That going to the fitted yearling ewe, Katie Hansen, Woodburn, Oregon, with Charland Farms 2340. Reserve champion was our reserve senior champion, and also our second place yearling ewe, Iggy Fuller, Clark, South Dakota, with FSF 376. For our white border Leicester show, our champion ewe went to the class winner out of the early spring ewe lamb class, entry 28, Abigail Parks, Leyden, Massachusetts, with J. Baird 2405. The reserve champion came from the yearling ewe class, entry 23, Maria Decker, Arundel, Maine, with MJD 2301, Starfield. Now ready for white border Leicester best fleece class. Following the white best fleece class for the border Leicesters, we will have white young breeders flock before we go into our natural colored portion.
Two very contrasting fall slick-sheared Hampshire Rams. The one that I chose to start with is the one that I think is just a notch better built. I think that sheep runs uphill more correctly and is more ideal in the way his shoulder lays in. Plus, when that one gets out and goes, I think it's flexible off both ends. You get your hands on that sheep, really expressive on the top side of his skeleton, and extremely square out of his pins as well. I think an awfully nice Hampshire Ram. Here in second, we've obviously got the bigger, stouter sheep, extremely massive in his muscularity and power. I'd just like to change his design some. When he gets out and goes, he wants to get somewhat lower tying about his neck, and like to change the way he handles that hind leg some as well. But I think a pair of really nice Hampshire Rams.
Placing on the Hampshire Slickshorn Senior Ram class, first place goes to entry 77, Storms 1304, Olivia Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. Second place to entry 75, Alpha Omega 2328, Noah McAllister, Delaware, Ohio. Now ready for White Border Leicester Young Breeders Flock. Then we'll go into our natural colored show with spring ram lambs. That's natural colored Border Leicester spring ram lambs. For the Border Leicester show, the best white fleece goes to entry 68. Week Overlook Manor 6422. Crescent Week, Chevy Chase, Maryland. And that was out of the, would be an early spring ewe lamb class. Placing on the Border Leicester Young Breeders Flock, first place to entry 77, Christian Week, Chevy Chase, Maryland. Second place to 76, Josie Baird, Canfield, Illinois. Canfield, Ohio. And third place to 78, Lauren Thompson, Woodville, Wisconsin.
5 really nice Hampshire Rams for the January slick sheared division. I think an awfully logical place to start. That sheep is so good built from the side in terms of his chest floor in relation to his flank, really attractive out of his hip and hind leg, and you get right on top of him. Extremely powerful, muscled sheep, especially powerful out through his upper dock. I think an awfully nice place to start. Really attractive profiling sheep here in second. I sure like his correctness of lines, the way he's built out of his hip and hind leg in direct relation to the sheep ahead of him. Maybe wants to get played out just a touchdown back through his dock, but I think profile-wise an awfully nice built, flexible sheep. Really an intriguing prospect here in third. I sure like his basic build, his bone work, his structure. A sheep that I sure think has more than enough muscularity. When you get right on top of him, though, he's one that's a little bit harder in his rib shape, maybe just a touch flatter right there in his forerib. The ram that we have here in fourth is pretty much the exact opposite. Really a big, massive sheep, probably the pounds heavy of the drive, one that sure has a lot of mass and dimension through the center portion of his body. Just in a little bit plainer from the profile for me and a little too straight in his hock. And then the ram we're going to round the class out with, really a long-bodied sheep that sure wants to run uphill. Maybe just doesn't handle that hind leg or set down as squarely as the sheep ahead of him. But I think 5 extremely nice Hampshire Rams.
Placing on the slick-shorn January Ram Lamb class for the Hampshire Show, first place goes to entry number 79, Milner IN 70000024016, Jared Neumeister, Greenfield, Indiana. Second place to 84, Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana, with Hogger 24087. Third place to Brendan Preston of Quincy, Michigan. Fourth to 81, Campbell Coyle, Danville, Kentucky. And 5 to entry 82, Caden Lake, Norwich, Ohio.
Apologize for taking a little more time on this class. This is an incredibly difficult class to sort for me. Just trying to find the one, the type that I was looking for was not in this class, with structure issues and whatnot. The ewe that's going to come close to fitting my picture of a female is the ewe we're going to start the class with. When you get that sheep on a profile and the way this young lady has her set up, man, she looks like $1,000,000. She's really straight in her lines. She's really straight in her underline. The problem is when that ewe moves, she is a little too tight flanked for me. I'd like to belly her down, in that last third of her body. Definitely drop that flank down. But I think a ewe, if you look at from a structure standpoint, she's by far the best moving we have in this class. So the next two ewes we have here for me are too terminal. They're not sheep that I think, in my opinion, that would make brood ewes. I think we're getting a little too close to. They're getting a little too coarse. A little bit, like here said, they're just lacking the maternal look that I think a female needs. But that being said, you got to appreciate the amount of mass that they have, just the true, the power that they have in their tops and how big in the hip they are. I think we're going to go with the one in second, just a tick more balance, not as long as I'd like to see from end to end, but big-footed, true bone, not just fluff, but true bone. I think a nice sheep that's going to fit into second. A little longer-sided sheep that we have here in third. Here again, the same thing about the amount of power. Not as good in her loin as the ewe that we have that we're going to have in second. Just a difficult class to put together. The ewe in fourth is the one that really bothers me. That's the one I want to win the class with. I think she's the balanced, she's the straightest. She is also the shortest strided sheep that we had in the class. If we could just make her move a lot freer, make her take a longer stride, then you bet she's going to win the class easy, hands down. The next ewe that we have in class, here's the one who we talk about balance. As far as femininity, she's up in her front end. She's a sheep that I think that's going to make tremendous brood ewe. The problem with her is we stand in behind her. She gets a little too narrow when we move around the ring. If we could widen her and her hip, and as far as her hip structure goes, then she moves up quite a bit more. Thank you.
Two really nice Hampshire Rams here for our next class break. A sheep that I chose to start with I think is so powerfully built and muscular, really stout structured and sure expressive and good handling on the top side of his skeleton and powerful from behind as well. Sheep we've got next is a little bit fresher in the way he's laid in through his shoulder and constructed up through his front end. A sheep that sure has plenty of power to go along with this. Just like to see him set down square from hock to ground from behind.
Placing on the late winter ewe lamb class for the Dorset Advantage. First place goes to entry number 85, D Brothers LLC 24407 Spec, Blair Sanchez, Burns, Wyoming. Second place to 73, Stillwell 24031, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. Third place to entry number 79, Brittany Schmelin, Marcus, Iowa. Fourth place to entry number 69, Levi Willman, Hartford City, Indiana. And 5 to 95, Brady Evans, Dover, Ohio. Placing on the Slickshorn February Ram Lamb class for the Hampshire show. First place went to 94. Johnson Family Show Stock 24246, Amara Bugenhagen, Mukwango, Wisconsin, second to 90. Fleener Club Lambs 2441, Hudson Fleener, Gettysburg, Pennsylvania.
Over here for our natural colored border lesters, I think we've got a small show for our Rams, but I think a really nice competitive class of Rams here for us today. The Ram that we're going to use for us to start off, and it'll be our champion as well, is one that's just a bit smaller in terms of his structure and his design. I would assume that this Ram's a tick younger than the one there behind him in the second place position, but I think the Ram that we use to win the class today is just a little bit more structurally correct. I think as we evaluate him really hard from a structural standpoint, feet on the ground, sound all the way up through that skeleton. He's just a bit more sound. He's just a bit more square. You put a handle on him, he certainly doesn't disappoint, although he does have a bit smaller structure and stature compared to the ram there in second place. I think he's got a ton of muscle throughout that rack, throughout that loin. We appreciate the depth of loin on this ram as well. Like that fleece on this ram, just a little bit better from the standpoint of consistency. Would I like it to be a bit more open and a little bit more broad in terms of that crimp pattern as we see in the ram there in the second place position? Absolutely, but I think he's just a bit more consistent for me today to get him there in that first place position. Nothing to take away from the ram here in our second place hole. One that's just got a ton of power, ton of bone underneath of him. He's extremely rugged in his design and his make, but he still puts all those parts and pieces together. I think he's got a bit more spring or rib. He's got a bit more age on him as well. For me today, he just tends to slope off ever so slightly in that rump compared to that ram there in that first place position. And again, just loses me in terms of consistency, especially as we work through that belly on that fleece itself. The ram that we have here in our third place hole, I think one that's a bit younger than the ram ahead of him. And again, that's all right. I think one that is made correctly in terms of his skeletal makeup, but when we look at him on the move, he just gets a bit too choppy for me. He's a bit coarse in terms of his movement. We'd like to clean him up a little bit. We'd like to make him a bit more free moving in that front chest and throughout that front cavity, but I think a ram that earns itself that third place position quite easily. When we take a look at our ram here in fourth, I think one that, again, really like the head actually on that ram there himself. I think he's got a good pattern to his fleece in terms of characteristics to it. For me today, it really comes down to structure. He tends to get pretty soft on those pasterns on all four corners of him. He tends to get a bit too posty for me as well to get him to go up any higher. Same story for our ram here that helps us round out our class. I think he just gets extremely soft on those pasterns on all four corners. He gets a little cross-fibered in his fleece as well, but a nice set of rams. Congratulations.
Really logical place to start here with the Hampshire Rams. I think an awfully good built one, really heavy muscled. I think just a pretty logical place to start. The ram that we've got here in second is one that I really like for his added mass and dimension, really a powerfully built sheep. Maybe not quite as freaky up through his front end as compared to our class winner, but I think one in terms of his basic build, his power and his dimension, and yet really attractive out of his hip and hind leg. I think a really good place to start. The profile here in the sheep in third, I think one that sure make females. He's so good chested and got a good sweep to his rib cage. He's really attractive out of his hip and hind leg as well. Compared to the two sheep above him, maybe not quite as massive and expressive in his muscle pattern, but sure one that I like for his basic build. A wide-built sheep here in fourth, one that's really wide-chested and sure leaves me with that same advantage. He's just a little bit plainer from the profile, as you can see, a little easy in his top line. Neck comes out a little lower from his shoulder as well. Really a stout structured sheep here in fifth. One that I like for his added length of body as well. Just a little bit harsher to the touch, maybe not quite as mature in his muscularity as just some of the sheep ahead of him. And then the ram we're going to round the top six out with. Probably the largest outline sheep of the drive. Just wants to get two played out from behind in terms of muscularity.
For the natural colored show of Border Leicesters, our Spring Ram Lamb class is our only class of rams. So first place in the Spring Ram Lamb class is also our champion natural colored Border Leicester ram. First place goes to entry 85. Week Overlook Manor Farm 24141 Rowan Week, Chevy Chase, Maryland. Second place and reserve champion goes to entry number 81. J. Baird 2401 Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Third to entry 84. Rowan Week, Chevy Chase, Maryland. 4 to 85, Roman Yard, Watauga, Illinois. And 5 to 83, Lauren Thompson, Woodville, Wisconsin. In our Hampshire Slickshorn ring, we're now selecting our our champion ram. Placing on the March Ram Lamb class, first place goes to entry 103, Johnson 2634, J.C. Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. Second, 102, Nash Johnson with Johnson Family Showstock 24222. Nash is from Delavan, Wisconsin as well. 3rd to 95, Jared Neumeister, Greenfield, Indiana. 4 to 96, Andrew Friedenstein, Youngsville, New York. 5 to 98, Lucas Schaefer, Sharon, Wisconsin. For the Hampshire Slickshorn Show, our champion ram goes to the first place at Slickshorn Ram Lamb of the March and later born class, entry 103. Johnson, 2634, J.C. Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. The reserve champion goes to entry 79 from the January class, Milner, IN 7000-24016, Jared Neumeister, Greenfield, Indiana.
Over here for our youth show on our natural colored border Leicesters, we'll start the class off here with the most rugged and biggest barrel, biggest chested female for us here to help us start off the class. Certainly the female out here that's the longest spined. I think she's the brightest and broadest across the top. Really appreciate this female from the ground up. I think she's extremely square. She's extremely wide at the base as well. Really like that coloration and that variation in that fleece. I think it really adds some character and some value to it. As we crack that fleece open, we appreciate the amount of grease, the amount of luster, the amount of shine that fleece really provides to us, and I think really one that's extremely consistent even as we work throughout that bridge. As you look at it from the outside, it doesn't look like it would blend in nearly as well in terms of those fleece characteristics, but you pop it open inside there, it does a really nice job, carries throughout. The female that we use here in our second place position, I think one that's carrying the most amount of bone, the most amount of maturity for us today. I think one that's really sound as she walks throughout the ring. She's fairly square, just not nearly as square as that female that helps us win the class for us today. When we take a look at her fleece, I think it's a nice fleece as well. Nice in terms of length. That's been a challenge for us today to get enough fleece in here for us to really have a look to see what's going on. She does tend to get a little cross-fibered as we look at her throughout the bridge. That's quite all right. I think it's consistent enough for us today. When we evaluate her from the profile, she just isn't as balanced as the female there in the first place position. She tends to get a little bit too heavy, tends to run downhill for us today. The female that we have here in third, I think one that mimics the first place ewe quite well in terms of her fleece and her fleece qualities. I think one that's got a lot of character to it. We like the amount of luster in this fleece as well. When we really look at her from the ground up, she tends to get a bit too soft in all four of those pasterns, and she's one of those females that's carrying a lot of condition over those ribs. The female that we use here in our fourth place hole, arguably our youngest female in the class today. She's a lot smaller in terms of her structure and her size. However, I think she's extremely correct as she walks throughout the ring. She just gets too narrow for me across the top. She just lacks in terms of overall muscularity to get her bumped up any higher today. The female that we use to wrap up the class here for us, one that's nice for her type and kind. I think it's got a lot of barrel, a lot of capacity throughout that female. She's just carrying far too much condition for us to get her any higher today.
Another interesting class of ewe lambs here. The one I'm going to start with, I think, and here, you know, when you, and I've said this before, and you'll hear it again before the day's over. For me, it's in the females. It's about balance. It's about balance and structure and how they move. You know, the ones that are super smooth, yet, you know, have enough rib, have enough muscling without being coarse, and I think that's exactly what we have here. By far the best moving sheep that we have in this class is just a striking, when they get her set up and struck me, she's got a great picture from the side. Love the way that shoulder comes right up out of the top of, the neck comes out of the top of the shoulder. Then with the ewe lamb that we have here next, here again, great balance. Love the rib shape on this ewe, like that depth of rib, especially in her forerib, better than her first place ewe. She's just not quite long enough. She wants to shorten up a little bit on her side versus her first place ewe. Then the third place ewe, she's kind of my problem. I mean, crazy amount of muscle in this sheep. There's a tremendous hip, tremendous lower leg, great big top, highly fitted, super presented. For me, I can't do with it. That front end's just too much for me. She's just too wide. And so that's why she's standing here in third. The ewe that we have in fourth, just here again, a solid sheep. I love the bone work on this ewe. She's nice and square. She's big down her top. She's straight in her underline. This is a sheep that comes back into a nice hip. Just kind of a little more plainer about her whole overall view than the sheep that we have in front of us. And here, this ewe that we're going to end round the class with, and I'd be willing to bet, you know, that she's definitely not thick enough for most of the people out here looking at this, but I think she's thick enough for a female. If you look, especially watch when she moves, you look at how straight she keeps her lines, how she holds her head up. From a skeleton standpoint, she's by far the best ewe in this class. But thank you for this class. Congratulations.
Placing on the natural colored border Leicester class of yearling ewes, first place to entry 88, J. Baird 0041, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Second to 91, Willie Rose 2320, Alyssa White, Lower Salem, Ohio. Third to entry 90, Rowan Week, Chevy Chase, Maryland. Fourth place to entry 94, Alyssa White, Lower Salem, Ohio. And 5 to entry 92, Rowan Week, Chevy Chase, Maryland. Placing on the Dorset Advantage early spring ewe lamb class, first place to entry number 102, Heisdorfer Dorsets, 24061, Aubrey Brandt, Rock Springs, Wisconsin. Second place to entry number 114, Adriana Windland, Northern Star Livestock Service, 24001, Shakopee, Minnesota. Third to 115, Nash Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. Fourth place to entry 105, Madison Kraft, Towanda, Illinois. And 5 to entry 103, Braxton Young, Emporia, Kansas.
A good set of fall ewe lambs on our natural colored border Leicesters. We'll use the female here that I think is just a rock star, really, to help us start off the class. One that's just got a ton of muscle under her. You really appreciate that for a wool type breed of a female. I think one that's extremely clean chested, one that's extremely broad and wide across that top. She's got a lot of power throughout that loin, and she certainly packs a punch in that hind leg. Really appreciate the amount of bulge and cushion that she's got in that hind leg. For me today, the one thing that I'd like to change about her is I'd like to have more fleece. I was able to find enough in there for us to see what was going on, but really to be able to evaluate that fleece, we need another 1 to 2 to 3 inches on it to really make sure that we're seeing what we're seeing. The female that we use here in our second place position, one that's probably the more frail designed female for us today, one that's probably the younger female for us today. She's extremely trim. We do appreciate that about her. I think that is a little bit of a disappointment for her as well compared to the other two here in the class. She just is pretty narrow across that top. She isn't as explosive in terms of that muscle and that design, but I think a female that's extremely broad, she's extremely wide, she's structurally correct, she certainly has the potential to make a really nice brood female for these exhibitors today. The female that we use here to help round out the class here in our third place position, probably the one that has the most bone and the most skeletal structure out of any of our females here today. For me, she just tends to be a bit more waisty across those ribs and just tends to be a bit too short in terms of that skeletal design, especially in that hind quarter through that hind saddle. We crack that fleece open, we tend to get a little cross-fibered, we tend to get a little drier compared to the competitors today.
Placing on the Border Leicester Natural Colored Fall Ewe Lamb class, first place to entry 96, Echo 2402, Indy, Caitlin Malling of Cape Natick, Maine. Second place to 97, Echo 2406, Irene Alyssa White, Lower Salem, Ohio. Third to 95, Rowan Week, Chevy Chase, Maryland.
Really good top 5 out here in our first class of Hampshire yearling ewes. The sheep that I chose to start with hit me pretty hard when she initially walked into the ring. So good in her chest floor in relation to her flank, really runs uphill, extremely feminine up through her front end and fresh in her condition, yet sure one that I sure think has plenty of muscle and power. A great looking female from the profile. Ewe that we've got here in second is probably just a notch heavier muscled. She's more powerful right over her rack and more expressive down through the lower portions of her leg. In a strictly comparative sense, she's maybe not quite as extended up but through her neck, but I think an awfully heavy muscled, good built female that's a logical second. A lot of ESTs in the third place sheep, the large outlined ewe, big, heavy structured, fuzzy legged one that you sure have to like from her look from the side. When she gets out and goes though, when you get behind her, she gets played out down through the lower portions of her leg in relation to the ewe right ahead of her. She's one that I sure like her basic build from the profile. I think just needs more power and muscularity down through the lower portions of her leg. Awfully good built female here in fourth, one that's so good in her basic build and structural flexibility. She maybe just doesn't have the ESTs of the females above her, maybe not quite that added punch and muscularity or shape or that added wow from the side. I think just an awfully complete, good built female. Really a heavy muscled ewe here in fifth, the one that I like for added bone and expressiveness when you step in to handle her. If that one could just get out and go a little better. She wants to get a little bit high in her loin and drop her dock just a touch, but other than that, I think an awfully good female. A really good top 5.
Placing on the early Slickshorn yearling U class for the Hampshire show. First place to entry number 114, OH3162-23021, Colt McCoy, Perrysville, Ohio. Second to 109, Hogger 22151, Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. Third to 112, Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky. 4 to entry 119, Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. And 5 to 118, Ty Thorson, Columbus, Wisconsin.
Out here for our Border Leicester is a really nice set of females for us to evaluate in our ULAM drive. The female that we're going to use here to start off the class, I think one that's just really good in terms of her skeletal design, in terms of that fleece structure as well. From a skeletal standpoint, one that's got a ton of bone, ton of mass underneath of her. I think she's got the most spring of ribbon in the class for us today. She certainly has the most depth and length of loin for us too, and I think that's really what sets herself apart. We crack that fleece open. I think she's got some boldness to that crimp, which I appreciate. That fleece is nice and open, just a nice female for us to start off our class today. Nothing to take away from the female here in our second place position. One that's a bit smaller in terms of her overall design and structural abilities, but I think she has all the right pieces and parts for me today. One that's extremely correct in terms of her structural design. Like how that front end is assembled compared to that lamb there in our third place position. When we look at that fleece, it's a really tight crimp, and that's okay, but for my preference today, I think I like that open fleece the way that it is designed in that first place position compared to that ewe there in our second place hoe. If we could change her a little bit, we'd like to lengthen her spine out a bit and give her a bit more depth of muscle, especially throughout that loin, but a good immature female for us there in that second place hoe. The ewes here in our third and our fourth place positions, two ewes that are stamped quite similarly. For me today, we're going to use the female that has a bit more of that maternal attribute to her. I think the female here in third's got a bit more spring or rib to her, got a little bit more capacity to her. If we could change her some, we'd like to clean up that front end, bring that chest floor up, make her a little bit more structurally correct in the terms of that front end assembly, but a nice female. The ewe here in our fourth place hole, one that just lacks in overall power. I think one that's got a super fleece in terms of the quality. I like the openness of that fleece. I like the crimp that's put into that fleece. We just tend to get a bit too post-legged on the hind end and just a little bit shallow in that flank. The female that we help round out our class here in fifth, I think one that's just got a stellar fleece. Out of all the females here, I think she matches up quite well to our first place position ewe, but that's where it stops for me today. She does have that luster. She's got that crimp that I'm looking for. She's just a little bit wasty throughout that front end. She tends to be a bit unbalanced because her front end gets a little too heavy. If we could change her, we'd like to drop that flank a little bit as well, but a nice set of ewe lambs. Congratulations.
Results from the natural colored Border Leicester early ewe lamb class. First place to entry 98, Jay Baird, 2404, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Second place to 102, Week, Overlook Manor Farm, 6432, Elizabeth Handlin, Bear, Delaware. Third to 101, Lauren Thompson, Woodville, Wisconsin. 4 to 103, Lauren Thompson. And 5 to 100, Brianna Moeller, Orient, Ohio.
Not to say that this isn't a high quality set of Hampshire ewes, but I think we have a class winner that does so pretty handily. To me, this sheep is so good in the way she's presented, built, handles, all of those ESTs that she has in terms of her freshness, her look from the side, the way she runs uphill, and still extremely powerful out of her hip. Love her bone work and foot as well. I think an awfully high quality female. To me, the most similar sheep in terms of her muscularity and bone is the sheep that we have here in second, a really powerfully built female, really wide-chested, like her added structure and power from behind as well. Maybe not quite as elevated up through her front end as our class winner, but still I think a sheep that's awfully complete in her basic build. The ewe that we've got here in third is probably the most expressively muscled sheep of the drive, extremely massive over her rack, loin, and from behind. A sheep that I like her from the profile as well in terms of her chest floor and the way that it swoops. Maybe just a little bit more refined in her bone work compared to the two ewes ahead of her when you break down her foot size, but still I think an awfully high quality female with a lot of interesting pieces. Really a massive ewe here in fourth, one that's powerful in her basic build and wide built. To me, she's just wedged a little bit the wrong way. She's a little heavier conditioned female, and so consequently starting to open up a little bit more through her shoulder. And then the ewe that we've got here in fifth, I think sure complete in her basic build, flexible on the go and has enough power, just like to level her up a little bit down her top line, maybe tie her together more correctly right there at her loin hip as well. I think 5 really nice ones with a pretty logical class winner.
Our class here, we had quite a bit of difference in maturity. You try to kind of keep that in mind and end up with what I consider the better females on this end of the class. And I think we've done that. And for the own right, this has been the deepest class that we've had so far today, for sure, from a quality standpoint. And these 5 out here, I think, in their own way, are extremely good females. The first we're going to start with, the length of side, the way she moves around the ring. She takes a nice long step. She's still got some thickness without being coarse. She's feminine through her front end, got a little bit of shoulder, which I think is good, but it still all ties together in a very smooth package. I think a very easy winner for this class. And you just can't get over the profile that this second place she gives you. She is so straight. She's so level. She is just up-fronted. I think just a beautiful ewe lamb. Here again, I'm hoping she's considerably younger than the one that wins the class, but I think this ewe has a tremendous future. Just the straightness of lines is really nice on this female. The next one here, and I'm much younger than the first 2 that we had. She's definitely not mature yet, but here again, just the balance this ewe has. Love the rib shape and her underline in that ewe. I think that's about as perfect for a female as That's about a perfect female as you can, as far as her underline is concerned. You look at her structure and you'll watch her walk. This is the one that she is cocky. I mean, she just stamps that foot down and takes off. Love the way this female moves. And here we rode into 2 more ewes here that have a lot more power, for sure. They're a lot more mature. They're heavier. There's more condition on them. Sheep that we have here, I think for me, and in proportion to the size of her front end, which here again, I don't mind some shoulder on her. I wish she was bigger when we stand in and look at her from behind, especially in her hip and down in that lower leg. But you got to appreciate the length of side that we see here and her smoothness at the top. She is big racked and big loin. The next ewe we have here is crazy wide base. You watch that ewe walk away from you. The width of hip that we see in this ewe, especially when she puts her feet on the ground, there was not a wider sheep out here. And she's able to handle her hocks well, as she's moving like that. Here for me, she's a little piecey. On the standstill, she looks great. The young lady has her looking like $1 million. But when we get to moving, she kind of opens her shoulder a little bit and drops her top just some. I mean, all good pieces. I just like to make them tie together a little smoother. Thank you.
For our final U class here on our natural colored border Leicesters, we're going to use the female that, to me, just puts it all together quite well. We really appreciate her from a skeletal standpoint. I think she's smooth in terms of her movement. She's got a lot of bones. She's got a lot of power. In terms of that carcass, I think she's probably got the most carcass out of any of our females here today. Ton of rack, ton of leg, really, and that's what sets her apart from that ewe there in our second place position. And she certainly doesn't disappoint when we crack open that fleece. I think one that's just super good. I like the luster. I like the amount of lanolin that's put into that fleece. I think it's been well cared for. It's really consistent as well. Well done there. The ewe that we have here in our second place position, really one that I had in my first place position since she came in. One that's really flashy and attractive from the profile. I think one that's super broad and wide across the top. She's probably the female in here that does have the widest top for me today. She's got enough power. She's got enough bone. You open up that fleece, super, super soft. I like the color variation in it. I like the amount of luster that it has. But for me today, being nitpicky, she tends to get a bit too fine in terms of that micron design of that fiber itself. And because of it, she tends to get a little bit cross-fibered too in the mix. If we can coarsen that fleece up easily all day, she would have been ahead of that ewe there in that second place position. The ewe that we have here in our third place hole, one that is the shorter profile type of female, and that is to her benefit. It tends to allow the illusion to have a bit more mass and size to her, and I think she rightfully so does. She's super square at the base. I think she's wide at the base, probably one of our widest skeletal sheep here. However, that doesn't translate into that carcass. She's probably the narrowest across the top. We appreciate her for her fleece. I think it's a nice length for us to evaluate today, but when we compare her to 1 and 2, that fleece just tends to get too dry for me today. I'd like to have a little bit more luster, a little bit more grease into there to get her popped up there into that second place position. The ewe that we have here in our fourth place hole, one that's extremely long bodied, probably our longest profile female, and we appreciate her from that standpoint. If we could, I'd like to lengthen up that front end to get her a little bit more out of that chest, out of that shoulder blade itself. She tends to get a little bit too shallow as we evaluate her from the side too. We'd like to clean her up in terms of her fleece design. I think she just is a little bit inconsistent from top to bottom, especially. The female that we have here that helps us round out the class, one that's super nice in terms of her design. I think one that's really powerful in terms of those maternal abilities. For me, she just gets a little short-fronted for me today. She does carry a little bit more condition throughout that body entirely as a whole, and she tends to get a little bit coarser in that back britch, but a really nice set of females.
Placing on the class of Slickshorn yearling ewes in the late division for the Hampshires. First place goes to entry 144, Northern Star Livestock Service 23023, Hudson Horts, Zephyr, Texas. Second to entry 140, Northern Star Livestock Service 23019, Tatum Getz, Shakopee, Minnesota. Third place to 143, Wyatt Nixon, Delavan, Wisconsin. Fourth place to 149, Wyatt Lang, Binger, Oklahoma. And 5 to 151, Lydia Wilson, China Grove, North Carolina. Placing on the class of Dorset Advantage in the late spring ewe lamb division. First to entry number 141, Johnson Family Showstock 24229, Amara Bugenhagen, Mukwongo, Wisconsin. Second place to entry number 135, Olivia Cooper Wolf, Cary, Ohio. Third to 131, Carly Buchanan, Staunton, Virginia. Fourth place to entry number 125, Carly Berkheimer, Dillsburg, Pennsylvania. And 5 to entry 121, Breland Slack, North Manchester, Indiana. Placing on the natural colored border Leicester late ewe lamb class. First to entry 105, Week, Overlook Manor Farm 6514, Rowan Week, Chevy Chase, Maryland. Second to 104, Daleview 24112, Lauren Thompson, Woodville, Wisconsin. Third to 107, Alyssa White, Lower Salem, Ohio. 4 to 108, Rowan Week, Chevy Chase, Maryland. And 5 to 110, Elizabeth Handlin, Bear, Delaware.
I think we've had a solid show here in your Dorset Advantage females, and I like the females that I have out here. I'm very happy with what I was able to find here, and I think you'll see. If we look at and here again, you talk. It's something that I've been saying, all morning is structure, movement, also femininity and balance, and I think we've got it here in every one of these females. Yeah, we've got some that are thicker than others, and some that are a little prettier than others. But I think this is a very solid set of sheep that we have out here. I'll go out and pick your champion and reserve.
Placing on the natural colored class, a pair ewe lambs for the Border Leicesters. First to entry 116, Lauren Thompson, Woodville, Wisconsin. Second place to entry 117, Rowan Week, Chevy Chase, Maryland. Third to Alyssa White, Lower Salem, Ohio. And four to entry 115, Elizabeth Hanlon, Bear, Delaware. For our Dorset Advantage show, our champion ewe went to the first place yearling ewe. Entry 26, Adriana Winland, Shakopee, Minnesota, with Northern Star Livestock Service 23007. And the reserve champion ewe was out of the late spring ewe lamb class, entry 141, Amara Bugenhagen of Mukwongo, Wisconsin, with Johnson Family Show Stock 24229.
Appreciate our natural colored Border Leicester exhibitors for bringing out a high quality set of females, and just as we did with the white Border Leicesters, I think, again, for me, looking at those same characteristics, same qualities, making sure that they're just structurally sound, making sure they've got enough carcass to them, and putting those pieces together can be challenging in some of these wool breeds, but I think these females we have up here on top do it quite well. And then at the end of the day, putting into that equation or into that factor, thinking about fleece and fleece quality. And again, I'm quite pleased with the fleeces that we've got here in that top end. I think some fleeces that have got enough length, they've got enough luster, they've got enough value to them, and they certainly have a lot of character to those fleeces as well. So with that being said, we've got, in my mind, really three high-quality females. Unfortunately, we've only got to get two of them in. I'll go out here and shake the hand of our Grand and Reserve champion.
Really good drive. A Hampshire Fall ewe lambs out here in the slick division. The sheep that I chose to start with, I think, does so pretty handily. She's so good built from the side. I love the way she runs uphill, and yet when you get off of her, her lines are correct. She's got some outward turn to her legs, stout structured, flexible when you get out of go, just really good in her basic build. Ewe that we've got next in line is one I really like for her added freshness. She's so good and extended up through her front end, flat-shouldered, long-bodied, a sheep that I think has plenty of muscle when you get right behind her. I'd like to see her tied together just a notch better right there at her loin edge. Maybe a sheep that doesn't have that extra pop of muscularity on the top side of her skeleton compared to our class winner, but when I think her basic build and kind and her added femininity, I think second's a logical place for her. Really an interesting sheep here in third, one that I really like for her kind. She's extremely square built from behind, a sheep that's sure wedged the right way when you get right on top of her and really square out through her dock. She's one, though, that I'd like to see just run uphill a notch more compared to the two ahead of her, and she, too, is one that I'd like to see a little bit fresher and fuller back through her rear rib and flank. Ewe that we've got next in line, so heavy structured and big-footed, a female that I like for her added bone and shape and muscularity, one that when you get right on top of her, so fresh to the touch. I'd just like to open her up a little bit in her forerib compared to the three ewes ahead of her, but I think one that in terms of shape and muscularity is sure an intriguing ewe, and then really a complete female here in fifth, one that I sure like her basic build and kind in terms of her flexibility and skeletal mass. She maybe is not quite as expressive and fit on as the ewes ahead of her, but still one that I think sure quality from her basic build.
For our natural colored Border Leicester show, our champion ewe was out of the early ewe lamb class, entry 98, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio, with J. Baird 2404. Reserve champion came from the fall ewe lamb class, entry number 096, Caitlin Malling, Cape Nedick, Maine, with Echo 2402, Indy.
Hey, we can send a guy. I got a guy that can go get it. Just leave it.
Can you tell him where they are, or you gotta find them?
Check 1, 2. Down in ring A, we are ready to begin our Pole Dorset show. Pole Dorset show. Placing on the Slickshorn Senior Ewe Lamb class for the Hampshires. First place in that class went to entry 158. Wheaton, 24015, Jackson Ritter, Fortville, Indiana. Second place to entry number 160, Everhart, 2385, Samantha Everhart, Carlisle, Indiana. Third to 162, Kylie McCoy, Albion, Indiana. Four to entry 170, Braxton Sedgwick, Sheridan, Indiana. And fifth place to entry number 174, Kipton Poe, Franklin, Indiana. Okay. For our Hampshire show, our Slickshorn champion senior ewes went to our first place in the late yearling ewe class, entry 144. Northern Star Livestock Service 23023, Hudson Horts, Zephyr, Texas. The reserve senior champion to entry 158 out of the Slickshorn senior ewe lamb class,
Just did see.
Wheaton 24015, Jackson Ritter, Fortville, Indiana. For the natural colored Border Leicester show, our best fleeced animal came out of the late ewe lamb class, Rowan Week with Overlook Manor Farm 6514. Rowan is from Chevy Chase, Maryland. Placing on the Border Leicester Natural Colored Young Breeders Flock class, first place went to entry number 129, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Second place to entry 132, Rowan Week, Chevy Chase, Maryland. Third to entry 131, Lauren Thompson, Woodville, Wisconsin.
Nice class of rams here. I think we've got a very, in my opinion, a very easy class winner. The sheep we have here is just so straight in his lines. He's by far the straightest top ram that we have out here. And I think when you watch him move, he holds himself together better than any other ram that we have out here. He holds his head up, and he's a little neater about his front end than the ram we have in second. Quite a bit of body, maybe not as in the back third of this ram, but there's quite a bit of sheep that we have here. He's big-footed, he's heavy-structured, relatively straight down his top for the most part. I think for me, he's getting a little bold in his front end, and his sheep for me, I'd definitely like to lower that flank in that ram. The next ram we have here, really long hind-saddled sheep. He handles very well. He's long-hip. There's a ram here that he just gets a little lazy out here, but when we watch him move, he wants to drop that front end down, drop that neck shoulder juncture down just a little bit when we get on and move. Like to true him up there in that junction. The next ram that we have here, one of the longer top rams that we have in this class. Here again, another ram that's got plenty of bone. Like the little short ear on this ram. He's nice about his breed type. Just maybe definitely not as wide when we get in behind him as the other rams that we have in front. And here's the ram here. I think if you want to guess, he might end up being the tallest one, by this time next year. I think his sheep that's got a lot of grow left in him. He's long-sided. A ram that's just a little piecey today. Maybe it's a maturity thing. But if we kind of tighten him up together a little bit, tighten his parts up together, then we can move him up. But today, this is the way they're going to be. Thank you.
Placing on the Pole Dorset class of fitted fall ram lambs, first place goes to entry number 7. Reynolds Stock Farm 2427, Taylor Crouch, Maroa, Illinois. Second place to entry number 1, Scotch Lane Farm 893, Madeline Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut. Third to entry 3, Theo Angus, Piper City, Illinois. 4 to entry 2, Hadley Paulus, Casstown, Ohio. And 5 to entry 4, Ian Cordray of Belvedere, Illinois.
the lone entry in this class, but a high quality individual. I think a sheep that here again you'll watch him move. Maybe not quite as true in his top, my roach in his top. I mean, he's straight in his top when we get him out on the move, but he's okay there. Standing still, really straight and dead level, comes out to really nice, flat, even dock there. A sheep that you look at his top line, his underline, he's good. He's good there. He's clean in his underline. A sheep big-footed, and what you're seeing, should be, at this age, a tremendous amount of bone. Just a good ram to win the class. Thank you.
Placing on the Paul Dorset fitted winter ram lamb class, first place goes to Scotch Lane Farm, 926 Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut.
The three rams that we have out here for our champion drive, I think I guess it'd be senior champion drive. The ones that we have, and all three of them very similar. I mean, if we look at breed type, they're all acceptable. I mean, the color is good. Feet and legs are really good. Lots of bone, we can say about all of them. They're good hip. For the most part, they're all just, very straight in their lines. I think for me, here again, it's the ones when we put them on the move. That's how it sorts them apart. The rams that are going to move the best today are the ones that are going to be your champion in reserve. So I'll go pick them.
Champion ram for the Dorset show in the fitted division goes to our Class 1 winner. Class 1 came out of the fitted fall ram lamb class. Entry number 007, Taylor Crouch, Mora, Illinois, with Reynolds Stock Farm 2427. The reserve champion overall went to our class winner from the fitted winter Ram Lamb class, Scotch Lane Farm 926, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut.
Another really nice set of Hampshire females over here in the C ring. And the sheep that I chose to start with, I sure love in terms of her ruggedness and power and look from the profile. One that's so good in her lines and uniform in her body depth, and yet you get right on top of her. She's as heavy muscled as anything in the drive. Really like her out of her hip and hind leg. I think a nice female to start with. You that we've got here in second, extremely long bodied. One that I like for her added extension up through her front end as well. Really flat and fresh at the point of her shoulder. To me, she just has this Nicholas set in relation to the ewes on either side of her, but still I think an awfully high quality female to fit here in second. Ewe that we've got here in third is one that I really like for a bunch of pieces in her. She's so big and powerful out of her hip, so muscular from behind, added stoutness and ruggedness in her kind as well. I just wish she was a little fresher and fuller back through her rear rib and flank. Of the top three, or really the top five, she's probably the flattest right there over her forerib. I don't think it's severe, but I think that her basic build and kind gets her here into third. Really wide-built, muscular female here in fourth, one that I like for her added power and ruggedness down through her foot and bone. When she gets out and goes, she's a little tighter moving, especially right there at her hock and out of the rear portion of her skeleton, but still I think an awfully high-quality female. And then you were going to round the top five out with one that I sure like for her muscle shape and expression when you step to handle her. Just like to see a little more of her, like to see a little more opened up through the center portion of her body, and maybe not quite the added look of our top three, but still I think five extremely nice females.
we've got two beautiful ewes in this class. I think the one I'm going to start with, she's just truer about her whole structure as far as her balance and her femininity. Big bodied ewe, I mean a tremendous amount of rib, but natural rib, not just fat. I mean the rib and the body and her belly that she has. I just, you know, watch that ewe walk around away from her. She's very wide base. The next ewe we have here, extremely long hind saddle, probably a little longer hip than the ewe that we have that we're starting the class with. Just gets a touch a little straight off those back legs when we put her in motion, but two very nice ewes I think will make fine brood ewes. Thank you.
Well, we're here to start off our natural colored show. Boy, do we have a nice set of rams. And the ram we've chosen to start the class off with here is just neat as a pin. I think a ram that really would do a lot of good for the breed itself, and just a high caliber, high quality individual. You really got to appreciate him from the profile. I think he's the best sheep that we've seen today thus far that profiles the way that he does. Super straight across that top end. Love the way that neck comes out of that shoulder, and one that's just super sound and structurally correct as he walks throughout the ring. You put a hand on him, he doesn't disappoint. I think one that's big and broad and explosive enough across that top end, especially throughout those front shoulders, which can be a challenge sometimes with this breed. An animal that's extremely long in terms of its rack and its loin, and he does have a lot of muscle definition to that rear loin itself. You crack open that fleece, I think he's the one that's the most consistent. We don't see any cross fibers, just a really nice individual. The ram here we have in our second place hold, nothing to take away from him. He's got a bit more of a coarser fleece compared to that ram there in that top end, and that's quite all right for us today. I think one that puts all the parts and pieces together quite nice. He is carrying more of a fleece, and that does make him appear to be a bit bigger, and we like that about him. I think he's put together well. He's really structurally sound. He's square. He's correct. He just gets out ponied today. He just doesn't have that width of loin or that depth of loin compared to that ram at the top of him. That ram there in our third place position, one that's super attractive from the profile. I think our biggest rib and biggest bodied ram for us here today. We just like to change him a little bit in that front end design, the way that neck comes out of that shoulder. We'd like to level him out across that shoulder. He tends to get a little bit peaked for me as we evaluate him from the top line. Here's the real game changer, folks. This Valet here, we've got in that fourth place. Oh boy, we'd really like to get him placed up a little higher. I think for a Valet in terms of their breed standards, he's a really good one, because the challenge with this breed can be structure, and I think he's structurally sound and he's correct. He's just to a disadvantage. He's smaller in terms of size. He doesn't get a bit peaked across those shoulders, but that's a breed character of that breed, or it's a standard within that breed that you just can't get out of them. But you open that fleece, really free flowing. I think they've done a nice job with him. Super sound. He's super wide too. Just a really high caliber type of guy. The ram that helps us round out the class here in our fifth place position, I think one that's good for his type and his kind. He gets a little bit on the taller end for me today. He has a bit too much air underneath of him. We'd like to depthen his chest cavity a bit more. We'd like to get a bit more flank to him. But I think an animal that's extremely long in its design and correct in that fleece pattern. Congratulations to our natural colored exhibitors.
Placing on the senior Ram Lamb class for the natural colored show. First place goes to entry number 4, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana, with halftime. Pines Inn natural colored 2361. Second place to number 5, E. Anderson 24-3, G Wiz, Katie Hartman, Charlotte, California. Third place to entry number 1, Morgan Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Fourth place to entry 9, Katie Hansen, Woodburn, Oregon. And 5 to entry number 7, Dylan Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. Placing on the Polled Dorset fitted early yearling U class, first place goes to entry 12, Crouch 2305, Ariano Ross, Roanoke, Illinois. Second place to entry number 14, Purple Ribbon Farm 710, Skylar Birch, Christiana, Tennessee. Placing on the Slickshorn early January ewe lamb class for the Hampshire show. First to entry 180, Scales, 4059, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. Second to entry 197, Fleener Livestock, 2303, Reagan Flory, Red Lion, Pennsylvania. Third to 182, Sophia Barnum, Leslie, Michigan. Fourth place to entry number 191, Grayson Poe, Trafalgar, Indiana. And 5 to entry number 183, Brody Silverthorne, Cutler, Indiana.
All right, we're going to start this class of Dorset ewes with by far the best breed type, the best structure, the best walking, the most balanced ewe that we have out here. And I guarantee you 90% of you out there said, well, she ain't tall enough. She's big enough, but she's not tall enough, but she is for me. When we put that much femininity, rib shape, width, you watch her walk when she moves, yeah, she's going to win the class. The ewe we have in second, and considerably much longer than the ewe we're going to start the class with. A sheep that really like her front end. She's feminine. She's acceptable in her breed type. Just a really nice ewe to fit in the second. Her big deal is from her loin back. She's one of the shorter ewes that we have out here. She falls off, gets very narrow there, and I think if you watch her walk, you'll see that where she puts her feet down on the ground. This is a problem ewe that we have here in third, because standing there looking at her right now, she's the one you kind of go, yeah, we're gonna win the class with her. She's straight enough down her top, not as straight as her first place one, straight enough down her top. She's good in her hip. She's big on her, as far as her foot size and her bone. She's acceptable in her breed type. I don't like the way she moves off of her back legs when we get her and put her in motion. The next ewe that we have here, tremendous amount of body, and that's what I like about this ewe. The broodiness about this ewe, with having some shoulder to her, still having some width of shoulder, but it fits the rest of her. Her big thing is if she's one of the shorter handling ewes that we have out there, if we could stretch her out a couple inches, she's up there trying to win the class also. We come into two ewes that will come in next. These are ewes that, and I don't think they're done growing yet. I think there's more to them that they will get to be taller ewes by the time it's all over and done with. The ewe that we have here in fifth, this is sheep incredibly long-sided, handles very long, very level down her top. Just once you really look at her, she's not quite wide enough in her skeleton, especially when you stand there behind her and watch her walk away. She wants to get a little ewe-necked on the move. The big ewe that we have down here in sixth, and that is a tall female, I tell you, and she is incredibly long. The thing is that proportionally, most of her weight is up front. I'd like to, from her last rib back, just like to mass her up and give her a lot more body, a lot more flank, a lot more hip. But nice class to use. Thank you.
Really nice set of Hampshire ewe lambs. The ewe that I chose to start with, I think, does so pretty handily. She's just so genuine and fresh in her kind. You step to handle her. She's extremely powerful and square over her top and loin edge. She's one that's really genuine in her structure as well when she gets out and goes. I think one that's a pretty logical place to start with. Interesting female here in second, extremely stout structured and big-footed. Really like the way she runs uphill and the way she's laid in right there at the point of her shoulder. Great profiling female. Maybe when you get right behind her, not quite as square and powerful out of her upper dock as compared to the ewes on either side of her, but still that sheep's profile has so much quality and good, and I think she's got enough muscle just in a comparative sense. I'd like to see her a little bit squarer up top. Ewe that we've got in third is one that, in terms of ESTs, her profile and her kind, from her hip and hind legs, so attractive when you get her out here on the profile. When that one gets out and goes, though, she really wants to roll that hock. Other than that, I think that's an extremely, extremely high-quality female. A little bit different kind right here in fourth, extremely rugged in her bone work, rugged in her muscularity, extremely powerful sheep. It's just when she gets out and goes, she's too short, stepping off both ends of her skeleton for me. And then the ewe we're going to round the top five out with really a long-bodied, extended female. I'd just like to see her tied together more correctly right there at her loin.
Over here in our natural colors in the middle, again, going to start the class off with just a big, rugged, powerful type of ram to start off our class here. I think the ram that we've got here in the number one hole certainly has the most power, the most muscle, the most carcass to him, and quite impressive. If you get a chance to handle him back at the pins, folks, I encourage you to do so, because just a lot of muscle packed into a wool sheep. We appreciate that very much from that standpoint. I think he's got enough springer rib. He certainly isn't the biggest bodied ram, but I think, again, from a character or a carcass characteristic standpoint, he really packs a punch. You take a look at that fleece. He gets into that medium range pretty easily for me, and one that handles really well. It's super soft to the touch and pretty consistent as you work from front to rear. the more smoky colored roan ram here in our second place hole, one that's probably got the most Springer rib, most body and capacity to him, and we appreciate him from that standpoint. We love the amount of bone that this ram brings to the table for us today as well. For me, he just isn't as consistent in that fleece. We tend to get lost there throughout the middle, and then we get back to a consistency on that hind leg. He tends to get a bit more peaked in that hind end than what that ram does in that first place position. The ram that we have here in our third place hole, one that's probably our more shallow-sided ram, and that's all right for his type and kind. I think he's got a lot of growing and ability to get back into that skeleton. A lot of the right parts and pieces. He works around the ring quite easily, quite free-flowing for me. Again, he just doesn't have that masculinity that those rams have above him today for me to get him any higher. The ram that we got here in our fourth place position, I think one that probably has the most capacity when we compare it to the rest of the rams here in our class today. Really appreciating from that standpoint. I think he's super long in terms of his spine and his design. He just gets a bit too narrow across the top for me today. Just not as much rack shape, not enough loin depth for me to get him punched up any higher. We'd like to get him up on those front pasterns too. He tends to get a bit soft for me today. The ram that we round out our class here is probably our most shallow-sided ram. We do appreciate him from the standpoint of length of body and the coloration in that fleece. I think he's got some good potential ahead of him. Just don't have enough fleece for me to evaluate today, and just doesn't have near the depth and capacity of body.
Placing on the class of fitted late yearling ewes for the Pole Dorset Show. First place to entry 21. Pine Knob Farm, 2334, Lindsay Eddy, Marysville, Ohio. Second place to entry 17, Trail Run Dorsets, 2220, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Third to entry 18, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. 4 to entry 19, Madeline Syme. And 5th to entry 20, Grace DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. Placing on the class of junior ram lambs for the natural colored show. First place to entry number 18, Shakel, 2408, Black Bear, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Second place to entry 11, WBF 1698, Cody Botsford, Scipio Center, New York. Third place to 12, Logan Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. 4 to 15, Jared Neumeister, Greenfield, Indiana. And 5 to 16, Morgan Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Placing on the Hampshire class of Slickshorn January ewe lambs in the intermediate age division. First place goes to entry number 220. Ellerbrock, IL 1171-20536, Kenzie Menon of Walton, Indiana. Second place to entry number 202, Nickel 2417, Case Williams, Reynolds, Indiana. Third to 200, Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. Fourth place to 205, Carly Berkheimer, Dillsburg, Pennsylvania. And fifth place to 204, Brooke Young, Bell Buckle, Tennessee.
Really good set of rams out here for our champion drive on the natural colored end. And, you know, I've been talking about these guys quite a bit that were on the top end, and I think they deserve all the credit that they can get. Again, folks, for being a wool breed, I think they just really pack a punch. I would challenge them to go against some of these other breeds that are showing on either side of me in terms of overall capacity and muscularity and carcass attributes that they certainly could add to the industry. Quite impressive, folks, really. And again, when we take a look at those fleeces, I think they're extremely soft to the touch. They're long enough in terms of length to get them evaluated and have a valuable staple length for us today. I'll get off here and we'll shake the hand of our grand and our reserve champions.
For our natural colored show, our champion ram goes to our first place senior ram lamb, Entry number 4, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana, with halftime, Pines Inn Natural Color 2361. The reserve champion was first in the junior Ram Lamb class. Entry number 18, also Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana, with Shakel 2408, Black Bear. Now ready to go into the natural colored early yearling ewes. Early yearling ewes are those born September 1 of 22 through and including January 1 of 23.
A really solid ewe to start this class with. If you look at maybe not quite as long, especially like our third place shoe, but I think she's long enough. She definitely handles long from the last rib back, especially into her hip. Really nice about that dock set. She's got some width in that area there in the top part of her hip. And just very good footed, fits right well into the first place hole. A bigger bodied ewe, which I like. I certainly do appreciate. She just is kind of a stouter maid. There's just more to her. A sheep that when we get her on the move, I don't quite like her very well off her bath pasterns. Not that she's horribly bad. She's just that first place one's a little bit better. The next ewe that we have in third, that is by far might be the longest sheep that for her size, that we've had out here today. Incredibly long loin, very long hind saddled, just maybe not as true down her top, especially when we get her on the move, as the two that we have in front of her. The next ewe we have here, very feminine. I really like a breed type about this ewe. When you look at her from the front end, she's very smooth. She's got a little bit of width of chest, but it kind of fits the body and all, which I like. I think for me, when you stand behind her, she's a little too narrow. I'd like to open her skeleton, make her a little bit wider. The next ewe that we have down here, really love the way this ewe holds her head when she moves. She is really up-fronted. She's just shortening up quite a bit, especially when you handle her down that side and into that hind saddle than the ewes we have standing in front of her. Thank you.
Placing on the fitted Pole Dorset class of early fall ewe lambs. First place goes to entry number 32, Scotch Lane Farm 900, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Second place to 27, Crouch 2405, Morgan Crouch, Maroa, Illinois. Third place to entry 24, Taylor Crouch, Maroa, Illinois. Fourth to 29, Grace DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. And 5 to 30, Claire Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. All Dorset exhibitors, we want to remind you of your policies. The slick shorn policy will be enforced in the Dorset shows, the Dorset Advantage that we finished, and the slick shorn classes of polled and horned. Absolutely no belly wool will be tolerated. You will be excused from the ring. Reminder too that Dorset exhibitors must be on the head of the sheep while in the show ring.
Got 6 very good females out here. I think all of them in their own right, very good representatives of the Dorset fitted part of the Dorset breed. You know, all of them are relatively good in their structure. Some of them move well than others, but I mean I think they're all acceptable in that area. I think they're all feminine. They've got some body to them. Yet still nice in their front ends. I'll go out and pick your champion and reserve.
Three really contrasting sheep to start this class of Hampshire ewes. The one that I chose to start with I thought had a class advantage in terms of femininity and look from the profile. That sheep's really flat and smooth at the point of her shoulder and really runs uphill. Really great in her lines as well. When they get out and go in the top 3, she's without a doubt the most flexible off both ends of her skeleton. And yet when you step to handle this sheep, she does have more power than you'd expect from the outside. She's sure wider and fresher to the edge of the loin than I expected. I think a nice sheep to start with. Easily the power ewes here in second, so rugged and powerful in her bone work, extremely massive on the top side of her skeleton and from behind, really, really shapely down through the lower portions of her leg. But along with that comes just a touch more shoulder in relation to our class winner, but still I think an awfully, awfully nice female. Here in third, we've got a female that's extremely powerful out of her upper dock and through her loins. She's one that when you step to handle her is probably the most impressive of any. To me, though, she's more terminal in her rib shape. She's a little bit flatter, not quite as robust through the rear portion of her rib compared to the two ewes ahead of her, but still I think an awfully high quality ewe. Here in fourth, we've got a little bit larger outline female, one that I sure like for her added expression up top on the top side of her skeleton. Really a lot of dimension from behind, maybe just a little bit piecier when she gets out and goes in relation to the three ewes ahead of her, but one I think with a lot of quality. And then the really big, stout structured, big outlined ewe here in fifth that we're going to round the top five out with. Just wants to run downhill just a touch, maybe needs more rear rib and flank to go with her chest floor as well.
Over here for our natural colored females, and I'm pretty excited for the rest of the show, folks, if they are this kind of caliber as they continue to come out. We're going to use the finest fleeced female here to help us win the class, and I think one that's just really nice in terms of her design, one that's got a ton of power within. She's big barreled, she's big chested, but not too heavy fronted from that standpoint. One that's got a ton of mass and muscle and power across that top, and it goes all the way down through that leg. Certainly doesn't disappoint. You crack open that fleece, super consistent. If you're looking for a fleece that has some character to it, look in. I think that's a really nice fleece itself, and certainly the densest fleece that we have here. It'll be the highest yielding fleece in the class today. The female that we have here in our second place position, one that by no doubts is a kind of our showstopper. She's the one that profiles extremely well, and she does play the part as she's out here looking pretty good. But from the standpoint of consistency of that fleece, that's really why that fine wool ewe gets ahead of you today. The fleece, if we could change it a little bit more, would like to lengthen it in the front end. I just don't see the consistency from front to rear, and we just get a little lost as we work through that bridge. But if you're looking for an animal that's going to put a lot of power and carcass back into the natural colored breed, look at this female here. She's got a huge top into her. She's got a lot of depth of loin to her as well, and a powerful leg to boot. The female that we have in our third place position out of our top three is going to be the one that carries the most condition for us, but she isn't over-conditioned by any means. We'd like to trim her up just ever so slightly from that standpoint. When we look at that front-end assembly, I think this is the ewe that does it for me today. She's just a little bit more cleaner and crisper in terms of her lines and really does nice job of profiling that ewe. When we evaluate her from the hind side, she tends to get a bit more peaked around that rump and just doesn't carry the consistency and fleece as we see in the top two individuals. The folks here in our fourth place position are our larger framed female here for us today. Arguably our longer spine female, probably one that has the longest loin as well. But as we tend to lengthen out this female here, she gets a bit more narrow across that top for me. And with that, she tends to get a bit more narrow at the base, especially in that front end. If we could change her, just get her a bit more explosive throughout that chest cavity, and she'd be right up there with the rest of them. The female that we help round out our class here today, one that's really nice in terms of character of fleece. If you're looking for some boldness of crimp and a natural colored fleece, look at this female here. I think one that does a really nice job. For me, she just gets a little bit too short in terms of her fleece to evaluate it for consistency all the way across that body. She tends to get a little softer on her feet, a little shorter in her stride, but a really nice high quality set of natural colored females. Congratulations.
For the fitted pole Dorset, our senior champion ewe went to our first place late yearling ewe. Entry number 21, Lindsay Eddy, Marysville, Ohio, with Pine Knob Farm 2334. The reserve champion was our first place in the early yearling ewe class, entry 12, Ariana Ross, Roanoke, Illinois, with Crouch 2305. Placing on the Hampshire class of Slick Shorn January ewe lambs in the late division. First went to entry 229, All-Star 342, Lily Williamson, Elwood, Indiana. Second to 231, Silver Dollar TR 24145, Tad Thompson of Lebanon, Indiana. Third place to 237, Wyatt Nixon, Delavan, Wisconsin. Fourth place to entry 235, J.C. Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. And fifth place to 227, Elizabeth Schiff, Jamestown, Ohio.
For our natural colored females, we're going to start the class off with the more maternal based female. I think the one that just really gets it done quite well. Got a ton of bone, ton of mass to her. She's got a lot of spring of rib, and we appreciate that from that standpoint from her. I think she's wide enough across the top, and she's broad enough throughout that front end, but yet remains feminine enough. As we look at her fleece, I think one that's pretty consistent from front to rear. We'd like to change it a little bit ever so slightly from top to bottom, but I think good enough for us to get her there in that second or that first place position quite easily. The female that we have here in our second place hole, probably the one that we like the most from the profile. I think in terms of a show you, one that is really put together quite well, both in that front quarter and that rear quarter. The problem that I have with the female here is that midsection for us. As we put her into motion, she tends to get a bit more coarse across that top line. We'd like to level her out ever so slightly, but really the reason that female gets there in that second place hole, even given that she has a stellar fleece, I think one that's really nice, has a lot of boldness of crimp to it. We just like to have that fleece a little bit longer in that front portion of that fleece to evaluate it just a tick better. Female we have here in our third place hole, one that's really nice from the standpoint of length of body. I think she's probably our longest spined animal that we have here in our class today. One that has a nice soft touch to the fleece, probably one of our finer fleeces, at least in the top three for us here today. If we could change her so slightly, we'd like to pick her up in that front end a bit. She tends to run downhill when we put her into motion. We'd like to make her a bit broader and thicker across that top as well. The female we have here in our fourth place position, one that's really nice in terms of those maternal attributes. I think she's got a lot of bone under her, but still remains feminine enough throughout her entire skeleton. For me today, she just has a little bit too much cover to get her to bump up any higher today. The female that helps us round out the class, one that has a super dense fleece, one that has a really nice fleece from the standpoint of fineness. I think that crimp is consistent from front to rear, top to bottom. We appreciate the softness of fleece. We just like to fix her up a little bit in that front corner structurally. As we put her into motion, she tends to get a little bit soft in that front end and just doesn't have the gait that these other females have for us today.
So this class here, the ewe that we're going to start with, I think I'm very impressed with her. We're actually the first two ewes. I mean, those ewes, I think they're wide, they're broody, they're still showy, they're feminine. I think, and definitely not the perfect sheep because there's not such a thing. But I think the big difference between these two ewes is the way that first one handles. She is incredibly wide top, big in the top part of her hip, one of the biggest loin sheep that we've had through here today. It's a solid female to start the class. The next one probably might handle a tick longer, a sheep that's maybe not quite as deep flanked as the ewe that we have in first, but I certainly appreciate the amount of length that we have. She's longer than our first place ewe, and here again, handles very straight down her top, very good out into her dock, into her hip. Just maybe not quite as big a loin as our first place ewe, but very similar ewes there, first and second. A real flashy ewe that we have in here with a kind of an extreme pattern sheep. She moves around the ring very good, other than she's a tick narrow. I like to see just bulk her up just a little bit, make her a little bigger around. The next ewe that we have here, she is a little bigger top than our third place ewe, a sheep that handles with more muscle than our third place ewe, but when we put her in motion, she wants to drop her front end down just a little bit and roach her top. We could fix that on her. She'd definitely be moving up into class. The next ewe here, appreciate the amount of capacity, the broodiness that we have here, how big around she is around the middle part of her body. I think that's a sheep that's going to make a tremendous brood ewe. But here again, when we get her and put her in motion, doesn't hold her top the way I like to see. Just like to make her a little more easy, free her up just a little bit where she's not straining to walk. But nice set of ewes. Thank you.
To me, easily the most difficult three that we've sorted through today and probably will. I think a trio that have quite a bit of difference and quite a bit of quality. The ewe that I chose to start with, I think, combines the attributes of the second and third place female. I think she's fresh and attractive up through her front end, and yet I think she's really powerful up on the top side of her skeleton and from behind. I think she's still rugged in her bone work and kind, and yet feminine in the way she's put together. I think she's the one of the three to start with just because of the combination of those traits. Ewe that we've got here in second is easily the freshest of the top three. She's the one that I really like how extended and clean she is up through her front end, really wants to run up a hill. And when you step to handle that sheep, she does have more muscularity and dimension than what I initially anticipated. Comparatively of the top three, she's probably the lightest muscled, but I sure wouldn't call that a light muscled sheep. I think one that just in terms of femininity and extension gets to place over the third place ewe. Third place ewe to me either had to be first or third. She has so many Class E ESTs in terms of muscularity, stoutness, power, and yet she's still extremely flexible when she gets out and goes. She combines that into attractive picture for me. In relation to the two directly ahead of her, maybe not quite as extended, a sheep that maybe isn't quite as big up through her upper hip compared to our class winner is, but still I think an awfully good sheep and one with so many unique pieces I think will be an interesting breeding piece. Ewe that we've got here in fourth is one that I think is just really complete in her kind. She's great in her basic build and flexibility. Maybe not quite the pop and flash of the three ewes ahead of her, but still an awfully good, complete, flexible female. And then the ewe that we're going to round the top five out with, extremely heavy muscled and powerful in her kind, maybe just a little bit quicker in her kind as well.
For the natural colored show, we had two yearling ewe classes. In the early yearling ewe class, the results are as follows. First place went to entry 29, Southwest Sheep Company 23-03, Emily Anderson, Grant City, Missouri. Second place to entry 25,
What does that mean?
Keeney 2219, Hudson Hortz, Zephyr, Texas. Third to 26, Olivia Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. 4 to 23, Dylan Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. And 5 to entry number 27, Jaron Dumeister, Greenfield, Indiana. In the late class, first place to entry 34, Craig 2307, Dylan Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. Second place to entry 39, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana, with Shakel 2316, Shauna. Third place to entry number 37, Logan Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. 4 to entry number 33, Morgan Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut. And 5 to entry 31, Emily Anderson, Grant City, Missouri.
That's the
Placing on the Paul Dorset fitted late fall ewe lamb class, first place goes to entry number 36, Colby Toole and Tommy Slack, with Hilltop Dorset's 2410, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Second place to entry 39, Nichols Sheep Farm 2364, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Third to entry number 46, Thomas Vandeventer, Carmargo, Illinois. Fourth place to 47, Ariana Ross, Roanoke, Illinois. And 5 to entry 42, Grace DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. Placing on the early February ewe lamb class for the Slick Shorn Hampshires. First place goes to entry 245, Miss J, Ohio 81638519, Anara Schroyer, DeGraff, Ohio. Second place to entry number 254, Wheaton 24114, Cole Ritter, Fortville, Indiana. Third to 264, Cole Ellerbrock, Atkinson, Illinois. Fourth place to 260, Bryson Wolpe, Greensburg, Indiana. And fifth place to entry number 249, Wyatt Nixon, Delavan, Wisconsin.
You were starting the class with, I think, especially when we make them move, she's the most fluid moving walking sheep, walking ewe that we have out here. I think structurally she's the most sound sheep that we have out here. Just handles really nice down her top. Definitely not the thickest sheep that we have out here. That ewe stand in second, but I think when she fits all those pieces together, very nice balance. That ewe in second is one stout female. She is big-footed. She is big top. I think for me, she wants to shorten up a little bit. Maybe not quite as much hip as we see in that first place ewe, but just in her top, from her loin forward, that is a large sheep. The next ewe, she's definitely the one that catches your eye, and I think probably her time is yet to come as far as a show ewe, because there's a lot of grow left in this sheep. She is just very, very smooth. Probably at this point in her life, she's a little more narrow than the two that we have in front of her, but boy, her general outline is she's going to be something else next year. This ewe that we have next, big body, kind of a broody ewe. I like the circumference around the middle part of her body and that forerib. I mean, that's a sheep that's just got a lot of good to her, and to be here in fourth. The next two ewes, we can talk a little bit about this. They're extended. They got some length aside, but we're fighting the calendar here a little bit. They're just a little bit behind on the maturity to catch up with these other ewes, but we will look forward to seeing them next year. Thank you.
Placing on the fitted winter ewe lamb class for the Pole Dorsets. First place goes to entry number 51. Nichols Sheep Farm 2402, Ellie Honold, Godfrey, Illinois. Second place to entry number 53. Nichols Sheep Farm 3202, Mystery DF. Gemma Dorsey, Morrow, Illinois. Third place to entry 54, Madeline Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut. 4 to entry 49, Hadley Paulus, Castown, Ohio. And 5 to entry 48, Judd Bergman, Wadesville, Indiana.
The last class I mentioned, the top trio were difficult to sort through, and I think in this class we've got the exact opposite. I think we've got a female that wins and wins for fun. She's one that's so bold in her bone work, still great in her look, muscular, attractive, flexible. I think an awfully easy female to start with. You that we have here in second, I think second and third is somewhat close. I thought the female that we have in second is more expressive and fresher on the top side of her skeleton. I thought she was bigger over her rack and fresher to the edge of her loin. Really like the squareness this female has out of her dock. And yet you get off to the side of her, she sure looks like a female. In relation to the two females on either side of her, she's maybe a little bit smaller footed, but still I sure think she's stout enough. You that we've got here in third I think is really interesting, really a big bone, stout structured ewe that's long bodied and extended. Kind of a tougher female to get a read on today, not cooperating, and she's maybe one not quite as expressive and fresh on the top side of her skeleton, but yet I think an awfully high quality female. One we've got next in line, really long bodied and extended. I really like that sheep's look from the side in terms of her length of body and her chest floor, her correctness of lines. Just wish that one was a little more opened up underneath. When you get right behind her, she's a little more played out down through the lower portions of her leg compared to the females above her. and really a muscular, powerful, square-built female will round the top 5 out with just a little bit quick in her kind for me.
Well, boy, a really good, deep, high-quality set of sheep here to evaluate on the natural-colored end. And the female that we're going to start off with is the female I've had my eye on ever since this big class came in here. One that you can just appreciate for the size and the mass, but not only that, the femininity of this ewe. I think one that you put a handle on her certainly packs a big punch. She's super expressive throughout that rack, throughout that loin. She certainly has the most amount of depth of loin in her today. You take a look at her fleece, it certainly doesn't disappoint. Just a really high quality, high caliber kind of female to help us start off our class. Female that we have here in our second place position, one that's really nice for her type and her kind, one that we appreciate for the length of body in this female, one that has a lot of natural Springer rib to her as well. For me, she just gets a little bit more waisty across that 12th and 13th rib for me to get around that ewe ahead of her today. The ewe that we've got here in our third place position, probably one that's put together a little bit better than that ewe there in our second place position, one that we appreciate the consistency, quality of fleece. She's trimmed, she's lean. She just gets a little splayed out on that left front foot for me to get her any higher today. The female we have here in our fourth place position, one that we really appreciate the coloration to this female. I like the character of this fleece, probably the best in the class. For me, she just gets too narrow across the top and just lacks overall muscling compared to the others above her today. The ewe that helps us roll out the class is our finest fleece ewe here, probably our highest yielding fleece of the class. She just gets a bit more refined in her structure and her skeleton and just doesn't have near the mass as the other females for us today.
All right, nice class here in our ewe lambs here. We've got one a very attractive ewe from the side view. I think a sheep that shows you some extension. She shows you some growth, some future progress. A ewe that I think very easily wins this class. Would like to take a little bit of set of her back legs. She is a little long hawk, but I think she's acceptable there to win the class. The next ewe, I like just the skeletal mass of this ewe. Look how big that foot is. A sheep that's got some rib to her. She's got some body to her. She's got some top to her. Problem is, if we kind of put her in motion, she gets a little ewe-necked and kind of falls apart a little bit on me. If we could kind of tie her together a little bit better, she would easily win the class. The next ewe, by far the best handling ewe that we have out here. Big rack, big loin, really straight down her top. Just a little quick in her kind for me. I'd like to see just a little more growth to her, and I'm not saying she needs to be huge, but I would like to extend her just a little more out of that, get that neck up out of that shoulder. The next ewe here, here again, she's one that's kind of fighting the clock. Her better days are yet to come. She just needs a little more time, a little more feed, but her general outline is right. I think she'll be a nice ewe for next year. Thank you.
Placing on the natural colored class of senior ewe lambs, first place goes to entry 43. Wolf 23-157. She is her. Braden Wolf, Upper Sandusky, Ohio. Second place to 44. Pines Inn Natural Colored 2351. Believe, Morgan Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Third to 42. Braden Wolf, Upper Sandusky, Ohio. Fourth place to 48. Cassidy Shackle, Atlanta, Indiana. And fifth place to entry 58. Emily Anderson, Grant City, Missouri. Placing on the class of fitted spring ewe lambs for the Pole Dorsets. First place to entry 56, Scotch Lane Farm, 946, Delaney Crouch, Maroa, Illinois. Second place to entry 58, TSF 2402, Owen Torrance, Good Hope, Illinois. Third place to entry 61, Callie Carty, Gray, Tennessee. And 4 to entry 59, Julianne Bergman, Wadesville, Indiana. Placing on the Hampshire class of intermediate February ewe lambs. First place goes to entry number 281, ST1171-20422, Cole Ellerbrock, Atkinson, Illinois. Second place to entry number 279, Davis 2424, Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. Third place to 275, Wyatt Lang, Binger, Oklahoma. 4 to 267, Samantha Everhart, Carlisle, Indiana. And 5 to entry 269, Lydia Wilson, China Grove, North Carolina.
Solid set of females that we have out here. I'm happy with what we've got from breed type, structure, how they handle, and that. That being said, it's the motion, the ones that move the best, and also the ones that did handle the best, and they put all that together. But anyway, there's 2 ewes out here that fit that ticket for me. I'll go out and pick your champion in reserve.
Placing on the fitted Pole Dorset Spring Ewe Lamb class, first place goes to entry 56, Scotch Lane Farm, 946, Delaney Crouch, Maroa, Illinois. Second place to entry number 58, TSF 2402, Owen Torrance, Good Hope, Illinois. Third place to entry 61, Callie Carty, Gray, Tennessee. And 4 to entry 59, Julianne Bergman, Wadesville, Indiana.
Another really high quality set of February Hampshire ewe lambs. The one that I chose to start with, I think, does so pretty handily in terms of her added flexibility, look from the side, and muscle. Really a feminine female that I think sure runs uphill, great in her lines, really attractive out of her hip and hind leg. And when they get set out in motion, that's where she has an advantage over our second place female, is she's more correct in the slope of her shoulder. She's one that's sure longer stepping out of her front end. You that we've got next in line, really powerful and muscular, really impressive on the top side of her skeleton and from behind. I like her added bone work as well. It's just when she gets out and goes, she's more upright in the slope of her shoulder, and so because of that, she's a little bit lower tying about her shoulder and maybe not quite as long reaching out of her front end. Really a nice complete female that we have here in third. One that in terms of just basic build and kind, you've sure got to like. She's good in her line, she's sure heavy structured, and she's flexible on the go. In direct relation to the ewe directly ahead of her, she's maybe not quite as impressive on the top side of her skeleton, maybe a little bit plainer to the edge of her loin as well. Really a complete female here in fourth. I really like her underline. She's so neat and clean in her chest floor in relation to her flank, one that sure runs uphill. Just like to square her up off her hock just a little bit. And then the ewe we're going to round the top five out with really a big-bodied, massive female, maybe just a little far along in her condition for me.
For our Paul Dorset show, our junior champion ewe came out of the fitted late fall ewe lamb class. Entry number 36, Colby Toole and Tommy Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin, with Hilltop Dorset's 2410. Reserve junior champion to entry 39, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana, with Nichols Sheep Farm 2364.
Another good set of natural colored females for us out here. And we're really splitting hairs, folks, here on 1 and 2. I think both of them are pretty good. And I think depending upon the day and your preference, we could swap them either way. We've got them situated here where the one that has a bit more white throughout that fleece herself is going to be the one that wins the class for us. And it really comes down to consistency of fleece. I think one that carries that crimp and that boldness and that structure far better, far greater, all the way down through that rear bridge, but one that we really can't poke a hole in terms of her structural design and her carcass attributes. The ewe we have here in second, again, nothing to take away from her. I think one that's got a lot of Springer ribs. She's a good foundational type of female, one that just doesn't carry that consistency of fleece as we evaluate it from front to rear. Here in third, really want to get at that, give a shout out to the Valet here, one that's really neat for its type and its kind. We talked earlier on that ram where we couldn't get enough levelness across the top. Guys, this one's got it. We don't have that peakiness of shoulder, really like it from a structural standpoint. Just gets out ponied, don't have enough power. We'd like to put a bit more carcass into it, but take a look at that fleece too, one that's really nice. It isn't matted and free and flowing. Appreciate her from that standpoint. Female we have in our fourth place position, probably the female that has the finest fleece out of our top four here for us today, and that's what helps her land her here in that fourth place position. One that is carrying a bit more condition, and that's why she gets bumped down for me today. The female that helps us roll out the class is nice in terms of length of body, length of spine. I think she's got a lot of power throughout her. We just need to feed this female a little bit harder to get a bit more oomph into her to get her to place any higher today.
Holy cow, John, you ought to see this set of females down here. I've got 4 tremendous ewes, and I think you can make an argument for any 4 of these to be your champion ewe. You're not going to change my mind. I know which one I want, but I do think that quality, we see those type of qualities in all 4 ewes. I am very, very impressed with these fitted Dorsets and through the whole show, but I think these are some stud ewes here. Here again, we go back to balance, structure, and breed type, and that's what especially today. But that's kind of what I've always looked at, and it doesn't hurt if they handle with some thickness too. So anyway, I found that in 2 ewes down here, and I'll go pick your champion of reserve.
Grand champion Pole Dorset ewe in the fitted division goes to our senior champion ewe. Out of the late yearling ewe class, entry number 21, Lindsay Eddy, Marysville, Ohio, with Pine Knob Farm 2334. The reserve champion goes to our junior champion from the fitted late fall ewe lamb class, entry number 36, Colby Toole, Tommy Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin, with Hilltop Dorsets 2410. Placing on the Slickshorn class of February ewe lambs for the Hampshires in the late division, first place goes to entry 290, Wheaton 24053, Jackson Ritter, Fortville, Indiana. Second to 287, Ellerbrock, IL 1171 20325, Cade Menon, Walton, Indiana. Third place to entry number 292, Tyler Elliott, Iola, Michigan. Fourth place to 293, Bristol Buckland, Huntington, Indiana. And 5 to 296, J.C. Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin.
In my mind, this pair sorts up extremely quickly in the first class of March Hampshire ewe lambs. The one that I chose to start with, I think is just so good in her line, so uniform in her body depth. One that I sure like that outward turn to her leg. She's a sheep that yet when you get her in motion is extremely flexible off both ends of her skeleton. I think a really, really high quality individual. Ewe lamb that we have next in line I think is so complementary in terms of her pieces. She's one that once again is very flexible off both ends of her skeleton. I really like her added rack shape and power on the top side of her skeleton from the profile in relation to the ewe directly ahead of her. Maybe just a little bit weaker right there at the edge of her loin, but still I think an extremely, extremely high quality female. One that we've got next in terms of quality, look, the way she's put together is one you sure have to like, one that really runs uphill, got great pieces of muscle and flexibility. She just gets out horsed today. The next two ewes that we got in line, really big structured female here in fourth, one that I really like her added power and shape, one that is also probably the largest outline to the drive. For me, she's maybe just a little bit mature for a March ewe lamb. And then the ewe we're going to round the top five out with, really square built female, just a little too refined in her bone work.
One ram in this class, but well deserving to win the class. I think a sheep that's got a tremendous amount of power in him, especially when you handle him down this top. He's big in his rack. He's really, really wide in his loin. Ties that together really nice coming back into that hip. Just a good ram to win the class. Thank you.
There's one.
Placing on the Hampshire Slickshorn March ewe lambs in the early division. First place goes to entry number 310, Pokey Princess, Ohio 8163-8490, Jada Schroeder, DeGraff, Ohio. Second place to entry number 325, Hobbs 24303, ET, Prada, Lauren Johnson, Walton, Nebraska. Third place to 322, Riker Beckmeyer, Morrisonville, Illinois. Fourth place to entry number 315, Elizabeth Schiff, Jamestown, Ohio. And 5 to 319, Bristol Buckland, Huntington, Indiana. Placing on the class of Pole Dorset Slickshorn Fall Ram Lambs. First place to entry 66, Johnston 23428, King Midas, Peyton DeWeese, Evansville, Indiana.
Tell you what, folks, the natural color deal is certainly a challenging one to evaluate from the side, and and wanted you to put a handle on them as well, because there's just so much variety here, and it's really difficult to be able to place these different types of fleeces amongst one another. But that's what we've attempted to do here in our top three. We've got something representative from each fleece category. The female that we're going to use comes from that medium fleece category, and one that I had a hard time finding a hole in terms of any type of fault to put upon this female. I think one that's super level across the top. She's square off that hind end, and just a really complete package. When you take a look at that fleece, it's got enough character, it's got enough structure for us to leave her up there in that top end. The female we have here in our second place, that Valet again, one that's just really good for its breed and its breed type for what it is in reality. Super long spined, it's got some depth of muscle, it's got some power. I really appreciate how open that fleece is, the luster is there. We just aren't able to get her up there in that first place hole just due to the fact of not enough days on feed. I think that female in that first place hole just gets her done from the standpoint of overall completeness. The female we have here in our our third place position, more of our fine type of fleece, and we really appreciate the consistency and quality of the fleece. Again, the densest fleece that we have in our class here today. For me, she just gets too narrow across the top, lacks in terms of depth of loin, and she tends to slope off that hind end. But a really high quality set of females here in 1, 2, and 3 that represent their respective breed categories and wool classification categories quite well. The female we have here in our fourth place position, one that we like from the profile in terms of spring or rib capacity throughout her body. I think one that's extremely thick and wide across the top. She just lacks an overall consistency of that fleece. She tends to get towed out on both front legs for me to get her any higher today. The female that helps us roll out the class here, probably our bigger framed female for us here today. One that certainly has a lot of nice attributes, might be the widest and thickest across the top, but certainly doesn't have that depth of body or that depth of loin to get her going any harder today.
Placing on the natural colored junior ewe lamb classes. In the early class, first place went to entry number 72, Scotch Lane CT 580943, Tia. Emily Mills, Ashley, Michigan. Second place to entry number 68, Kuykendall 1115, Kaylee Holloran, Waterloo, Illinois. Third place to entry 73, Katie Hansen, Woodburn, Oregon. Fourth place to entry 62, Dylan Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. And 5 to 69, James Davis, Hinckley, Illinois. In the late class of those junior ewe lambs, first place went to entry number 75, Morgan Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Scotch Lane 0950, Spicy. Second place to entry Second place to entry 74, VBS WA Purple Iris 1661, Katie Hansen, Woodburn, Oregon. Third to 82, Emily Anderson, Grant City, Missouri. Fourth place to 77, Morgan Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. And fifth place to entry 67, Logan Corzat, Berwick, Illinois.
a lot of depth of quality out here for our natural colored female champion drive, and I'm pretty proud of the females we've been able to sort out here. Massive show, guys. Big kudos to you for bringing out a quality set of individuals. And you know, at the end of the day, we've got to ensure that these females are going to be functional. They've got the right parts and pieces. They got to be structurally sound. And again, as we've seen in some of those other breeds being on the wool side, we do have to take into consideration the wool aspect itself. But really, when we get into more of these bigger and these frame type sheep, we need to make sure that they're good on their feet and their legs. They've got enough product. They've got enough power underneath that hide as well. And I think that's really where these two individuals that we'll go out here and shake the hand of really excels in terms of carcass attributes and carcass quality. Again, guys, appreciate the opportunity to sort through a really nice set of females here on the natural colored side. And please give these guys a nice round of applause. It's a nice show.
For the natural colored show, our overall champion ewe goes to entry number 43 from the senior ewe lamb class, shown by Braden Wolf, Upper Sandusky, Ohio. Wolf 23-157. She is her. Reserve goes to entry 44, second in that senior ewe lamb class, Morgan Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Pines Inn natural colored 2351. Believe.
Ram Lamb class here. We're going to start with, I guess, I'd hope to think he's the youngest one in here, but I think he's the freshest. I think he handles great down his top. This is a ram that structurally is so well balanced. His skeleton is made right. You watch this guy move around the ring. He holds himself together extremely well. The next ram that we have here, a lot more power. He's bigger top. He's got more hip. He's got more lower leg than that first place one. This is a sheep that kind of really like, except I don't like his front end. I think he's way too bold in his front end. If we could neaten that up and not make him quite as wide in his chest floor, then he'd be winning the class for sure. A huge, powerful ram that we have here in third. Look at the foot size on this guy. He is tremendously heavy. It's a ram that's just a little piecey today. I don't think he's definitely not quite as thick when we view him from behind as the two that we have in front of him. And I think for me, I'd really like to change him, strengthen him up on those back feet a little bit today also. This next ram, great silhouette that you see on this ram. Very even about his lines. Love the way he holds his head up, and he does this when he's moving or standing still. This is a sheep that from his hip forward, I really, really like that sheep a lot. He just kind of disappoints you when you get in behind him. Just need to give him quite a bit more hip and lower leg. This next ram, a ram that shows you quite a bit of extension from end to end. A ram that's he's just not heavy enough. If we look at his skeleton, if we look at his mass, I mean, as far as his muscle mass, just not quite enough there of him today to move up any higher. Thank you.
Placing on the Slickshorn Pole Dorset class of winter ram lambs, first to entry number 76, Crouch 404, Clayton Heisey, Lebanon, Pennsylvania. Second place to entry 74, Slack 4145, Catherine Rapp, Pocono, Pennsylvania. Third to entry 80, Lindsay Eddy, Marysville, Ohio. Fourth place to entry 78, Jeffrey Wilson, Dansville, New York. And fifth place to entry number 69, Harper Carey, Richwood, Ohio.
as we round out the Hampshire show, quite a bit of variety in terms of condition, flesh, maturity in this drive, but I think an awfully nice 5 to sort up. The female that I chose to start with is maybe as unique featured as anything we've seen today. Her bone and foot is outrageous. Considering where she is in her maturity, she's so fresh in her shape. She's one that I love the way she's built from the profile, and yet when you step to handle her, really a powerful female, and like I said, still really youthful and fresh in her kind as well. Female that we've got next in line, I love her line. She's so correct in her underline. She's one that's sure shapely when you get right behind her. I just wish that female would get out and go more comfortably off both ends of her skeleton, but man, when she's just standing there, that's one you sure gotta like. Another really green female here in third. One that you sure got to like the way she runs uphill, or flatness of shoulder, or elevation up front. She's just a little bit harsher to the touch compared to the others in the top 5, but still I think that one's basic build has enough quality to keep her here. Really a practical female here in fourth, really a big ribbed, flexible ewe, one that I really like her kind, maybe just doesn't have those ESTs and added shape and expression as some of the other ewes. And then the one we're going to round the top 5 out with, really a massive female, maybe just a little bit further along in terms of her condition for me, but still I think an awfully good female.
For the natural colored show, our best fleeced natural colored animal came from the yearling ewe class, entry number 29, Southwest Sheep Company 23-03, Emily Anderson, Grant City, Missouri. Again, we're now ready to move into our Cordell show. We need senior Ram Lambs to the ring, please. Placing on the late class of March ewe lambs for the Slickshorn Hampshires. First place to entry 348. Wheaton 24-181, Parker Wheaton, Caledonia, Michigan. Second place to 341, Johnson Family Showstock 24212, Grayson Alley Parker, Barnesville, Georgia. Third place to entry 344, Cole Ritter, Fortville, Indiana. Fourth place to entry number 342, Eleanor Carson, Arcadia, Indiana. And fifth place to entry number 346, Lincoln Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma.
I think we've got a pretty easy class winner here today. I think just expressively muscled, big in his top. He's wide base without being coarse. I think her ram is by far the best moving ram that we have out here. Easily the best moving ram that we have out here in this class. The next ram, really extended. I mean, the length of neck, the length of spine. I mean, that dude is just a mile long. You got to really appreciate it about him. And with being that long, he still holds his top together when he moves around the ring. Just kind of when you get in behind him, I like to get him to drop those testicles down. He's holding them up way high. I'm not real crazy about that. The next ram that we have out here, the next two rams, tremendously heavy. If you look at the size of the foot, the body mass that these two rams have, I mean, they're just a load of sheep here. This ram that we're going to have standing here in third, he's just a tick longer than the one we have standing in fourth. The rams that here again, I like to change their feet and legs a little bit on both these rams, but you got to appreciate the amount of mass they have, and especially the hip that this third place ram has. And like we said, this ram we have in fourth, just a tremendous amount of performance. There is a lot of sheep there, probably the biggest, the widest loin of any sheep that we had in the class. Then we're going to round out with this younger guy. He's really green, super fresh, just gives a beautiful silhouette. When you look at that ram from the side, he's just getting out pounded today, but it's something definitely look at in the future because he's made right. Thank you.
Over here on the wool side, unfortunately, we've only got a couple entries here to start off our Cordell show, and I think a couple individuals that could stand a lot more competition. We've got two different kinds that we're dealing with, and for me today, we're going to use the more bold and rugged type of ram to win the class for us. One that has a lot more bone and structure to him. I think he's got a bit more character to that fleece. You put a handle on him, he doesn't disappoint. He's got a lot more spring of rib and a lot more capacity on that top end than that ram there in second. Nothing to take away from him there in that second place position. From a fleece perspective, I really appreciate that ram in terms of length. I appreciate the naturalness of that fleece itself. But again, I think he just simply gets outpowered to get ahead of that ram there in that first place position.
For our Slickshorn Hampshire show, our junior champion ewe was exhibited by Cole Ellerbrock, Atkinson, Illinois, with ST 1171-20422 out of the Slickshorn Intermediate February ewe lamb class. The reserve junior champion came from the Slickshorn Early January ewe lamb class, Drew George, Niles, Michigan, with scales 4059. Placing on the Slickshorn class of spring ram lambs for the Pole Dorsets, first place goes to entry 93, Kaylee Chenauld, Mahal, Oklahoma, with Oldenburg 4081. Second place to entry 85, Francesca Volpe, Helena, Montana, with 406 Club Lambs, 465 Tommy. Third place to entry 088, Lane Wilfong, Warm Springs, Virginia, 4-90, Breland Slack, North Manchester, Indiana, and 5 to entry 97, Brett Martin, Attica, Ohio. Placing on the senior ram lamb class for the Cordales, first place goes to entry 1, Craig 2333, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. Second place to entry number 2, Dewdrop Farm 23-91, Jackson Jeske, Lakeland, Florida.
So we've got a nice set of rams out here to pick to pick your champion and reserve from. I think here again, of course, you want some pattern to them, but being males, they still need to be masculine and be thick, heavy structured, and with all that put together, and still trying to get them to move. But I think we got two rams out here that fit that bill, so I'll go pick them.
Champion ram for the Pole Dorset Slickshorn Show goes to the first place Spring Ram Lamb, entry 93, Kaylee Chenault, Mulhall, Oklahoma, with Oldenburg 4081. The reserve champion ram goes to our first place animal from the Winter Ram Lamb class, entry 76, Clayton Heisey, Lebanon, Pennsylvania, with Crouch 404. All right, we're ready for pair of Hampshires. Any two Hampshires, regardless of age or sex, owned by one junior member. For our Slickshorn Hampshire show, our overall champion ewe went to our senior champion.
Keep going.
Out of the late Slickshorn yearling ewe class, Northern Star Livestock Service 23023, Hudson Hortz, Zephyr, Texas. The reserve champion was our junior champion out of the Slickshorn Intermediate February ewe lamb class, Cole Ellerbrock, Atkinson, Illinois, with ST 1171-20422. The following is your futurity results for the Hampshires. For the fitted purchased ewe lamb futurity, 10th place goes to Alexis Moore of South Dakota with Fuller FSF T425. There was a tie for 9th and 8th. Aubrey Moore of South Dakota with Klug HH 23281 and Blaney Woods of Kansas with Klug HH 23280. 7th place, Blaney Woods of Kansas with Mum M2410. 6th place, William Taylor of Kentucky with Held 2344250. 5th place, Foster King of Ohio, Double Bar D 2419. 4th, Aaron Holleran of Illinois with Held 234437. A tie for 2nd and 3rd between Foster King of Ohio with Double Bar D 2421 and William Taylor of Kentucky with Held 234419. And our overall winner was Avery Smith of Iowa with Kelgard 24216. For the fitted raised ewe lamb class, the 4th place was Conley Hoagland of Montana with 7 mile 24045. Conley was also 3rd with 7 mile 24048. In 2nd place, William Taylor with Taylor Stock 407, and William Taylor was also 1st, William is from Kentucky, with Taylor Stock 402. In the fitted yearling ewe division, 8th place went to Conley Hoagland of Montana with 7 mile 23014. 7, Foster King of Ohio, Double Bar D 2326. 6th place, Conley Hoagland of Montana with Underwood 2082. 5th place, William Taylor of Kentucky with Alf 36423. 4th, Brooke Hershey of Ohio with Held 2243022. 3rd place, William Taylor of Kentucky, Bobbin Dryer 2325. 5th, Charlie Spoonster of Missouri with Alf 39023. And our winner, Tinley Spoonster of Missouri with Meyer 2325.
Out here for our Cordell Rams, I think we've got a really high quality set, especially in these individuals that are still remaining out here in the ring. For me today, we're going to use the Ram that's just a bit more bold and rugged in his design, one that's got far more bone underneath of him. He's structurally correct. He's up on those pasterns. He's up on those feet, and he looks like a Ram. He acts like a Ram, and he does what we need him to do. When we crack that fleece open on this guy here, it's just a bit more crisp in terms of its character. Really appreciate the boldness of the crimp that's throughout this one's fleece here, and just appreciate the over cleanliness of the fleece itself. Nothing to take away from the Ram here in our 2nd place position. I think one that we really like from the profile, I think one that is extremely flashy from the profile, one that's just super long in terms of its skeletal makeup, one that does pack a punch in terms of carcass characteristics too. From a structural standpoint, he just doesn't move as freely across the ring as what that Ram does out in front of him. He gets a little soft on that front end. He gets a little sucked up in that scrotum on the back end as well. I'd like to just straighten him out a bit on the front end, and he'd certainly surpass that Ram up there up top. The Ram that we have here in our 3rd place position, probably our biggest footed Ram in the class here for us today. One that tracks extremely well. We like the levelness atop on him from that first throughout the center of his body. He tends to get rounded off on the hind end itself and tends to get a little heavier chested for me today. The Ram we have here in our 4th place position, one that matches up quite well to that one in our 2nd place hole. Extremely long spined, one that's thick and wide across the top. He tends to just get a little shallow throughout that loin to get around that Ram in that 3rd place position. The Ram that helps us round out the class here in our 5th place hole, probably our longest in terms of skeletal design type of Ram, one that just simply gets outpowered and outponied to get any higher today.
Placing on the Cordell Junior Show Junior Ram Lambs, 1st place goes to entry 6, Manor View 2402, Devin Sachs, Greenville, Ohio. Second place, to entry 7, Peters, 2404, Emma Peters, Versailles, Ohio. Third, to entry 9, Garrett Sachs, Greenville, Ohio. 4, to entry 8, Andrew Freehand, Bradner, Ohio. And 5, to entry 4, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois.
In our yearling U class here, we've got a ewe. I think she is just so upfronted, a sheep that travels as well as anything we have out here in this class. I think she's the one that's balanced. She's thick enough. She's feminine enough. Really like kind of the maternal look you look at. I love that rib shape we have on that ewe. I think she fits easily into the first hole here. The second ewe is probably from a skeleton standpoint, it's probably a little bigger footed, a little heavier. Here again, there's enough thickness there in that ewe. I really like how that ewe fits together from front to back. I think for me, she's just a tick out of proportion. She's a little bolder fronted, which I've said I don't mind that. Than she is bigger from behind. That thing, if we could change, she's wide enough base, but I think we just give her a little mass in that back third of her body, and then she's going to be your class winner. This is the one that kind of caught my eye from a balanced, solid female standpoint. I thought I really liked just a sheep that especially when you watch her move, she's easily the best moving sheep in the ring. The way she holds her head, the way she holds her top, she's big in her hip. I think if you actually handle her and analyze her, she does not have enough rack. She's not near enough rack. She's the biggest loin, widest loined ewe in the class, but it's more fat than it is muscle there right behind her shoulder. But just that's where I fault her. This next ewe here again, this is one from just a stoutness of body, of skeleton. You certainly do appreciate that sheep. She just wants to tape. She's not quite as full out through her hips, especially that loin out through her hip than some of the other ones that were in the class. The next ewe we have here, another one that we like, the rib shape in that ewe. She is, like I said, she's very maternal looking, which is a good thing. But for me, she's just too short from her hip back. I'd like to give her a lot more muscling back there and make her a little wider base when she moves. Thank you.
Although a small show for our Cordell Champion Drive here on the Rams side, I think one that could certainly, again, stand a lot more competition. Just some really high caliber, high quality types of individuals out here. Really impressed with the top end here. A lot of bone, a lot of good skeletal structure underneath these animals. And when you take a look at these fleeces, I think they're nice, they're clean, they're crisp, and they've got a lot of character to them. They're pretty consistent as you work throughout them as well. I've got two individuals out here that I like quite a bit. We'll go out here and shake the champion's hands.
Placing on the Pole Dorset Slickshorn Yearling U class in the early division. First place goes to entry 102, Johnston 22719, Caden Lake, Norwich, Ohio. Second place to entry number 113, Bowers 3211, Thomas Vandeventer, Carmargo, Illinois. Third to 108, Carter Bills, Columbia City, Indiana. Fourth place to entry 106, Eric Taylor, Jeffersonville, Ohio. And 5 to 110, Allie Boyd, Latonia, Ohio. For our Cordell show, Champion Ram goes to the first place animal out of the Senior Ram Lamb class, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with Craig 2333. Reserve Champion was first in the Junior Ram Lamb class, Devin Sachs, Greenville, Ohio, with Manor View 2402. Now ready to move into your yearling ewes. We do want to announce in the Shropshire Show today, the following animals have been selected for DNA sampling at the show. This will take place immediately after the completion of the class outside the show ring. They will be testing Champion Ram, Reserve Champion Ram, Champion Ewe, and Reserve Champion Ewe. Yearling Ewe Futurity winner, as well as the Ewe Lamb Futurity winner, as well as the following randomly drawn placings. 4th in the late Junior Ram Lamb class, 10th in the late Yearling Ewe class, 11th in the early January Ram Lamb class, 6th in the early February Ewe Lamb class, and 2nd in the late February Ewe Lamb class. Futurity, finishing up the futurity for the Hampshires. Slickshorn purchased ewe lambs. 5th place, Ava Wilson of Wisconsin with Metro 2469. 4th, Isabella Pirawags of Ohio, Westlake 2462. 3rd, Ava Wilson of Wisconsin, Rupnow 2441. 2nd, Conley Hoagland of Montana, Crazy H Club Lambs 23106. And first place to Samantha Everhart of Indiana, Buckham 4098. For the slick-sheared raised ewe lamb, a tie for 9th and 10th, or for 8th and 9th between Ty Thorson of Wisconsin, Metro 2437, and Clayton Landis of Pennsylvania with HPF 2408. 7th place, Clayton Landis, Pennsylvania, HPF 2406. 6th place, Campbell Coyle of Kentucky with Terradice 24071. 5th, Clark Coyle, Kentucky, Terradice 24049. 4th place to Clark Coyle, Kentucky, Terradice 24121. 3rd, Campbell Coyle of Kentucky, Terradice 24024. And 2nd, Ty Thorson of Wisconsin, Metro 2401. And 1st place to Samantha Everhart of Indiana with Everhart 2385. And finally, the Slickshorn Yearling Ewe Futurity, 6th to Clayton Landis of Pennsylvania with HPF 2305. 5th, Samantha Everhart of Indiana with Everhart 2340. 4th, Conley Hoagland of Montana with Crazy Age Club Lambs of 2354. 3rd, to Isabella Piragoski of Ohio with Westlake 2305. 2nd, Clark Coyle, Kentucky, Hamburger L018. And finally, 1st place, Ty Thorson, Wisconsin, Metro 2322. Again, we want to remind you, exhibitors that had a champion or reserve champion ram or ewe, there was a bio sheet that was handed out with your awards out in the ring. Please fill those out, bring them back up here to the show ring desk to me so I have some more information to utilize as we announce the Supreme Champion Drive tomorrow.
I think we've got two powerhouse ewes to try to sort off to figure out who's going to win the class. I'm just going to use the one that's just a little more maternal. I think she gives me just a little better look. I think love the balance on this ewe. I think that's a sheep that, she's showy enough for here, but then there's plenty of room in there for babies and whatnot. And I like that ewe quite a bit. I think if you look at her when she walks away, how naturally wide base she is, and just up-headed, I think that's a good sheep. A little more expressive muscle ewe that we have here in second. I think a sheep that's probably better in a loin as far as how she ties from that loin into that hip than our first place ewe. She's just a tick shorter in the hind saddle than our first place ewe, but man, I mean, it's close. Those are two awfully good ewes. The next ewe that we have here, just giving up just a little bit of a look. I think a sheep that's she's very neat in her front end. She's very feminine in her front end. I think a sheep that's not majorly wrong anywhere. Just need to, when we stand in behind her, maybe give her just a little more power to get above that ewe, the two ewes that just left. And when we get her moving around the ring, maybe drop her top down just a little bit. She wants to roach just a tick. The next ewe here, tremendous amount of body and natural width in that ewe. This is a sheep a little heavier conditioned than the three that are in front of them. Maybe not quite as much true muscling down her top as it appears to be, but you certainly like how feminine she can be, how neat fronted she can be, but still have that much rib to her. Then a real fancy long-sided ewe that we have here we're going to round the class out with. There's tremendous amount of thickness when you stand in behind that ewe. When you look in her between her stifle down into her twist, there's a lot of muscling there. This is a ewe that gets a little straight-shouldered for me. I like to free her up, give her just a little more flex to her skeleton to move up today. Thank you.
Placing on the late class of Slickshorn yearling ewes for the Pole Dorsets, first place goes to entry number 125, Obsession Showstock 3234, Breland Slack, North Manchester, Indiana. Second place to entry 119, Silversmith 2339, Landry Krieger, Washington, Indiana. Third place to 123, Francesca Volpe, Helena, Montana. 4 to entry 118, Lindsay Eddy, Marysville, Ohio. And 5 to entry 115, Owen Atwater, Knoxville, Iowa. Shropshire exhibitors, we want to remind you that your class splits are as follows. You do have a split in the January ewe lamb class. We have the early class, those animals born between January 1 of 24 and January 15 of 24. The late class will be those born January 16 through and including January 31. For the Februaries, we have an early and late split as well. February ewe lambs, the early class will be those animals born January 1 through January 7th of 2024. The late class will be those animals born January 28th through and including those animals born February 28 of 24. So February 8 through February 28 will be your late class. February 1 through February 7 will be your early class.
Nice set of Cordell females out here to start off our female drive, and the individual that we're going to use to win the class here, hands down, easily does it for me. One that's just structurally sound. She's a complete. She's wide and thick across that top. Got a lot of springer rib, a lot of body to her. Doesn't disappoint when we evaluate her fleece. Really super consistent front to rear, top to bottom. I love the expression of that crimp that's in there. Just a really nice high quality female to help us start off the class. female here in our second place position, one that mimics our champion of the class quite well, one that we appreciate her in terms of her design with her lines. I think she's nice and square as we work throughout that system. For me, she just isn't as up-headed as the female that wins the class for us. We get a little bit shallow in terms of the length of the fleece for us. Liked it to be just a tick more longer for us to evaluate it a bit more consistently. The ewe here in our third place position, one that's really nice. I like the breed character of this female, one that's really nice and clean, up-fronted, clean-chested, one that's super long in terms of her skeletal design. For me, she just lacks overall power. She tends to get a little bit lean across that top end. She tends to get a little less deep in terms of that loin and that design. I'd really like to correct her in that manner, and I'd also like to put a little bit more crimp into that fleece. For me, it just gets a little stale. It gets a little stale in terms of its design as well. Female we have here in our fourth place hole, one that we can appreciate for the maternal ability that she brings to the ring for us today, one that's got a ton of capacity for us. However, she just doesn't have near the structure, doesn't have the bone as those individuals do ahead of her today. Female that helps us round out the class, one that we really like in terms of that fleece feel and structure and design, one that's really consistent as we work throughout it. But from a structural standpoint, we'd like to clean her up in a few areas. We'd like to lengthen out that hind saddle as well and get her a bit more up-fronted and up-headed for us today.
To start the Shropshire show, I think we've got a nice fall ram to begin with, one that sure runs uphill, long-bodied, sheep that sure still has plenty of muscle as well, good breed tape. I think a nice place to start. Here in second is another rugged sheep, really stout structured and big bone. Another sheep that I sure like his color and wool carriage as well. To me, he's just a little bit plainer in his muscle shape. Probably the best bodied sheep of the drive is right here in third. One that I really like is rib cage. I like the power on the top side of his skeleton, and from behind, he's a little too dark for me, and probably more concerning, he's extremely small testicled. Really a wide-built sheep here in fourth, long-bodied as well. Maybe just a little plainer from the profile. Really a massive sheep that we have here in fifth, just a little too short and compact up through his front end for me. And then the ram we're going to round the class out with is one that sure has plenty of muscularity, just like to change the way he's tied together from the side.
Placing on the Cordale Yearling U class, first place goes to entry 23, Peters 2311, Emma Peters for Sales, Ohio. Second to entry 16, also Emma Peters with Peters 2302. Third place to entry 21, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. 4 to entry 22, Brady Craig. And 5 to entry number 20, Emily Mills, Ashley, Michigan. Placing on the class of Shropshire Senior Ram Lambs, first to entry 5, Flanders VIP 3633, Cassidy Shackle, Atlanta, Indiana. Second to entry 7, Lane Falk, Farmington, Missouri with Falk 231003. Third place to entry 3, Caden Daugherty, Mount Gilead, Ohio. 4 to entry 4, Zachary Rife, Carmel, Indiana. And 5 to entry 6, Vivian M. Stephenson of Viroqua, Wisconsin. Helping in the Shropshire ring today is Michaela Hodenshield of Kenton, Ohio. Michaela is 11 years old, and she's working as the 2024 Shropshire Bo Peep. She is also the 2023 recipient of the Shropshire Starter Flock. Thank you for helping us out today, Michaela, and welcome to the North American.
Unique set of Cordell ewes out here. I think we've got a lot of different varieties and kinds, and for me, we're going to use the female that just profiles the best in the class for us today. One that's got a ton of Springer rib to her. She's structurally correct. Just has a lot of capacity and carries a lot of muscle within. If we could change her ever so slightly, I'd like to get that midline in terms of that fleece itself to blend a little bit better with both that front quarter and that rear quarter, but that's being a little picky. I think a female that easily wins the class for us today. The female that we have here in our second place position, one that's very traditional in its type and kind, and we appreciate her for that. I think she's got some beautiful breed character to her herself. One that we appreciate her in terms of that fleece that she's got onto her. One that's extremely clean, bright, and lustrous as soon as we get that fleece cracked open. But when we compare her to that ewe that wins our class here today, she simply gets out-ponied. We'd like to put a little bit more bone into her and a little bit more muscle to get her to bump up one more position. The ewes here that are in 3 and 4, pattern very similarly. I like the design of them. I like the length of body on them. They just get out-powered for me today. We'd like to get a few more groceries into them. We'd like to pick them up on those front pasterns as well.
Placing on the Cordell Senior Ewe Lamb class, first place goes to entry 27, Peters 2312, Emma Peters for Sales, Ohio. Second to entry 29, Lean 2361, Cupcake, Angeline of Arlington, Iowa. Third place to 26, Addie French, Wakeman, Ohio. And 4 to 25, Brooke Hershey, Wooster, Ohio. The National Junior Dorset Association annual meeting and pizza party will be held tonight at 6:30 in room 105. Juniors and their families are welcome.
Over here on the Shropshire side, I think we've got a pretty logical class winner, one that's sure really rugged in his construction and big-footed and boned, still really long-bodied and attractive from the profile. I think he wins pretty handily. Sheep that we have next in line, really a heavy muscled ram. I like his added dimension on the top side of his skeleton and from behind. Maybe doesn't tie together quite as nicely down through his chest floor as the sheep that we chose to win with. I like the basic build and design of the sheep that we have here in third. He sure runs uphill. He's long-bodied and extended. He just wants to get a little bit played out down through the lower portions of his leg when we get right behind him. really a thick, heavy muscled sheep there in fourth, really wide constructed ram. He's just too heavy chested for me. And then the ram we're going to round the top 5 out with is sure one that you sure like is his added mass and dimension, just like to neaten him up from the profile.
Placing on the class of early junior ram lambs for the Shropshires, first place goes to entry 12, City Limits 24016, Enigma, Drake Sluts, Maple Park, Illinois. Second to entry 10, Flanders VIP 4205, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Third place to entry number 18, Lane Falk, Farmington, Missouri. 4 to entry 19, Vivian M. Stevenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin, and 5 to 22, Kinley Tenney, Greenville, Ohio.
I think we've got 2 ewes here that separate themselves out pretty quickly from the rest of the class, and then 1 ewe that puts herself to the front of the class very easily. I think femininity, structure, balance, I think she's the one. Thick enough in my mind for a female, definitely in her top. Maybe like to give her a little more lower leg, but I think she's adequate in that area. The next ewe on that same pattern, just maybe not quite as straight in about her lines. She's not as wide in her hip when you stand and look behind her, and when you put her on the move, she doesn't track as wide as the ewe we have standing in front of her. The third place ewe, tremendous amount of thickness here. Big top, big rack, big hip. I think that my problem with this ewe here is I think she's a little quick. I think she's about done, and I'm a little worried about it. I'd like to see her be a little, the potential to be a little bigger than what she is now, but I certainly do appreciate the amount of mass that we have there. This ewe here that we have next in fourth, tremendously long-sided, the longest-sided sheep that we have out here, especially for her height, is a sheep that's really neat about her underline. Just kind of tapers off when we get back in that, not quite as good in that loin, not quite as deep in that flank as the ewes that we have in front of her. And the same thing could be said by the ewe that we have here, just a nice solid ewe in fifth, a sheep that wants to get a little lazy. I like to see her hold herself together just a little better when we get her on the move, and maybe give her a little more hip and lower leg to compete against the ewes up above her. Thank you.
Over here in the Cordell ring, we're going to use the female that's just explosive in terms of her design. One that's just got a lot of mass capacity and power to her. From a carcass standpoint, I think one that's just really big and bold throughout that rack, all the way back throughout that hip as well. When you pop up on that fleece, really appreciate the consistency in here. I like that boldness of crimp. Again, I think for me, I'd like to increase the consistency amongst the center of the body on that animal, but one that's certainly acceptable for us today. The female that we have here in our second place position, one that is a nice silhouette of the Cordell breed. I think one that meets breed standards quite well, one that's got enough bone, enough power to her as well. For me, she just doesn't walk near as smooth throughout the ring. We'd like to smoothen her up in her gait. We'd like to pick her up on them front pasterns a little bit to get her around our class winner. The female that's here in our third place hole, one that's a bit more plain in terms of her design, one that has plenty of capacity for us today. She simply lacks an overall length. When we evaluate her from that hind saddle forward, she just gets too short for me to get any higher today. The female we have here in fourth place, one that we appreciate the boldness of crimp in terms of that fleece for this individual. We really like the length of the fleece on her as well. However, she just simply gets outpowered for us to place any higher today. The females that we have here in fifth and sixth that help us roll out the class, a couple of good females. I think they're just simply too young, a bit too green to be competitive today.
Placing on the Cordell January Lamb class, first place to entry 33. Peters 2400, Emma Peters, Versailles, Ohio. Second place to entry 30, Craig 2401, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. Third to entry 31, Avery Mills, Ashley, Michigan. Fourth place to 32, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. And 5 to 34, Carter Hebertshausen, Republic, Ohio. Placing on the Pole Dorset Slickshorn Fall Lamb class, first to entry 131, Parker McCrum, Volant, Pennsylvania with Lulu, W.D. Dorset's 1322. Second place to entry number 132, Scotch Lane Farm 910, Madeline Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut. 3 to entry 138, Derek Coleman, Lakeville, Ohio. 4 to 140, Amanda Rapp, Pocono, Pennsylvania. And 5 to 134, Braxton Young, Emporia, Kansas.
It's been an impressive show so far in the slick shirt Dorsets, and I'm can't imagine how crazy it's going to get when you get into the young ewe lambs. But I've got 6 females out here I like a lot. I think there's a lot of future to all these to go and add something to the Dorset breed. We've got sheep that are showy, I think showy enough for the show ring, but broody enough to go home and work too. So anyway, I'll go out and pick your champion reserve.
Interesting class of Shropshire Rams as we round out this division. Really a long-bodied, extended sheep to start with. I really like the way he runs uphill, and when you step to handle him, really muscular and expressive to the touch as well. A nice sheep here in second. He's really good in his lines. I like how correct he is in his underline. Maybe just a notch more chest than the ram directly ahead of him, but still one that you have to like for his basic build and structural integrity. The ram we've got next in line is one I thought I'd initially run a little higher. I think that sheep, in terms of his kind, the way his shoulder lays in, his correctness of lines, the way he runs uphill, and when he gets out and goes, I thought that he'd be one to run with a little more. The longer that we're out here, though, the weaker he gets off those rear pasterns. Really a big-bodied sheep here in fourth. I like his added mass and dimension on the top side of his skeleton. He's just too refined in his bone work to go along with that. And then the more conservative framed ram we're going to round the class out with. I sure like the way his shoulders lays in and his added elevation up front. Just runs out of gas compared to the four ahead of him.
For the Pole Dorset, our senior champion ewe was the first place in the late senior ewe or late yearling ewe class. Entry 125, Breland Slack, North Manchester, Indiana. Obsession Showstock, 3234. The reserve was the first place in the Slickshorn Fall ewe lamb class. Entry 131, Parker McCrum, Volant, Pennsylvania, with W.D. Dorset's 1322 Lulu. Placing on the late junior Ram Lamb class for the Shropshire Show. First place goes to entry 28. KJB 2404, Kenyon Buckland, Huntington, Indiana. Second place to entry 27, City Limits 24093, Hype, Drake Sluts, Maple Park, Illinois. Third place to entry 30, Kennedy Algar, Fredericktown, Ohio. 4 to entry 24, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. 5 to entry 31, Kinley Tenney, Greenville, Ohio. For our Shropshire Show, the champion Ram goes to the first place early junior Ram Lamb, Drake Sluts, Maple Park, Illinois, with City Limits 24019. Reserve champion to the first place in the late junior Ram Lamb class, Kenyon Buckland, Huntington, Indiana, with KJB 2404.
A really nice set of Cordale females here again in the ring for us today. And the female we're going to start the class off here with is the one that I think is a bit more structurally complete. I like her design a bit better. I think she profiles the best in the class here for us today. Put a handle on her. She's really thick and wide across that top. Really love the expression in the rack in this female for us. She really has a nice fleece to her. I think she's got enough boldness to crimp to her. If we could change her ever so slightly, I'd like to bring that tail head up. I think she slopes a little bit more than that ewe does here in that second place hole. And that's really what brought her up into that second place position was the squareness of dock on her. Really like the amount of bone. I like the squareness. I like the big foot that's on this female as well. But when you compare her to that first place female, she just doesn't profile near as well. She tends to get a little heavy fronted for me. We'd like to extend her up throughout that front end. The female we have here in our third place position, kind of a challenging female for me to place for us here today. One that we really like from the profile. I think she's put together extremely well in that front end. However, when you compare her to 1 and 2 in the class today, she just tends to get a little bit narrow across the top. We'd like to depthen her out in terms of that loin, but boy, another ewe that has a spectacular fleece. Speaking of fleeces here, number 4 is one that will really wow you here. I think one that's extremely nice, probably the boldest crimp that we've seen in the breed here for us today. But for me, I think it's a bit too expressive in terms of that quality of that fleece. There just isn't enough of it there for me today. She tends to get a little bit shallow. We'd like to drop her down on that flank herself, but I think one that's really nice for the length of skeleton she provides for us. The female that helps us round out the class here today in fifth, I think one, we really like her fleece. I think one that for me almost gets to the point of being too fine. One that's extremely dense, one that's extremely clean. However, I think she just lacks an overall quality of fleece compared to the others ahead of her and just lacks slightly in the amount of muscle for us today.
Results of the February and later ewe lamb class for the Cordales. First place goes to entry 36. Peters, 2402, Emma Peters for Sales, Ohio. Second to entry 37. Manorview, 2404, Claire Sachs, Greenville, Ohio. Third place to entry 42. Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. 4 to entry number 38. Andrew Freehand, Bradner, Ohio. And 5 to 40, Anja Lean of Arlington, Iowa.
Folks, we got a nice set of Cordales out here for our female champion drive, and again, pretty excited and pretty pleased with the individuals that we have out here. I think they've got adequate amount of bone. I think they're good in terms of their structure, in terms of their design. They certainly meet the standards of those breed characters that we strive to hit for the breed. And the thing that gets me is going to be some of the variations that we see in fleeces. As we've stated throughout a lot of these classes, we're looking for those fleeces that have a lot of character to them. And that meaning that they've got that crimp and they've got that consistency and they've got that luster for us. I think there are several individuals out here that please me quite well. I think really 5 in my mind that do a really nice job. But unfortunately, we can only pick 2, so I'll get off of here. We'll select the Grand and Reserve champion, but please give these guys a nice round of applause for a nice set of Cordale females.
For the Cordale Show, our champion ewe goes to the first place yearling ewe, entry 23, Emma Peters for Sales, Ohio, with Peters 2311. Reserve champion came from the late class of junior ewe lambs, the late February and later. Entry number 36, Emma Peters for Sales, Ohio, with Peters 2402. Next class for the Cordales is Best Headed Individual. That'll be followed by Best Fleece and then State Flock.
There was a ton of variety in that class. There's everything that you want to find was in there. But I do think we've got five very functional, productive, maybe not production oriented, but productive, even productive sheep that are still what I consider show sheep. I don't think there should be a separation between show sheep and your brood ewes, but that's just my opinion. The ewe we're going to start with, I think she's heavy. I mean, she's heavy in she's a tick over condition, but she's a heavy, in her skeleton. She's heavy in her muscling. I think the neat thing to watch about her is she's naturally as wide as anything we had in the class when she moves around the ring on her own. We're getting borderline whether she's feminine enough. I think she's still there, but I wouldn't want to chunk her front end up any more than what it already is. The next ewe, that's your feminine ewe. I mean, boy, she is just flashy. Now she's looking great. She's looking like $1,000,000. A sheep that's just not near as much power, especially when you stand in behind her, as that ewe that's going to win the class. But it's certainly like just how smooth and well put together that ewe is. This next ewe here, she would probably be one that would be in contention to win the class, other than her back feet. I can't tolerate those pasterns like that. I think if you look at that sheep, she sure handles good and all that kind of stuff and good. But from a structure standpoint, I've got to change her there to go any higher today. The next ewe lamb here we got is very similar to our first and second place ewe lambs. It's a sheep that here has a great turn of rib. She's still got quite a bit of belly, but yet she's nice and neat in her underline. I think the sheep is going to go ahead and make a very nice brood ewe. The next ewe we have here is, and I'm hoping she's much younger than everybody else in the class, but I think there's really nothing wrong with her other than time. I mean, she's made right, she's straight in her line, she's good-footed. There's just not enough of her to try to compete with others in the class, but structurally I think she's sound enough to stand up here in the top 5. Thank you.
For the Corriedale Best Headed Individual, it went to entry number 52, Double C 542, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. And that is a ewe lamb, January ewe lamb.
Really nice class of Shropshire yearling ewes over here in our ring. I think the sheep that wins does so pretty handily. She's really fresh in her design up through her front end. Really like her correctness of lines, and sure one that's got plenty of power and dimension when you get right behind her. I think an awfully nice place to start. Ewe that we've got here in second is maybe just a notch longer bodied than our class winner. She's a female that I sure like her basic build and kind. When she gets out and goes, is so flexible off both ends of her skeleton. From a handle perspective, she's maybe not as expressive on the top side of her skeleton compared to our class winner, but still I think a female that sure got plenty of dimension, and I like that added look and flexibility on the go. Really a rugged, structured female here in third. I really like her added bone and foot. I like her breed character as well. It's just when that one goes away from you, she wants to taper some out of her dock. Maybe just doesn't wedge quite as nicely as the two ewes ahead of her, but still I think a rugged, practical kind of female. Ewe that we've got here in fourth, I like for her length of body and extension up front. When she gets out and goes, she's a little bit tighter, moving off both ends of her skeleton. And then the big bred ewe we're going to round the top 5 out with, really massive and powerful, extremely long-bodied as well. Just a little bit heavy conditioned for me.
Placing on the class of Pole Dorset Early Slickshorn Winter Ewe Lambs. First place goes to entry number 172. Johnson Family Showstock 24062, Blake Leader, Crawfordsville, Indiana. Second place to entry number 150, WF 845, Levi Willman, Hartford City, Indiana. Third place to entry number 156, Chloe Nicholas, Augusta, Wisconsin. Fourth place to entry number 153, Allie Boyd, Latonia, Ohio. And 5 to 163, Grady Callahan, Olstein, Florida. Placing on the early class of yearling ewes for the Shropshires. First place to entry 45, City Limits 23041, Drake Sluts, Maple Park, Illinois. Second place to entry number 053, Ellsbury 23-031, Miley Williams, Pendleton, Indiana. Third to 56, Skylar Birch, Christiana, Tennessee. Fourth place to entry number 44, Jaden Sluts, Maple Park, Illinois. And 5 to 41, Vivian M. Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin.
Look, it's
Best fleece for the National Corriedale Junior Show went to entry number 1, Craig 2333 out of the Fall Ram Lamb class, Brady Craig of St. Joseph, Illinois. For the final class of the Corriedale Show, our state flock, first place goes to the state of Ohio, second to Illinois. We are now starting our show for the Columbias. Columbias are now in the ring.
good set of Columbia Fall bucks here to start off our ram show in the breed. We're going to start off the class here with the ram that's just got simply more power to him, and one that's got a bit more bone. I think he's a bit more fluid as he rolls to the ring. You take a look at both of these Rams fleeces. I think they're pretty consistent when you compare them against one another. The Ram in that first place hole just has a denser and higher yielding fleece for us today. Nothing to take away from that Ram there in that second place position. We appreciate the length of body, the length of skeleton this guy provides. He probably has the longer loin compared to our class winner. Unfortunately, he just gets outpowered. He tends to get a little bit more shallow in terms of his chest and his flank, but two nice Rams to represent the breed.
Placing on the Senior Ram Lamb class for the Columbia Show, first place to entry 4, Thiessen 2339, McCoy Thiessen, Sauk Center, Minnesota. The second place animal, entry number 3, Thiessen 2336, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio.
Really competitive set of Shropshire yearling ewes out here in the second class. The female that I chose to start with, I think, is so powerful in her build, extremely heavy muscled up top and from behind, really shapely out of her hip and down through the lower portions of her leg. She's added stout structured, and she's maybe just a little bit heavy conditioned for me, but what's unique about her is that she still maintains her chest floor, she still maintains her look from the side and running uphill, and where I particularly prefer over the second place ewe is her breed type. I think her color is quite a bit nicer. Ewe that we've got here in second is so expressive in her muscularity, a lot of dimension and power in this sheep, still really attractive from the side, maybe just a little bit tighter stepping there at her hock and a little too dark for me, but still I think another extremely high quality female. Love the stage this ewe's at here in third in her reproduction. I mean, that swoop to her rib cage and that femininity up through her front end. She's one that's so attractive from the profile because of that, how close she is to lambing. I think an extra stout structured female, but along with those things, when you get right on top of her, she's a little bit plainer in her muscle shape, maybe not quite as powerful down through the lower portions of her leg as any of the top 5 up here. Really attractive female here in fourth. One that her basic build and look from the side is sure exemplary. Great in her lines, really attractive in her underline, especially one that's still really flat at the point of her shoulder. It's just when that sheep gets out and goes, she's too straight at her hock for me, and because of that, she's starting to give a little bit down through her lower pastern as well. And then just a massive female here to round out the top 5, really wide built, just a little too heavy conditioned for me.
Placings on the class of late yearling ewes for the Shropshire Show. First place to entry 69, Buckham Farms A 3309, Brianna Hubbard, Cushing, Oklahoma. Second place to entry 58, A8, Cassidy Shackle, Atlanta, Indiana. Third place to 67, Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. 4 to 68, Adriana Windland, Shakopee, Minnesota, and 5 to entry 60, Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois.
For our second class, the Columbia Rams, we're just going to leave them lined up the way that they came in. Again, as we did in the other class, we're going to start off here with the more rugged, the more powerful type of ram. He's got certainly the most mass and capacity throughout that skeleton. You take a look at this guy's fleece here. I think he's just a bit more consistent in terms of that design and the character of his fleece overall. If we could change him ever so slightly, I'd like to smoothen him out over across the top of the shoulder blade, get him lengthened out in that front end like we see in that second place ram. The second place ram, one that probably profiles the best for me today, one that appears to have quite a bit of bone and mass and structure to him. I think he's just the younger ram, and he's just simply outpowered. If we could change him a little bit, get a little bit of a longer fleece to get a better handle on it, but one that I think has a nice bright future to him. The ram that helps us roll out the class here in third place, one that's got a ton of Springer rib to him. He's got a lot of front end capacity. However, when you evaluate him from the side, he just really lacks in terms of the depth of flank. He doesn't have near the muscle, and he kind of rounds out off that hind end when we compare him to 1 and 2.
Placing on the Columbia class of junior ram lambs, first to entry 6, Thiessen 2405. McCoy Thiessen, Sauk Center, Minnesota. Second place to entry 5, Arthur 4413, Nash Arthur, Greenfield, Indiana. And third to entry 8, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio.
A tiny but mighty show for our Columbia Rams out here, and we've got a really nice set of them. There's only 4, but I think all of them represent the breed quite well and really bring a big package to the forefront for us. When we're looking at these guys, ton of bone, ton of muscle, and certainly have some heavy yielding fleeces. Unfortunately, we can't pick beyond 2, but I'll go out here and shake the hand of our Grand Reserve.
Our champion ram for the Columbia show is entry number 4 out of the senior ram lamb class, McCoy Thiessen, Sauk Center, Minnesota, with Thiessen 2339. Reserve champion went to the first place junior ram lamb, entry number 6, McCoy Thiessen, Thiessen 2405. McCoy's from Sauk Center, Minnesota. Now ready to move into yearling ewes.
Over here on the Schropp side, I think a nice sheep to start with in terms of added length of body and extension. I sure like the way that sheep runs uphill and her attractiveness from the side, and yet she's really stout structured and big-footed as well. Really a big-bodied female right here in second. I sure like that added dimension through the center portion of her body. Maybe not quite as expressive in her muscle shape as compared to our class winner, but still a female that I think is really practical structured, and I sure like that added body and mass. Heavy bone to you here in third, one that I sure like for her added foot size as well. She wants to roll out at her hock just a notch and is a little heavy conditioned for me. The ewe we're going to put here in fourth is one that I like for her chest floor and her correctness of lines. To me, she has just a touch more set. And then the ewe we're going to round the top five out with, I think a wide-chested female. I just should like to change her underline some from her chest back through her flank.
So incredibly deep set of females here. The one that we're going to start with, I think for me here, balance and structure. I mean, she's easily the best walking ewe that comes out here. She's plenty thick enough for a female. She's way up headed. I think she's even and straight in her lines, and her structure's just impeccable. This is the ewe lamb that it hurts me to have her in second, because when she's standing still, that's the one I want to use. But she is not. She is so short-strided when you put her on the move. She needs to reach out and take a longer, free that skeleton up and stretch out and walk. For as long as she is, she should take an incredibly long stride, and she does not. The next ewe, another ewe very similar to her ewe as far as from a profile. The ewe that we have here in second, great hip. I just love that about her. I don't like her front end. That's way too wide and way too bold for me on a female. But the rest of her, I think, is just dynamite. The next ewe we have here, a little fresher appearing ewe, very feminine about her front end. She walks all right around the ring, wants to drop her chest floor down, drop her head and down into her shoulders just a tick. But when they get her propped up, boy, look how smooth that ewe is, and everything just ties together very well. Kind of an outlier here is the one that's got the most muscle of anything we had in the class period. There's no doubt about it, this ewe is thick. She's big top, she's big hip. I think for me, it's just she's getting a little close too much to the terminal side of things. I appreciate for what she is. That's why we still have her standing out here. But I just need to make her a little more feminine, not quite as coarse, to get along with these other ewes today. Thank you.
Placing on the senior ewe lamb class for the Shropshire Show. First to entry 78, Sugar Ridge 23101 Cinnamon, Vivian M. Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin. Second place to 74, Bryant, 24-137, Kennedy Algire, Fredericktown, Ohio. Third place to 79, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. 4 to entry 80, Kate Bodell, Fortville, Indiana. And 5 to entry number 83, Caden Dartery, Mount Gilead, Ohio. Our senior champion ewe for the Shropshire Show goes to the first place early yearling ewe. City Limits 23041, Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. The reserve senior champion was first in the late yearling ewe class, Buckham Farms A3309, Brianna Hubbard, Cushing, Oklahoma.
Nice set of Columbia females out here to help us start off the Columbias. And, between 1 and 2, I think you can go either way. For me today, it really comes down to fleece yield, density, and power. And I think that ewe has all three of them that we've got here in the front end for us today. Well, one that we really appreciate the width and mass across the top. If we can make her a little bit longer in that hind saddle, we'd certainly appreciate that, but that's being a little bit nitpicky. I think it's just a really nice, high-quality female, ton of bone, really square, nice job. The ewe that we have here in our second place position, one that has the most skeleton and the most size for us today. With her, I think I really appreciate her from the standpoint of length of skeleton. One that's certainly got a longer loin, but because of that longer loin, she tends to get a little bit shallow in terms of the depth of that loin and length of that loin itself. When we do evaluate her from 1 and 2, she just doesn't have near the density of fleece as we see in the class winner. The ewe that we have here in our third place position, one that profiles extremely well. We appreciate the boldness of chest and capacity within this female. We appreciate how square she comes off that hind dock. For me today, she tends to get a little unlevel. Once we really evaluate it and pick that skeleton apart, she tends to dip right behind those back shoulders. We'd like to get that bump back up to get her to place any higher today. The female that we have here in our fourth place position, one that's probably carrying the most cover for us today in our top lineup. It's all right for the status that we've got. It looks like she may be bred. She's a little heavier bellied for us, and we do appreciate how well balanced that she looks. She's a little bit on the shorter side in terms of skeleton and design. If we could change ever so slightly, I'd like to lengthen that neck out just ever so slightly and get her a bit more square up throughout that front end. The female that helps us round out our class today, one that's really bold in terms of her carcass characteristics. I think one that's got a ton of muscle underneath of that carcass. However, when we take a look at that fleece, it's just a bit stale for me. It lacks character, it lacks luster.
Placing on the Columbia Yearling U Class, first place to entry 12, Jackson Thiessen of Alden, Iowa, with Thiessen 22.59. Second place to entry 17, Wollstinghume 10.48, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. Third place to entry number 15, Cooper Breedall, Berthold, North Dakota. 4 to entry 11, Ella Brown, Berthold, North Dakota. And 5 to entry 13, Nash Arthur, Greenfield, Indiana. Placing on the intermediate slickshorn winter ewe lamb class for the Pole Dorset show. First place goes to entry number 202, WD Dorset's 1343, Lindsay Eddy, Marysville, Ohio. Second place to entry 195, Purple Haven Farm 2410, Iris Gensley Ball, Greenville, Iowa. Third to entry number 182, Ashlyn Brandt, Rock Springs, Wisconsin. Fourth place to entry number 201, Claire Harris, Jacksonville, Illinois. And 5 to entry number 194, Olivia Lanky, Bedford, Pennsylvania.
Over here in the Cordell ring, we'll start the female class off here with the more moderate and more balanced female for us today. She certainly isn't the biggest in terms of structure and size, but we really appreciate her for how well she's put together. One that I think has a ton of capacity, has a ton of mass. She's got enough bone underneath of her, and she's got a nice fleece to boot. Easily finds herself there in that first place position for me today. The female here in our second place position, one that has the most frame, scale, and size for us, one that's extremely long in terms of her design, one that has plenty of power, I should say, across the top, just doesn't have near the power as what our class winner has for us today. If we could change her a little bit, I'd like to improve that fleece throughout the mid-center section of that animal. It just tends to get a little coarse and a little bit dry for me today. The female that we have here in our third place position, kind of our outlier amongst our class, one that's smaller in terms of her scale and her size, and I would guarantee her age as well. A really nice female in terms of her fleece structure and design. She's probably our highest yielding female in terms of fleece out here in our class today. For me, when we put her into motion, she tends to get a little unlevel across the top, and she tends to get a little posty on some of those hind legs. The females that we have here in fourth and fifth, a couple really nice females. I think they've got enough natural width and natural power. They just simply have a bit too much cover for me today to get them placed any higher.
I think you always know after you judge a few of these shows of this size and this caliber that, you know, you get through the rams and you get through the yearling ewes pretty easy in the falls, but then when you start getting into these younger yearlings, everybody's got a good one. And well, it goes for all breeds, but most especially like the South Downs or the Dorsets or the Advantage. So anyway, that being said, extremely deep class. I think we've got a ewe lamb for me, just suits me very well to win this class. As far as feminine, length of body, structure. She moves as good as anybody that we have out here. And I think is one that this is a sheep that there's been a lot of good sheep that we've seen today, and even in this class, that on the standstill they look great. And so you have to hand that to the showman, is that, you know, they're doing their job, you're making it look good. This ewe lamb, this young lady's a fine showman, but that ewe lamb looks good like that all the time. And that's the thing on her. So, if she's if she's able to hold her head like that and hold her top like that without the showman helping her, it just means that her skeleton's right. So anyway, that one structurally I think is a very good one. The next one we have here, similar in pattern as far as maybe definitely not as much look in the front end as that other one had, but she's wide in her hip. She gives you a nice profile. There's another one that's nice and smooth down her top. She's getting a little wide in her front end, maybe not quite as much bone as I'd like to see, but I think a sheep that fits nice in the second. And that's here with the sheep that's in third is one that's not, there's not a whole lot wrong with her. I think the biggest dig I got with her is she's wider at the shoulder than she is at her hip. Just a little bit, not very much, but those are a little bit off balance for me. But as fresh as she is, and especially with her feet and legs, she fits very well into third. So we get into fourth here. This is a big bodied ewe. Man, I love the rib shape and the forerib on this ewe. Problem is, like, from the ribs forward, from the last rib forward, I love that sheep a lot. When we get from the last rib back, she just starts to peter out a little bit. When you stand behind her, she's not near as wide. She's not near as wide in her hip and down into that lower leg. This next ewe here, love the bones and foot size under this sheep, but this is one that this young man has to work very hard at keeping her look right. Right now, she looks awesome. Just when you get her on a move, she wants to drop her chest floor down a little bit, come apart on you. But if we could get her to level out a little bit on the move, then you're up higher in the class. Congratulations.
I think a really logical place to start here in our Shropshire division. Really a stout, structured, big-footed female, still really attractive from the profile. Looks like a Shrop, and when you step to handle her, she's sure expressive and muscular as well. Really a neat ewe lamb here in second. I love the way her shoulder lays into her body. Really good in her top line. I like the way she runs uphill. Really correct when we get out and go as well. I just wish we could open her up a little bit through her rear rib and flank. I think that would give her just a shot more look from the side if we could drop her down there through her rear rib. Really a massive female here in third, extremely heavy muscled, extremely wide built and big ribbed. For me though, she's just got a little additional set to her hind leg and wants to get under herself some when we go. Ewe that we've got next in line, really a large outlined extended female. I sure like her added length of body. When she gets out and goes though, she gets a little bit uncoordinated off her hind leg. And then the ewe we're going to round the top five out with, sure a neat built sheep. She's just a little bit quick for me.
Results from the Columbia Senior Ewe Lamb class. First place to entry 23, C. Copeland 0519, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. Second to entry 24, Thiessen 2343, Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa. Third place to entry number 28, Haley Luz, Montague, California. 4 to 27, Morgan Davis, Hinckley, Illinois. And 5 to entry 25, Morgan Davis, Hinckley, Illinois. Placing on the Pole Dorset Late Slick Shorn Winter Ewe Lamb class. First place to entry number 217, Charmason RCD 4005, Julian Ball, Danville, Ohio. Second place to entry number 146, Crouch 407, Colby Dietz, Seymour, Illinois. Third to 204, Isabella Thompson, Lebanon, Indiana. Fourth place to entry number 412, 212, Taylor Workman, Springfield, Ohio. And fifth place to entry 213, Noah McAllister, Delaware, Ohio. Placing on the class of early January ewe lambs for the Shropshires. First place to entry 104, Menon Livestock 09396, Cade Menon, Walton, Indiana. Second place to 107, Ohio 105972411, Cameron McCoy, Perrysville, Ohio. Third to entry number 98, Jaden Moneyheffer, Akron, Indiana. 4 to 99, Kenyon Buckland, Huntington, Indiana. And 5 to 87, Brina Hubbard, Cushing, Oklahoma.
quite the interesting class of Columbia females out here. And for me, again, I think a very close call between 1 and 2. What it comes down to is going to be those fleece characteristics that we've been looking at. Female that we use here to win the class, we'll start with Carcass. From the carcass standpoint, probably the deepest loined and one that has the most expression throughout is Carcass itself. One that we really appreciate for the Springer rib that she brings to us and the capacity overall. What really brings her home here in the first place position is going to be that fleece. I think one that's really nice in terms of structure and quality, probably the best fleece that we've seen in our breed here today. Really nice female to start off our class. Nothing to take away from our female there in the number 2. Probably our female that is the longest spine in terms of her design. One for me that just gets a tick too narrow across the top to get her above that number 1 place position. But really, when we take a look at that fleece, just lacks that character, lacks the structure that we're trying to find in this breed itself. The ewe that we have here in third, one that is extremely flashy and attractive from the side. I think she profiles extremely well. For me, she's just a little too refined in her structure, just lacks in terms of bone and overall muscling to be more competitive today. The female we have here in our 4th place position, probably our female that's the most wasty in our class today, just carrying a bit too much condition across those 12th and 13th rib. If we could change her ever so slightly, I'd like to whiten up her legs as well. She starts to get a little modeled for me for the breed, but overall a nice quality standard type of female. The female that helps us roll out the class here in our 5th place position, one that profiles really well from that standpoint. But when you put a handle on her, she's probably the most frail and least muscular sheep that we have in the top 5.
Results for the early junior ewe lamb class for the Columbia Show. First place, entry 33, Thiessen 2406, Addison Bussinger of Bluffton, Ohio. Second place to 31, Thiessen 2402, McCoy Thiessen, Sauk Center, Minnesota. Third place to 34, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. 4 to 37, Autumn Siltman, Pine River, Minnesota. And 5 to 38, Ella Brown, Berthold, North Dakota.
Lots of variety here in our next class of Shropshire females. The one that I chose to start with, I think, is extra feminine from the profile. I love the way she runs uphill and is sure correct in her top line. Her underline sure matches it as well. And yet when she gets out and goes, is sure flexible off both ends of her skeleton. Good breed type in this sheep, and sure plenty of muscularity as well. Nice you here in second. I like her added structure and bone. Really a big-footed female that's massive on the top side of her skeleton. Just a touch dark for me today. Similarly here with the third place ewe, really a heavy muscled sheep that's extremely expressive up top. Just a little dark for me. Her and the next two ewes are maybe just a little bit quicker in their kind. Ewe that we've got here in fourth, extremely shapely from behind as well. Maybe just like to smooth her up in her top line a little bit. And then the ewe we're going to round the top five out with. Really a long-bodied female, really extended up front as well. There's just times that I really catch that sheep looking piecey. Other than that, it's an awfully nice set of Shropshire ewe lambs.
Placing on the late January ewe lamb class for the Shropshires, first place to entry 111, Fritz 2408, Skylar Birch, Christiana, Tennessee. Second to 114, Fritz Show Lambs 2469, Chloe Nicholas, Augusta, Wisconsin. Third to entry 118, Seth Aarons, Roachdale, Indiana. 4 to 120, Layla Smith, Toccoa, Georgia. And fifth to 119, Kinley Tenney, Greenville, Ohio.
Over here on the Columbia side, we're going to start off the class with the female that's certainly not the longest bodied. She's not the biggest frame, but she's the one that puts all the pieces together quite all right for me today. This female here has a ton of capacity given her size and her age. One that has a lot of muscle underneath that hide as well. Probably our thickest loin ewe that we have here in our class today. As you take a look at that fleece, I think one that we can appreciate it from its structure and its design standpoint. Just a nice female to help us start off the class. Females here that we have in 2 and 3, 2 and 3 that are very similar in terms of types and kind. They're a bit more on that framier side, and that's quite all right. I really love the length of body on both of these females. The reason that female's there is placed in that second place hole is that she just has a bit more muscle to her overall compared to the female there in 3. She is a little shorter bodied than the one there in 3, but she does have a lot more capacity and mass in terms of depth of loin. Nothing to take away from that female there in 3. She certainly has the longer loin in the class, but because she's got that longer loin, she tends to get a bit more narrow across that top. We'd like to clean her up in that shoulder design as well. The female that comes here in our 4th place position, one that profiles pretty well for me. I think one that is extremely maternal in her type and her kind. For me today, she just slopes off too much in that rump, and she lacks overall muscle, mass, and power in that hind quarter. When we round out our class here for our 5th place position, a ewe that's really nice in terms of her design of her fleece. I really appreciate the boldness of crimp in this female. One that is really nice and high in luster. However, when we evaluate her from a skeletal and muscularity standpoint, she just lacks overall compared to the competitors in the class today.
Results for the late class of junior ewe lambs for the Columbia show. First to entry 41, Thiessen, 24-22. Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. Second place, entry 45, Thiessen, 24-33. Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa. Third place to entry 42, McCoy Thiessen, Sauk Center, Minnesota. 4 to entry 44, Cashton Breedall, Berthold, North Dakota. And 5 to 43, Addison Bussinger, Bluffton, Ohio.
This ULAM class that we have here, we've got we've got two at the top of the class, or it's very close to pick them apart. I mean, I'm happy with the way I have it now. So we're going to use the one I think is just a little fresher, a little better balance. I think a sheep that handles a little more truer down her top, not quite as heavy condition as the one that's standing in second, but one's not fat that's in second, but she's a tick heavy. But the one we have in first there, I think she's handling with a little more natural muscling with that, keeping it in a nice smooth package. And the ewe that we have here in second, here another big-footed, long-sided, great hip. You could say that about both of these first two place ewes. Just today, I think for her age, she's a little heavier than I'd like to see him. And I honestly don't think there's as much red meat there as there is in that first place ewe. A very attractive, real up-headed, high-fronted ewe that we have here in third. This is a sheep here again, structure-wise, straight lines, good in her underline, good on her feet. For her, she's just a tick too tall for me as far as her length of body. She needs to be a little bit longer for her height. But those are just off balance just a little bit. But I think she's plenty good enough here to stand in third. The next ewe we have here, another super long-sided ewe. I think this is one that once we get them on the move, she wants to get up underneath herself just a little bit too much. I'd like to take some set out of her back legs to get her move up today. The biggest hip, the biggest butted ewe lamb that we had in the whole class we have here in fifth. That's a sheep to me that's just kind of piecey. I would definitely like to change the way she moves off of her hip. She wants to get up underneath herself, but I think the rest of her is good enough that we got to have her stand up here in the top 5 just so we can free her up on her motion. She'd move up higher. So.
For our champion driver here on our Columbia females, just again a really nice set of high quality females that represent the breed extremely well. We appreciate these sheep for their design. We appreciate them for their scale and their size and what they offer the industry from a commercial standpoint as well. In my mind, there's a couple females out here that are just super sound. They've got that size, they've got the scale, they're the way that I want them to look in terms of breed. There is one female out here that I think carries herself better in terms of motion around the ring, as well as structure and quality of that fleece. That individual will be our champion, and then we'll go out there and figure out who our reserve will be.
For our Columbia show, our champion ewe goes to the first place senior ewe lamb, entry number 23, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio, with C. Copeland 0519. The reserve champion was first in the yearling ewe class, entry 12, Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa, with Thiessen 2259. Next class for the Columbia show is Best Pair of Lambs. That'll be followed by Best Fleece. And then Jackpot Futurity, open to junior members that has purchased a Futurity nominated lamb in 24. Now ready for Columbia Best Fleece. Placing on Best Pair of Lambs for the Columbia Show. First place goes to entry 52, Haley Luz, Montague, California. Second place to 48, Morgan Davis, Hinckley, Illinois. Third to 51, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. 4 to 50, Addison Bessinger, Bluffton, Ohio. And 5 to entry 54, McCoy Thiessen, Sauk Center, Minnesota.
This next class of Shropshire ewe lambs maybe doesn't come together quite as nicely as some of the others, but the sheep that I chose to start with is one that on the standstill sure is the most attractive. She's so good in her chest floor in relation to her flank, really good out of her hip and hind leg when she's just standing there, and one that I really like in her correctness of line. Still really heavy muscled when you step to handle her as well. When she gets out and goes, she wants to fall out of her front end just a little bit, but I don't think there's one that really hits me hard on the move in this drive, so she's just standing there, I think, is the best built one, so we're going to use her. Here in second, we've got a female that I think is extremely similar in terms of her muscularity and shape, especially out of her upper hip and down through the lower portions of her leg. Of the top 5, she's probably the shortest bodied of the group, but other than that, I think that's a really high-quality built female from the profile. Long-bodied extended ewe here in third. I really like the way her shoulder and chest lay in. She's one that's sure extended up through her front end. When you get right on top of her, she's sure massive through the center portion of her body. I'd just like to change the way she handles that hind leg some. Ewe that we've got next in line, one that I sure like for her muscularity and shape. She's just too straight in her hock for me. And then the ewe we're going to round the top 5 out with, sure, one that's got some good pieces of balance from the side. She's sure good in her lines. She's more refined in her bone work, maybe not quite as expressive on the top side of her skeleton as some of the others, but still I think a high quality set of Shropshire ewe lambs.
Placing on the class of early February ewe lambs for the Shropshire Show. First place to entry 144, 24155, Jacob Thompson, Lebanon, Indiana. Second place to 150, Big Springs, 2421, Ephraim Fowler, Salesville, Ohio. Third place to 145, Brenna Hubbard, Cushing, Oklahoma. 4 to 149, Miranda Moneyheffer, Akron, Indiana. And 5 to 132, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Best fleece in the Columbia Show goes to entry 61, Copeland 0519, a senior ewe lamb, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio.
Another very difficult class to sort because of the wide range of maturity and wide range of body styles and anyway, we're going to end up with the D-Lamb that's going to win the class. I think just from a power standpoint, I wish she was more feminine. I'm not real crazy about her front end, but that is a tremendous amount of top, great big hips. She's really deep in her twist, just a tremendous amount of thickness there. And we've got another ewe-lamb standing here in second. That ewe-lamb too, big top, relatively big hip, not near as big as the one we have in the first place, but she's deep twisted. She's got some stifle width. Just a sheep that doesn't really kind of get all that put together just yet in a smooth package. But just if you look at her base width as she moves around the ring, there's a lot of sheep there for her age. The next one here, very smooth, one of the smoothest lambs that we have out here. She's very fresh appearing. She's good on her feet and legs. This sheep just not near enough muscle to compete with the other two ewes that win the class. Then kind of like the baby of the class that we have here. I mean, she just got such a beautiful pattern. This young lady does a phenomenal job showing all sheep, but this one she is really just rocking out. Look how feminine that front end is. Just a sheep that I think is, and here again, just time and feed. But she'll be up in the top end of the class pretty quick. The next ewe lamb here, very extended, very long. I think it appears to be one of the longer hind-saddled ewes in the class. Not as long-hipped as some of the ewes that were ahead of her, but I think she gives you a great profile. Here again, just a little more time to get her to move up in the class, but thank you. Oh, we've had a large female show. Well, I know we're not done with it yet, but a large female show, especially in these younger classes. And yeah, I'm pretty happy with what we got out here as far as trying to follow a type. I think if it was there, I was able to bring it to this end of the class. But I do think that just general sheep on the move, sheep that can move well, still look feminine, but still here again, they don't have to be the thickest in the world. They do have to have some thickness, yes. So, but I think there's a couple females out here that suit me very well, and I'll go pick your champion in reserve, junior champion in reserve.
For our Slickshorn Pole Dorset show, our junior champion goes to the first place in the Slickshorn Early Spring Ewe Lamb class. Entry 228, Emery Yoho, Yates Center, Kansas, with Black Pearl 10042. The reserve junior champion is 202, Lindsay Eddy, Marysville, Ohio, with WD Dorset's 1343. For the Slickshorn Pole Dorset show, our grand champion ewe goes to the junior champion, which was the first place early spring ewe lamb, entry 228, Emery Yoho, Yates Center, Kansas, with Black Pearl 10042. The reserve grand champion ewe was our senior champion ewe. The senior champion ewe coming out of the late Slickshorn yearling ewe class, entry 125, Breland Slack, North Manchester, Indiana, with Obsession show stock 3234. Next class for the Pole Dorset show is State Flock. State Flock will be your next class.
Lots of different shapes and kinds out here in our second class of February Shropshire ewe lambs. The one that I chose to start with, I think from the profile, is easily the best designed of the drive. She's the sheep that I sure like the way she's laid in through her chest floor, so correct in her lines, and you get right on top of her. I think she's got plenty of muscle and shape. I like her added stoutness of structure as well. Ewe that we've got next in line might be just a touch better in terms of her color and breed type. She's a sheep that I really like how square she is out of her dock. I like her out of her hip and hind leg. I wish that ewe was just a nickel better right there at her loin hip junction. If she was tied in just a little bit better right there, I think she'd be a tough one to get around. A really different kind of sheep here in third and fourth, a little bit larger outline, longer body type of pair of females. One that I have here in third is one that I like her added stoutness of structure, added bone. Once again, extremely long-bodied and extended. I just wish that she'd move more relaxed when we set them in motion. She really wants to get tight-spined out on the go. a really attractive profiling female here in fourth, one that I really like her design up through her chest floor and into her forerib. When you get right behind her, though, she wants to taper just a little bit out to her dock, maybe not quite the muscularity and dimension down through the lower portions of her leg of the rest here on the top five. And then you we're going to place here in fifth, really a wide-built, square female, just a little bit too much chest and deep-fronted for me.
2024 Columbia jackpot for the futurity. Nice class of ewe lambs, and I assume there's fall lambs all the way down to possibly March lambs. Very, very different types of Columbias that I looked at today. Fleece quality was excellent. Very few that I would consider borderline acceptable. Most of them were excellent. Feet and legs overall on these futurity lambs were excellent. The buyers did a good job when they went out and selected their futurity ewes or possible flock replacements down the line. I've been a big advocate of futurity programs for a long time. It's always an opportunity to bring new blood into your flock and then create a new line for perhaps a stud ram or anything like that also. So I mean, it's just an opportunity to explore the breed or different breeders and build a relationship. I started the class today with a long, deep-bodied ewe, great on her feet and legs. She moved effortlessly around the ring, and that's one thing that I really liked about her at the end of the class is how she moved gracefully around the ring. The lambs, second and third, very similar. High-quality lambs. I love the capacity that they had. Great top sheep. Moved adequately around the ring to put them in second, third today. Fourth and fifth, different type of ewe lamb that we saw today. Long, tall at the shoulder, good on their tops. I'm going to admit over the mic that I was surprised at the tops on the Columbia ewes in the class. I was impressed with the structural correctness, the straightness out over their hip and out over their dock. For those of the reasons that these are the top five in your futurity lamb today. Thank you.
Results from the Jackpot Futurity for the Columbia Junior Show. First place to 75, Autumn Stiltman, Pine River, Minnesota with Bauk 2432. Second place to Ella Brown. Third, Cashton Breedall. 4 to entry 79, McCoy Thiessen, Sauk Center, Minnesota. And 5 to entry 73, Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa. That does conclude the Columbia show. Now ready to move on into Merinos. For the Pole Dorset, our state flock winners were Ohio, followed by Eastern Region, followed by East Indiana. And that does conclude our Pole Dorset show. Ready to move into the Horn Dorsets, please. Placing on the late class of February ewe lambs for the Shropshire show. First place to entry 159, Buckham Farms A4 187, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. Second to 156, Leininger 4047, Brian Reinhardt, Logansport, Indiana. Third place to 167, Kinley Tenney, Greenville, Ohio. 4 to 169, Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. And 5 to 154, William Taylor, Salem, Kentucky.
a single entry over here to start off our Merino show. Fall buck lamb here, one that we really appreciate the design of this ram. I think he's up-fronted, up-headed, and he's level top for the most part. I think when you put a handle onto him, he's extremely broad and wide across the top. We appreciate the depth of loin on him. You crack open that fleece, really fine, really soft, really dense to the touch. Excited to see what the rest of these rams look like for us throughout the show.
Placing on the senior ram lamb class for the Merinos, first place to entry number 2, in-body F2371, Megan in-body, Genera, Ohio.
For our next set of Merino rams, we'll leave them the way that they rolled in for us here today. Going to start off with the polled ram to help us win the class. I just think one that's a bit more complete in terms of its structural design. I think it's a little bit freer moving as he walks throughout the ring, and we like how up-fronted and up-chested he is. Nothing to take away from the horn ram there in our second place position. I think one that's got a lot of power and mass throughout that skeleton himself, but from a structural standpoint, from the foot down to the ground, I think he just gets a little soft on them front pasterns. He wants to get a little wonky on those back legs. I'd like to change the angle of the hock on him to get around that first place ram. Congratulations.
Placing on the Merino Winter Ram Lamb class, first place goes to entry number 4, in-body 2406, Megan in-body, Genera, Ohio. Second place to entry number 3, in-body 2408, Megan in-body, Genera, Ohio.
on our final class of rams for our Merino show. A nice set of polled rams for us. We're going to start the class off with the more muscular and more rugged type of ram. Really appreciate him from a structural standpoint, like him from a carcass standpoint. Appreciate the amount of muscle throughout that hind twist down through that leg. I think he does a superior job for a fine wool breed to get enough muscle packed into that carcass. You pop open that fleece, I think one that's just super clean, super consistent as you work through it. Nothing to take away from that ram there in the second place position. I think one that's got a bit more skeleton. He's got to get a bit more potential to be a bigger type of ram. However, today, he just isn't nearly as mature. He's just a bit too green to get around that other polled ram ahead of him today.
Results of the Spring Ram Lamb class for the Merinos. First place to entry 6, in-body 2427, Megan in-body, Genera, Ohio. Second place to entry 5, in-body 2426, Megan in-body, Genera, Ohio.
We've got a really good footed ram to start this Horn Dorset show with. I think a ram that's true down his top. He handles with as much length as the other rams that we have standing around him. A little more open in his horn design than they care for, but we really don't have a better headed ram with a good body to beat him. I really like the body on this ram that's going to start the class. Much thicker ram that we have here in second. By far the widest loin ram that we have, widest base ram that we have in this class. Just not as true down his top. I'd like to see a little more bone, a little more foot size under this guy. The ram that we have in third, here again, a big bodied sheep. He's a little, I'd like to straighten him up down his top. He's a little rough there. Wants to get a little down-headed when we get him on the move. But I certainly appreciate the middle part of his body, the body mass that he has. A really tall ram that we're going to round the class out with is his sheep for me that I like. I like the growth that we see in him. He just gets a little bit narrow, more narrow than the rest of the rams in the class, especially when we put him on the move. Thank you.
Over here for our Merino Champion Drive, and I tell you what, folks, the Merino breed has certainly gotten better and better as we think about both the quality of the fleece on them, but also that carcass that's underneath of them. I think these guys out here are just excellent candidates for breeding stock. I think they do a really nice job signifying what the breed is all about, and really still holding true to some of those fleece characteristics. There's one ram out here that I think is just pretty good. I think one that's got a lot of structure and bone and a lot of muscle to him and has a really nice fleece to boot. But then as we get into our reserve champion, certainly a couple of contenders in here that do a nice job. But for me today, we're going to find those two rams that have the heaviest amount of muscle and that really high quality, consistent fleece that's extremely dense throughout.
Placing on the fitted fall ram lamb class for the Horn Dorsets, first place to entry 4, Nitty Gritty, Paul R. Castle, W9025, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Second to entry 3, RB707, Colton Rimmel, Sherrodsville, Ohio. Third place to entry 1, Allison Holberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. 4 to entry 2, Campbell Reese, Chesterland, Ohio. For the Merino show, our champion ram went to the first place senior ram lamb, Megan in-body, Genera, Ohio, with in-body F2371. The reserve champion was first in the spring ram lamb class, Megan in-body, Genera, Ohio, with in-body 2427. Now ready for Merino yearling ewes.
Over here, as we wrap up the Schropp show, I think an awfully nice female to start with. I really like that sheep's basic build and design. She's so attractive from the side and yet powerful and muscular when you get right on top of her. And yet I think in this stage of maturity, she's in the right shape. She's sure youthful looking, fresh up through that front end as well. I think an awfully nice female. Here in second, we've got a ewe that's maybe just a notch longer bodied than the female directly above her. She's one that I think sure has some added punch out of her hip as well. Just like to neaten her up in her chest floor when she gets out and goes. She wants to drop some. But I think another high quality female, when this young lady gets her set, I think an awfully nice Shropshire ewe. And third, we've got one that's probably the most youthful appearing of the drive. She's one that's extremely expressive on the top side of her skeleton and from behind, really rugged in her bone work as well. Just gets a little bit out-horsed of these top five. The ewe that we've got here in fourth is one from the outside I really liked and thought I'd run with. Her added bone and look, really attractive from the profile. When you step to handle her, she's shapeless down her top and easily the softest handling of the top five. And then the ewe we've got here in fifth is one that I sure like for her basic build and kind. She's sure attractive enough from the side, just doesn't have those little extras as the four above her. Maybe like to square her up at her hock just a notch as well, but a nice set of Shropshire ewe lambs.
Placing on the March ewe lamb class for the Shropshires, first place goes to entry number 212. Fritz Show Lambs, 2479. Sienna Nicholas, Augusta, Wisconsin. Second place to entry number 198. Sergeant Shires, 2432. Kinley Tenney, Greenville, Ohio. Third to 200. Drew George, Niles, Michigan. Fourth place to entry 197, Noah Fleener, Robisonia, Pennsylvania. And fifth place to 185, Emma Chandler, Fredericktown, Missouri.
The horned ram we want to start the class with extremely long-sided, one of the longest hind-saddled rams that we have out here. Just a sheep that holds itself together a little bit better, I think, from a structure standpoint when we get him on the move. The next ram here, a very up-fronted ram. He's nice and level down his top. For me, he's getting a little too straight. He's a little too straight-shouldered. I'd like to give him a little more set to his back legs to get him to free up a little bit as he moves around the ring. A really stout, here again, the biggest loin ram, widest loin ram we have in the class. We have here in third. I like that in proportion for his height. I like that extra shot of length that we see in this ram. Just maybe not clean enough down this top line to get above these other two rams. Thank you.
Placing on the Horn Dorset fitted winter ram lamb class, first place to entry 60, Frog Hollow 16, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Second place to entry 6, Sarge 535, Paige Minter, Brooke, Indiana. Third place to entry 5, Colton Rimmel, Sherrodsville, Ohio.
a nice set of yearling merino females out here for us. And numbers 1 and 2, I think you could flip a coin and put them in whatever direction that you want to. But for me, as you evaluate them from the profile, I just think that the ewe that we use here to win the class is a bit more balanced in terms of her structure and her design. She does a nice job of keeping that chest floor up, but yet still has that rear flank down where we get some really nice lines both on the top and the bottom. I think she's extended enough throughout that front end. I think she's got enough bone and power throughout her. Really appreciate this female from a carcass standpoint. Probably has the longest loin in the class and the deepest loin in the class for us today. The female we have here in our second place position, again, one that mimics the one that wins the class quite well. I think the reason that she gets knocked down here into the second place position is that she just doesn't have that rugged design to her. She doesn't have the amount of mass and power that we see there in that ewe in the number 1 position. But both of these ewes have some phenomenal fleeces on them, folks. The ewe here in 3, kind of our problem child, one that we really like that fleece on. I think it's probably more dense than those that are in 1 and 2. Just lacks slightly in terms of consistency as we get down into that britch wool. Overall, from a carcass standpoint, I think she just gets a tick too narrow across the top to help her get across those 2 in front of her. The ewes that help us round out the class here are 4 and 5, 2 that are developed and made very similar to one another. The ewe that we use here to go into 4th, one that's just a little bit more extended through the center of her body, one that's got a little bit more spring or rib to her. The ewe that we have here in our 4th place, or 5th place position, my apologies, another one that we like from a maternal standpoint, but again, 4 and 5, they just don't have that growth, they just don't have that power to get around those ahead of them today.
Placing on the Merino Yearling U class, first place goes to entry 9, in-body 2303, Megan in-body, Genera, Ohio. Second place to entry 13, in-body F2255, Megan in-body, Genera, Ohio. Third to entry 16, Morgan A in-body, Bluffton, Ohio. Fourth place to 10, Morgan Finley, Asheville, Ohio. And 5 to entry 11, Morgan Finley, Asheville, Ohio. For the Shropshires, our junior champion was our class winner out of the March and later born class, Sienna Nichols. Augusta, Wisconsin, with Fritz Show Lambs 2479. The reserve junior champion went to our first place early January ewe lamb class winner, Cade Menon. Walton, Indiana, with Menon Livestock 0D9396.
An interesting class of rams here. We've got basically we've got 2 rams up here on the top end of the class that for different reasons. How can you split them apart? How do you and this as far as I'm concerned, when we put him on the move, we got one of them that walks, I think, is more fluid in his movement, puts his feet down the way I think they should. for his age, he's nice and at least at this point he's nice and straight. He's got a good dock set, decent amount of leg. Definitely not compared to the run we have in second, but I think for his age, I think he's acceptable in that area. Big, massive. I don't know where you found a Horn Dorset with as much hip as the ram we have here in second. That part of him is very impressive. I mean, he's good bodied. It's just I'd like to see a lot more turn to his shoulder, get him a little more flex. To me, he's a little too straight shouldered for me structurally to move up into that first place. So third place ram, got some length of body here. Pales in comparison to our first two, just for the fact of lack of the muscling that we see when we stand in behind him. The next ram that we have here, he's a big loin ram. On the top that we have in fourth, there's quite a bit of muscling down his top. I definitely like to change his front end to move him up. A little better pattern ram than we come into fifth. A little straighter about his lines. Area, his feet and legs, we need to change him to move him up today. So thank you.
Placing on the Slickshorn Ram Lamb class for the Horn Dorsets, first place goes to entry 13, Smith, 2435, Ox, Ty Smith, Stewartson, Illinois. Second place to entry 9, Sink Paget, 1997, Lincoln Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. Third to entry 8, Amanda Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. Fourth place to 14, Vivian Stephenson, Mooresville, North Carolina. And fifth place to entry 11, Vivian Stephenson, Mooresville, North Carolina.
Over here for our Merino ewes, going to pick a ewe here that isn't the biggest or boldest, but I think the one that's put together the most correct in my mind. Really appreciate this ewe from a muscularity standpoint. She's got enough Springer ribs. She's got a big enough rack. She's got some depth of muscle throughout that loin. She certainly has a lot of muscle throughout that leg. Again, not the heaviest muscled female, but I think the one that gets it done for me today. When we look at that fleece there, I think out of all the individuals we have out here today, she's the one that carries the most consistent, dense, and finest fleece out here for us. A really nice ewe to help us start off the class. The ewe that we have here in second, probably our heaviest ewe in terms of muscle and skeleton herself, but for me, when we compare 1 to 2, she just isn't nearly level enough across that top. She tends to get a little heavy fronted, heavy chested for me to get around that number 1 place ewe. The ewe that we have here in our third place position, one that mimics very similar to that one there in our second place position. Appreciate this female in terms of length of body, length of skeleton. For me, she just tends to get a bit too narrow at the base, and she tends to get a little too shallow to get her around that second place position. The ewes that we have here in 3 or 4 and 5, two that are made very similar in terms of their type and their kind. The fourth place ewe for me just has a bit more bone, has a bit more density to her fleece compared to the one there in 5. The ewe that helps us roll out the class here, one that has a really nice consistent fleece, just wish that there was a little bit more to her. I'd like to whiten her up throughout those legs as well.
For our Shropshire show, our grand champion ewe was our junior champion ewe out of the March and later born ewe lamb class, Serena Nichols, Augusta, Wisconsin, with Fritz Show Lambs 2479. The reserve grand champion was our reserve junior champion out of the early January ewe lamb class. First in that class, Cade Menon, Walton, Indiana, Menon Livestock, 09396.
When we make a move, these rams are, like the fitted rams are thick enough, I suppose, and straight enough for what they are. And of course, we've just talked about the slick-shirted rams. Anyway, I'll go out and pick your champion in reserve.
Placing on the Merino Senior Ewe Lamb class, first place to 21, Morgan A. Inbody with from Bluffton, Ohio, with Scott 2675. Second place to Megan Inbody, Genera, Ohio, with Inbody F 2375. Third place to entry 18, Megan Inbody, Genera, Ohio. Four to entry 19, Morgan Finley, Asheville, Ohio. And 5 to entry 20, Morgan Finley. For our Horn Dorset show, the champion ram was our Slickshorn class winner. Entry number 13, Ty Smith, Stewartson, Illinois, with Smith 2435 ox. The reserve champion was second in that Slickshorn ram lamb class. Entry 9, Lincoln Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma, with Sink Paget 1997. Now ready for fitted yearling ewes.
Class of Merino ewe lambs here that I feel sort themselves quite easily. The female that we'll use to help us win the class is the one that is just a bit more balanced, both from the top and bottom side. One that's just extremely square at the base, one that carries herself extremely well throughout the ring. You put a handle on her, I think she's pretty broad across that top. Love the Springer rib in this female here. I think she's got probably the densest fleece as we work throughout these fleeces as well today. The ewe that we have here in our second place position, one that we appreciate the length of body on. She may have a bit more muscle through that hind twist and have a bit more of that out, or inner bulge to her, that hind leg compared to our class winner. However, as we evaluate her from a fleece standpoint, very fine fleece, very soft to the touch. We just don't have enough of it there. She tends to get a bit too heavy chested. We'd like to extend that neck up through that center of the body for her today. The ewes here in 3 and 4, two that are patterned quite similarly. The ewe that we use here in 3 is just the bigger and more stout type of female between the two. One that still has a bit more time to catch up to the ones that were ahead of them there in the class today, but one that is structurally sound and made right. The female that helps us wrap up the class here in 4th, one that has a really nice fleece, probably a high yielding fleece. We just don't have enough of it there simply because that animal isn't as big as the others that we see in the class today.
We do want to announce the Shropshire Futurity Awards. The yearling U Futurity winner is Kinley Tinney of Ohio with Fritz 2309. The runner-up yearling is Miley Williams of Indiana with Ellsbury 23031. Overall ULAM Futurity winner and West Region winner is Drake Slutz with Street 2405. The runner-up and Midwest is William Taylor with Fleener 2452. Third ULAM and East Region winner, Brooke Young, Flanders VIP 4251. Fourth ULAM is Allison Rolls with Fleener 2408. And fifth ULAM, Michaela Hodenshield with ES 2404. The Junior Association Skillathon winner is Tate Stevens of Ohio. Again, they'd like to have all their winners to come over to the photo booth to get a picture of those Futurity winners as well as that Skillathon winner.
Nice single entry Monadale Fall Ram Lamb. Really a long-bodied sheep, sure a massive sheep in terms of his skeletal width as well. Maybe like to square him up just a little bit at his hock, but I think a nice way to start off this breed.
Over here to wrap up our Merino show on these late spring ewe lambs. Two ewes that we really like here at the top end of the class and find themselves easily up here. The ewe that we're going to use just is a bit more rugged. She's got a lot more spring of rib to her. I think she's got a bit more capacity. When we look at them from a structural standpoint, I think in my mind this female is just a bit more structurally sound and correct than the female there in two. Nothing to take away from the female there in two. One that's pretty long in terms of her spine, probably has the longest loin in the class and has a fairly deep loin in her as well. For me, she just tends to toe out a bit too much and just doesn't walk around the ring nearly as smooth as that ewe that helps us win the class. The ewe that we have here in our third place position, probably our fanciest ewe from the profile, one that's extremely nice in terms of its upheadedness. We really appreciate the style and the shape of this animal as well. However, when we compare it from a carcass standpoint, we just don't have near the mass or the power compared to 1 and 2. The ewe that helps us roll out the class here, one that's really nice in terms of fleece and fleece quality, super soft to the touch, high yielding type of fleece. She's just too short in her spine and short in her structure to be competitive against the other ones.
Placing on the Monadale Senior Ram Lamb class, first place goes to entry 1, Triple K0090, Kendra and Caleb Klein, Claypool, Indiana. Placing on the Spring Ewe Lamb class for the Merino show, first to entry 27, In-Body 2423, Megan In-Body Genera, Ohio. Second place to entry 26, In-Body 2422, Megan In-Body Genera, Ohio. Third to entry 28, Chad Hoover, Washington, Pennsylvania. And 4 to entry 29, Morgan Finley, Asheville, Ohio.
Another single entry over here in the Monadale ring. Really a long-bodied, extended sheep. Really neat up through his front end and extremely long handling from his hind saddle back. Maybe just like to stouten him up in his bone work just a little bit, but still an awfully nice single entry.
Placing on the January Ram Lamb class for the Monadales, first place goes to entry 2, Corzat 2412, Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. Now ready for February and later born Ram Lambs for the Monadales. And in the middle ring, ring 2, we're ready for pair of Merinos. That'll be followed by Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion Merino. Then Best Fleece, and then Flock, and then the announcement of the premier exhibitor.
So a pair of ewes to start this class kind of end up to the top end pretty easily. The ewe that we're going to start with just as dead level and true to her top as anything that we have in the class. And holding that together, where she's got some muscling in there, and I think that she's acceptable in her breed character. Just a really nice ewe to start the class. Super well balanced ewe that we got here. So it's just nice and square. Maybe not quite the straightness of spine as we have in our first place sheep, but I certainly appreciate the amount of rib and the body and how wide base this ewe is here in second. Then the ewe we have here in third, a bigger sheep, taller sheep, maybe not quite, we definitely don't have the hip that we have. We don't have the dock set that we have, and with the two ewes standing in front of them, we certainly admire that elegance up through her front end. Her third ewe here, I really like the pattern of this ewe. She's really straight. She handles very well. Like the front end, she's just not long enough. And I'm not worried about, the height being bigger than the other ewes or whatever. We could stretch her out. Then she definitely moves up into class. Biggest top ewe here we have in fifth, by far the biggest hit, biggest loin ewe in the class. I think for me, she's probably just a tick overdone. She's starting to get just a little soggy up through her front end. We'd like to neaten that up, make her a little more feminine in that area, but certainly appreciate the muscling that this ewe has. Thank you.
Placing on the pair of Merinos, first place goes to entry 30, Morgan Finley, Asheville, Ohio. Second to 31, Dylan Marvin, Wauseon, Ohio. And third to 32, Megan Embody, Genera, Ohio. Placing on the fitted yearling U class for the Horn Dorsets, first place to entry number 18, Oberholzer 2215, Allison Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. Second place to 24, Frog Hollow 2, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Third place to 22, Paige Minter, Brook, Indiana. 4 to 21, Braxton Sedgwick, Sheridan, Indiana. And 5 to 23, Ty Smith, Stewardson, Illinois.
A nice set of Monadale Ram Lambs over here and on the C ring. The sheep that I chose to start with, I think does so pretty handling. Big outline, large framed ram, extremely long bodied, really attractive from the profile as well. Maybe like to see him step out of his front end with just a touch more reach, but I think a high quality sheep. Here in second, I think is most similar in his kind in terms of that added extension and length of body. Really correct down his top line as well. Maybe just a notch stouter structured than our class winner. I'd just like to strengthen him up some there on his front toes. Maybe the levelist design sheep is here in third, one that is really correct down his top line, flexible off both ends. He just really gets out horse out here in this top five. Ram we have next, really a big-bodied, thick-made sheep. Just like to change the way he's designed off of his rear structure. And then the ram we're going to round the top five out with really a wide-chested sheep. Just like to see him stronger right behind his shoulder.
Really, really nice set of Merinos out here for our champion female drive. We've got some out here that have got plenty of bone, plenty of power. I think there's two in my mind that really represent the breed really, really well. especially from a fleece standpoint, but also adding that carcass component to it as well. There's one female out here out of those two in my mind that's just a bit more trimmer, just a bit more cleaner, and it has a heavier, higher yielding fleece as opposed to the other one. That being said, we'll get off here and shake the hand of your Grand and Reserve champion.
Next class for the Merino show is Best Fleece. Our champion ewe went to our senior ewe lamb, Morgan A. Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio, with Scott 2675. The reserve grand champion ewe to our first place yearling ewe, entry 9, Megan Inbody, Genera, Ohio, with Inbody 2303. Placing on the February and later Ram Lamb class for the Monadale show, first to entry 9, Corzat 2488, Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. Second place to entry number 8, Patterson 2403, Kelsey Patterson, Hannah City, Illinois. Third place to entry 4, Lydia Bondenheuvel, St. Mary's, Ohio. 4 to entry 5, J.C. Coors, New Holland, Illinois. And 5 to entry 6, J.C. Coors, New Holland, Illinois.
Here out in our Monadale ring, we've got another single entry, really a deep-bodied sheep, long-bodied as well. Maybe like to see him just tied together a notch more correctly down his top line.
Placing on the Slick Shorn Ram Lamb for the Monadale class, first place to entry 11, Letman 1571, Lydia Letman, Waterloo, Illinois. For the Merinos, your next class will be your flock class, and then the announcement of your premier exhibitor.
Another single entry sheep here in the Monadale ring, really a long-bodied ram, one that's probably one of the heavier muscle sheep that we've seen. I'd just like to see him square from hock to ground from behind.
Placing on the late Slick Shorn Ram Lamb class for the Monadales, first place goes to entry 13, Kendra and Caleb Klein, triple K1 or 0106. The Kleins are from Claypool, Indiana. Now ready to select Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Ram for the Monadales. Best Fleece for the Merino show goes to entry 37, Alyssa Marvin, Wauseon, Ohio, with Marvin 2609-11. Again, now ready for flock. Placing on the flock class for the Merino show and also the premier exhibitor is Megan Inbody of Genera, Ohio. That does conclude the Merino show. So, Cotswold exhibitors, you're up.
Horn Dorset yearling ewes, I think we've got a very easy class winner here. This ewe is so smooth and thick and straight and just structurally sound. I think she very handily wins this class. The next ewe, super feminine about her front end. She's nice down her top. That's so cheap for me that if standing behind her, she's not got quite the thickness or quite the width that we have in the ewe that's standing in front of her, but I certainly appreciate the broodiness. I like the rib shape on this second place ewe. She fits in second very nicely. The third place ewe, here again, very feminine ewe. Not quite as much to her as the two we have in front of her. I really like the dock set and the hip width in this ewe, but when we stand in behind her, it's not near as much lower leg as the two ewes that we have in front of her. And the next ewe here's another big top, maybe one of the bigger loined ones we have in the class. As far as the width of loin, just maybe not put together quite as a neat package as the ones that stand in front of her. And a very large ewe that we have here, tall ewe that we have here in fifth, I think the sheep gives you a tremendous amount of growth, bunch of length, and here again, that middle part, that big rib that I like, but she is by far the best headed sheep, her horn set, of anyone that we've had out here yet in the Horn Dorset show. Thank you.
For the Montadale show, our champion ram went to the first place January ram lamb, Mallory Corzat with Corzat 2412. Mallory is from Berwick, Illinois. The reserve champion ram was our first place animal out of the February and later ram lamb class, entry 9, Corzat 2488, also Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. Now ready for yearling ewes. Placing on the Horn Dorset Slick Shorn class of yearling ewes. First place goes to entry 34, Smith 2321, Ty Smith, Stewardson, Illinois. Second to entry 28, Oberholzer 2214, Caitlin Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Third place to entry 31, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. 4 to entry 30, Logan Minter, Brooke, Indiana. And 5 to entry 26, Parker Reese, Chesterland, Ohio. What you got there?
Couple nice rams here to start off our white Cotswold show for us today. We're going to leave them as they were, as they lined up and came in. I think the ram that we use here in the first place position is the one that's just more sound and complete for me. I think he's got more barrel to him. He's got more capacity to him. Certainly has the most amount of bone. When you look at him from the rear, I think this ram here is just a bit more stout in terms of its squareness and its design. The ram here in our second place position, I think one that's really nice for his own right and kind, one that's probably a bit cleaner up fronted, more extended throughout that front portion. However, there are some structural issues and challenges that we need to get around first before we can get that ram placed up any higher.
Placing on the white Cotswold senior ram lamb class, first place to entry 2, Meyer 2400, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Second place to entry 1, Meyer 2401, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois.
the ewe we're going to start the class with, there's just a lot of sheep there. If you look how wide she is when she moves around the ring, she's wide, but she's, especially like even her front end, but it's still smooth. It all ties together very neatly. One of the bigger top ewes that we have in her class. A very classy ewe that we have here in second. You got to love that front end on that female. She is just beautiful up through that shoulder, that breast, and up and through into that neck there. At a sheep that she's really straight down her top. She has a decent amount of muscling in her top. Not quite as much volume as we see in the ewe that we have in front of her. The next ewe that we have here, a little longer sided ewe than our second place sheep. Here again, very feminine. She's good structured as far as her feet and legs. Just not quite as put together as well. She's a little piecey, a few here and there. Then the next ewe that we have in class, here we're running into some ewes that have running into just a little more volume in their front end that I care for versus proportion is what is in the back third of their body. If we could thicken them up in the back third, then we definitely move them up today. And then we moved into the ewe that's in fifth place. I really need to change that front end. She is way too wide for a female. We just need to free her up when she gets moving around the ring. Thank you.
Placing on the fitted early fall ewe lamb class for the Horned Dorsets. First place to entry number 39. Rummel Family Dorsets, 270. Colton Rummel, Sherrodsville, Ohio. Second place to entry 37. Sink Paget 2002. Caitlin Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Third to 38. Allison Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. 4 to 36. Parker Reese, Chesterland, Ohio. And 5 to entry 35. Campbell Reese, Chesterland, Ohio.
Interesting set of Cotswold Rams out here, and we've got a lot of variety and differences in their kind, and I'm sure a different judge would place these guys differently, but the ram that we're going to be using today is arguably the longest and most correct ram that we have in the ring today. I think what really brings him up to the top is that fleece. I love the coarseness of the fleece. I love the openness of that fleece. It's in a really nice condition. It's in a good length. For this ram here, I think he is the longest loin ram that we have in the class. I believe he's a little bit on the younger side compared to 2 and 3, which allows him to be a little bit leaner. He's certainly not the heaviest muscled, but I think he has the potential to be a really, really high quality, high caliber type of ram. One thing I'd like to change about him is to get him a little bit more extended out throughout that front end, lengthen that neck up to get him balanced just a little bit more, but a really nice, high-yielding, high-quality fleece type of ram. The ram that we have here in our second place position, one that's dead level across the top, one that's really clean fronted and extended throughout that front portion of his skeleton. When you evaluate these rams from the rear, I think this one's got the heaviest leg in him in the class today. He's a little bit shorter in terms of his loin design, but a really nice carcass-oriented ram to help us put there in second. The ram that we have here in third, a ram that I really wanted to push all the way up to the front. I think from this show perspective, this show side, I'd really like to get rid of that black spot on that front leg. I know for some folks it's not going to be a big hang-up for them, but when we think about breed character and what that color might do to the offspring in the future, it just makes me a bit hesitant to use him from that standpoint. But arguably, he's probably got the thickest and biggest loin out of all the rams in our class today. The ram here in fourth that helps us round out the class. One that's really nice in terms of his design. I think he's just a little bit frail compared to the rams up above him. There's a couple structural things that we'd like to change about him, but a really nice high caliber set of Cotswold rams.
Nice set of Monadel yearling ewes over here in Ring C. I think the trio that's soared up awfully quickly. For me, the ewe of the top 3 that's the freshest and the most comfortable on the go is here the ewe that we start with. I think she's the longest stepping off both ends of her skeleton. She's the levelest down her top line, especially out of her hip. And I think she's probably the freshest conditioned of those 3 as well. The ewe that we've got here in second is easily the largest outline to the drive. She's a big, deep-bodied female. I'd like to see her just a notch leveler out of her dock. The ewe that we have next in line, really a deep-bodied sheep, really thick as well. I'd like to see her longer stepping off both ends of her skeleton. She's especially straight right there at her hock. Probably the most comfortable ewe of the go of this drive is here in fourth, a ewe that's extremely flexible off both ends of her skeleton, really long-bodied and level as well. She just gets a little bit out-horsed in this drive. And then the ewe we've got here in fifth is really a big-bodied, thick-made female. She just needs to be more relaxed in her top line.
Placing on the White Cotswold Junior Ram Lamb class, first to entry number 6, Ainsley Mendenhall, Sheridan, Indiana, with Meyer 2458. Second place to entry 4, Kinsey Meyer with Meyer 2490, Aaronsville, Illinois. Third place to entry 7, Kinsey Meyer. And fourth place to entry 5, Lauren Moore, Carlock, Illinois.
Out here for our champion drive on our Cotswold males. A really nice set of rams for these exhibitors to bring out here. I think we can appreciate the differences in the breed type and variety amongst our classes here. In my mind, there's a couple of rams that do a really nice job. When we're talking about these coarse wool breeds, I want them big, I want them powerful and really rugged throughout that skeletal design. I want them to have a lot of mass and power, and I want them to have a really nice fleece. I think there are a couple of rams that meet those objectives for me. I'll go out there and shake the hands of your winners.
Placing on the Monadale Yearling U class, first place to entry 20, Rhodes 2306, Mallory Corzett, Berwick, Illinois. Second to entry number 28, Corzett 2390, Sweet Caroline, Mallory Corzett, Berwick, Illinois. Third to entry 17, J.W. Sims Reisner, Albion, Illinois. Fourth place to entry 22, Olivia Jones, Rochester, Indiana. And 5 to entry 19, Hayden and Easton Novak, Rolling Prairie, Indiana.
Nice pair of Slick Shore and Monadale yearling ewes. The one that I chose to start with is just a notch bigger framed, really heavy sheep, big bodied. I sure like that about her. Really correct down her top line as well. The ewe that we've got there in second is a little bit fresher conditioned, and so consequently is a little more attractive up through her front end. I'd just like to see her square out of her dock.
For the Horn Dorset Senior Champion ewe went to our first place fitted early fall ewe lamb. Entry number 39, Colton Rimmel, Sherrodsville, Ohio, Rimmel family Dorsets 270. Reserve was second in that fitted early fall ewe lamb class. Caitlin Shakel of Atlanta, Indiana with Sink Paget 2002. For the White Cotswolds, our champion ram went to the first place junior ram lamb. Entry 6, Ainsley Mendenhall, Sheridan, Indiana, with Meyer 2458. Our reserve went to the first place in the white senior ram lamb class. Entry number 2, Kenzie Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois, with Meyer 2400. Placing on the Monadale class of Slick Shorn yearling ewes, first to entry 32, Lutman 1541, Lydia Lutman, Waterloo, Illinois. Second to entry 31, Kendra and Caleb Klein, Claypool, Indiana, with triple K 0073.
I think the ewe we got that's going to win the class. So there's a lot of sheep here. I think when you get your hands on her, there's a tremendous amount of thickness, especially in that rib and the length of side that she has, and she carries that very well around the ring. The next ewe is a little more attractive view when you look at her on a profile. I really like her front end, how feminine she is, how neat she is up about her front end and carries that down very straight down her top. Just not quite as long as that, ewe that we have that's going to start the class. Not as big around. The next ewe we have here is long. She's longer than our second place ewe, but a sheep that I really need to change her front end. She's getting pretty bold up in that area there. Like to free her up away how she moves off those shoulders, front legs moving around the ring. The next ewe appears to be a little younger. I don't think not as much time on feed as what we've seen in the other ones, but I really like that she's straight about her lines, very attractive about her front end. Her better days are yet to come.
In the Monadale Fall ewe lamb class, I think a pretty logical place to start. Really a rugged female, wide-chested, big-ribbed. I sure like the added dimension from behind as well. The large outlined ewe is here obviously in second, extremely long-bodied, easily the tallest at the point of her shoulder as well. To me, she just needs a little more mass and dimension to go with that added frame. The more conservative framed ewe here in third is one that I like for her chest width and her dimension from behind. She's just more refined in her bone work for me. And then the ewe we're going to round the drive out with. Just like to see her more correct down her top line, but sure one that you got to like for added depth of body.
Placing on the fitted late fall ewe lamb class for the Horn Dorsets. First place to entry 44. Paul R. Castle, Debian 9031, Madeline Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut. Second to 45. Frog Hollow 14, Madeline Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut. Third to 42, Austin, Logan, Addison, and Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. And 4 to 43, Reba Bergman, Wadesville, Indiana.
Moving on into our Cotswold female show here, starting off with our yearling ewes. We're going to use just an absolute brute of a powerhouse of a female to help us start off the class. One that's got a ton of capacity. Love the Springer rib in her. She's super wide and thick across the top of her. I think once you put her into motion, she's just really fluid and hard to beat. When we come into our second place ewe here, probably our smaller frame type of ewe, and we're quite all right with that because she's got the right parts and the right pieces. A ewe that's just really big and broad across that top. We like how that hind quarter is laid into that skeleton of herself. When we evaluate 1 to 2, I think 1 really excels in terms of that fleece and that design and structure. When we look at this ewe here in our second place hole, she tends to get a little too fine for me in terms of that coarseness of her fleece. The ewe that we have here in our third place position, one that is a nice silhouette. It profiles extremely well from the side. I think one that is broad and wide enough throughout its center of the body. For me, she does get a little bit narrow across the top to get around numbers 1 and 2. The ewe here in fourth place position, one that we really liked as soon as she came into the ring. Unfortunately for me today, she's just carrying a bit too much condition to get her around those other top 3. We'd also like to improve the gait off those hind quarters as well. When we come into our fifth place position ewe, one that's really nice. She's probably a bit more green compared to the others. She tends to get sucked up into that flank, but a really nice high quality set of females. Congratulations to our exhibitors.
Another nice set of Monadale ewe lambs over here in ring C. Ewe that I chose to start with, really a large outline, long-bodied female, and yet she's probably the most correct down her top line of anything in the drive. I especially like her out of her hip and hind leg in relation to the ewe directly behind her. Ewe behind her is really a thick-made female, really wide-chested when she comes at you. Just like to see her a little leveler out of her dock, maybe stouting her up in her bone work just a notch as well. Another really deep-bodied female that we've got here in third, one that I really like for added extension up through her front end. I like the way her neck and chest tie into her forerib. I just like to see her leveler out of her dock. Ewe that we've got next in line might be just a notch larger outline than the ewe directly ahead of her. I'd like to see her tie together more correctly right behind her shoulder. There in fifth, we've got a ewe lamb that I particularly like her added muscularity and shape. When she gets out and goes, though, she's just too high in her loin. And then the ewe we're going to round the drive out with just gets out horsed out here in this drive.
2 ewes over here for our White Cotswold show. The female that we used to win this fall class on our White Cotswold show, one that I think is just a bit more fluid in terms of her movement. When we pop open that fleece, I appreciate the lock structure a lot more on this female here. She's super consistent and she's coarse enough for me at the end of the day. Nothing to take away from that. Bigger, broodier female in the second place position, one that has a lot of mass and capacity. You put her into motion, she's a bit more coarse in terms of her movement and her patterns, and she tends to get a little bit too fine in her fleece to get her around that number 1 place.
We've got a really easy class winner here. This one just as straight and smooth. I mean, and she's got some bone. I think she's very stylish when you look at her from the side. Lots of extension. She handles with a tremendous amount of thickness from the last rib back. Kind of similar pattern ewe, just not as nice fronted as the ewe in first we have here in second. I mean, she's got the same kind of general outlook, just maybe not shoulder to her neck doesn't come out the top of her shoulder, kind of like we'd like to see, but just a big loin in that ewe. She's really smooth down her top. The ewe that I kind of really like is the one we have here in third. That ewe's big top, she's big hip, she's got the right rib shape to her. She's a tick short-sided, but really like to give her a little more, take a little bit of set out of those back legs when we get her in motion. The next 2 ewes are very similar. The pattern that we see, the extension that we see, we really like, just not quite as much to them as we have in the ewes up ahead. Thank you.
Placing on the senior ewe lamb class for the Monadale show, first place went to entry 34, Jacobson, 24-01, J.W. Sims Reisner, Albion, Illinois. Second place to 36, 3J Coors, 1079, J.C. Coors, New Holland, Illinois. Third place to entry 35, Lydia Letman, Waterloo, Illinois. And 4 to 33, Hayden and Easton Novak of Rolling Prairie, Indiana. Placing on the January ewe lamb class for the Monadales, first to entry 37, Miller, 24P4, Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. Second to 39, Woodcock, 1580, Lydia Letman, Waterloo, Illinois. Third place to 41, Cash Brinkman, Goodhue, Minnesota. 4 to entry 38, J.C. Coors, New Holland, Illinois. And 5 to 40, Kendra and Caleb Klein, Claypool, Indiana. Placing on the class of white yearling ewes for the Cotswolds, first place to entry 13, Meyer, 2372, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Second to entry 12, Meyer, 2375, Ainsley Mendenhall, Sheridan, Indiana. Third to entry 11, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. 4 to entry 10, Hudson Hortz, Zephyr, Texas. And 5 to 14, William Wilds, Willington, Connecticut. Placing on the senior ewe lamb class for the White Cotswolds, first to entry 16, Meyer, 2404, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Second place to entry 15, Meyer 2403, Kenzie Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Placing on the Horned Dorset Slickshorn Fall ewe lamb class, first place to entry number 53, Gadsby 2397, Adriana Windland, Shakopee, Minnesota. Second place to entry 50, Sarge 514, Stockton Klotz, Dublin, Indiana. Third place to entry number 52, Colton Rummel, Sherrodsville, Ohio. Fourth place to entry 51, Haley Holbrook, Leoto, Indiana. And 5 to 47, Vivian Stephenson, Mooresville, North Carolina.
Interesting class of Coswell ewe lambs, and I think we've got a lot of different types and kinds out here represented. I think you could flip-flop depending upon the day, the numbers 1 and 2, but for me, we're going to use the more rugged, the bigger barrel, bigger chested, and bigger capacity type of ewe to help us win the class. One that's just extremely fancy from the profile. We appreciate how level she is across the top. I think she's got a lot of mass and power throughout that hind twist as well. If we could change her ever so slightly, again, I'd like to coarsen up that fleece. I tend to get the feeling that she's a little bit more fine up front, but as we work throughout that fleece, she gets better once we work to that rear hip. The female that we have here in our second place position patterns the one that wins the class quite well. One that we appreciate again for that levelness. She might be a bit squarer off that dock. The reason she gets put into that second place position for us today is that she's just a tick narrower across that top, just doesn't have the amount of mass and power and depth of that loin for us today. The female that we use here in third place, one that's really nice. I appreciate what she brings to the table. She is smaller in size and stature, and that's quite all right for me. I really appreciate the structure and the design of those locks within that fleece itself. For me, she tends to run down too far downhill for me compared to the others ahead of her. The female here that's in the fuller fleece in our fourth place position, one that's just structurally sound and correct. She's certainly not the largest female, probably the smallest and youngest female in our class today. Really appreciate how clean and lustrous her fleece is. She just simply gets outpowered. As we round out the class here in 5 and 6, just a couple of ewes that are nice in terms of length of body and power and mass. We've got a couple structural issues on both of them that hinders them from going any higher today.
Placing on the Cotswold Winter or White Junior U Lamb class, first place to entry 17, Meyer 2422, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Second to entry 20, Meyer 2451, also Kinsey Meyer. Third place to entry 19, Ansley Mendenhall, Sheridan, Indiana. 4 to 21, Emilio Smith Gomez, Decatur, Arkansas. And 5 to entry 18, Anala Massey, Aaronsville, Illinois.
So the Horn Dorset ULAM class here, the U we're going to start with, she's just stout and square. I mean, very broody, big top, big in the middle part of her body. I think she's got some width of chest, but still it's smooth. You know, it fits in with the rest of her body type. The next shoe here, very flashy. I mean, it's a great fit job on this shoe. She's really smooth fronted. She's nice down her top. Just not as much sheep as we have in that first place shoe. The second place shoe here, just maybe a little coarser about her front end. I like the length of side that we see on this sheep. She's good on her front leg. Might to add a little bit bone, maybe a little more foot size to this shoe. The ewe that we're going to round the class out with, this is a sheep that she's very youthful appearing. She's very young. Here again, feminine in her front end. Just not as much of her as the rest of the class. Thank you.
Placing on the Horn Dorset fitted Winter Ewe Lamb class, first to entry 57, Frog Hollow 17, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Second to 59, Shakel 2403, Caitlin Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Third place to 56, Campbell Reese, Chesterland, Ohio. And forward to entry 58, Austin, Logan, Addison, and Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio.
For the Monadale February ewe lambs, the female that I chose to start with, I think just has a class advantage in terms of flexibility off both ends of her skeleton. She's the one that when they get out and go, I think is the most comfortable in the move. And yet when she's set, she's the one that I think is most ideal in the correctness of her lines. She's sure deep and uniform in her body depth, has the right kind of rib shape. I think an awfully nice female to start with. The ewe that we have here in second might be just a notch larger outline. She's a female that I sure like her added length of body and extension as well. Just like to stouten her up at the ground just a little bit and see her just a notch more level out of her dock. Ewe that we have here in third is another large outline female. She, for me though, just needs to be changed structurally, make her more correct down her top line. Ewe that we've got here next in line is one that's more flexible off the rear end of her skeleton compared to the ewe directly above her. She wants to run downhill just a notch though. I'd like to lift her up in her chest floor and her front end just a notch, and then the ewe we're going to round the top 5 out with. Sure, a deep bodied female, just like to see her tie together more correctly out of her hip.
Over here for our champion drive for our Cotswold White female, just some really nice females. And again, when we're talking about these coarse wool breeds, we want them long-bodied, we want them big-barreled, and we want them to be structurally sound. And I think we found those females here in the top end. Really like these ones specifically because I think they get all those pieces done correctly. They're heavy muscled, and they've got some really good fleeces onto them. And I think that's really hard to put all those parts and pieces together. There are a couple ewes out here that I fancy quite a bit. We'll go out here and shake the hand of your Grand and Reserve.
For our Cotswold show in the white division, our champion went to the first place yearling ewe. Entry 13, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois, with Meyer 2372. The reserve champion went to Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois, with Meyer 2422 out of the junior ewe lamb class. Placing on the February ewe lamb class for the Monadales, first place goes to entry 45, 3J Coors 1087, J.W. Reisner, Sims Reisner of Albion, Illinois. Second place to entry 60, Corzette 2472, Mallory Corzette, Berwick, Illinois. Third place to entry number 53, Mallory Corzette, Berwick, Illinois. 4 to entry 50, Hayden and Easton Novak, Rolling Prairie, Indiana. And fifth place to entry number 43, Clara Lumen, Lake City, Minnesota. Placing on the Cotswold White Division Best Pair class, first place to Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Now ready for White Best Fleece.
Oh, we got a small class of ewe lambs, but there's 4 different kinds out here. I'm going to start with the one that's going to show me, I think, just a little more growth as far as potential as making a yearling for next year. Sheep was with a little more extension than what we see in our second place ewe. Now, that second place ewe, she handles better than most of the sheep that we've handled today. She's really big top. She handles good down her top. Maybe just starting to slow down a little bit on her growth. I'm not sure exactly what we're going to see out of her next year, but it's certainly admire the thickness that we have. An ultra nice, neat front-ended ewe that we have here in third gives you a great pattern from the side. Doesn't handle as long as the 2 ewes we have in front of her, but it's certainly admire, like I said, the silhouette that she gives you. Probably the big ewe this time next year is going to be standing here in fourth. That ewe, in my estimation, has a tremendous amount of grow left in her. Just today, she's just a little piecey, like to kind of straighten up her top a little bit to get above these other 3 ewes. Thank you.
An exceptional March ewe lamb over here on the Monadale side, I think, to wrap up the fitted show with. One that's so good in her basic build and design, really correct down her top line, great breed character as well. I think a very logical place to start. Ewe that we've got next in line, maybe just a notch thicker compared to our class winner. She's one that I sure like her added chest width as well. To me, though, she just needed to be lifted up in her chest floor some, neaten up in her breastplate, and maybe squared up from hock to ground from behind. But still, I think a female that I sure appreciate her added dimension. Ewe we have next is just a notch larger outline than the ewe directly ahead of her. She's sure a long-bodied female. I'd just like to see her more comfortable off the rear portion of her skeleton. Ewe that we have here in fourth is one that I like for her added rib shape as well. She's one that I think is long-bodied. I'd just like to see her square out of her dock. Ewe that we've got here in fifth is one that's sure flat at the point of her shoulder and long-bodied. She too needs to be leveler designed. And then the ewe lamb that we're going to round the class out with sure added depth of body in that sheep. Just like to see her more correct out of her hip and hind leg.
Placing on the Cotswold Best White Fleece, first goes to entry 30 from Emilio Smith Gomez on SGGA 2113. Emilio's from Decatur, Arkansas. Placing on the Horn Dorset Fitted Spring ewe lamb class, first to entry 62. ALAM 467, Austin, Logan, Addison, and Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. Second to entry 64, Paul R. Castle, W 8938, Logan Minter, Brook, Indiana. Third to 63, Allison Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. And 4 to 65, Campbell Reese, Chesterland, Ohio.
cool ram here to start off our natural colored Cotswold show. One that's really long in terms of his skeleton and his design. I think he's big topped and just a really nice sound individual to help us start us off. Congratulations.
For the natural colored Cotswold Junior Ram Lamb class, first and also champion ram goes to entry 31, Addison Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois, with Meyer 2449.
You better go quick.
Placing on the March Ewe Lamb class for the Monadales, first place to entry 69, Corzat 2496, Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. Second place to 65, Patterson 2402, Kelsey Patterson, Hannah City, Illinois. Third place to 63, Joey Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin, 4 to 64, J.C. Coors, New Holland, Illinois, and 5 to 66, J.C. Coors.
In the Monadale ring, the nice pair of slick-shorn ewe lambs. The one that I chose to start with sure has the performance advantage. She's the one that's a notch deeper bodied as well. The ewe that we have second in class is more extended and neater up through her chest and a little bit freer of pigment down on her legs. To me, though, she just needs to be changed from hock to ground from behind.
Placing on the Monadale Slickshorn Early Ewe Lamb class, first place to entry 71, Lutman 1594, Lydia Lutman, Waterloo, Illinois. Second place to entry 72, Melvin 24-75, Brianna Moeller, Orient, Ohio. Following the conclusion of the Monadale show, Kendra would like for all junior Monadale exhibitors to go to the corner of the show ring for a group photo.
Just a couple entries here for our natural colored Cotswold females, but I think two that are a bit different and bring some differences to the industry that we quite like. We're going to use the smaller, more immature female here to help us win the class, one that we appreciate for the structural correctness that she brings to us today. She's dead level across the top. I appreciate those lines that she matches on the bottom there as well. The reason we can bring this ewe up front is really comes down to fleece and fleece quality. I really like the structure and the design of those locks in that female a lot better than the one there in second, but I like the free-flowingness and openness of that fleece as well. Nothing to take away from the female there in second. I think one that's just big and broody, one that's really wide across that top. Unfortunately for me, I think a lot of that might be cover, and so I think that ewe up front has a bit more natural muscle than that ewe does there in behind her. If we could change her ever so slightly, I'd like to coarsen up that fleece and get rid of some of that cross fibering in her fleece as well.
Placing on the yearling ewe class for the natural colored Cotswolds, first place to entry 38, Spy 2819, Blair Sanchez, Burns, Wyoming. Second place to 35, Four Season Farm 2308, Lauren Moore, Carlock, Illinois.
The Horn Dorset Slickshire class here. We got an easy class winner with this ewe lamb. She is just so straight and smooth, and she's got some thickness to her, has some hip to her. I think here again, just boy, she fits up in that first place hole very, very handily. The next place ewe, I really like this ewe from her from the front third of her body is like really neat. She's smooth shouldered. She's got a little bit of muscle on that shoulder, but yet it's smooth. We get back here, she does not quite have the hip that our first place ewe has. Then we get into our our second and third place ewes are kind of very similar. These are ewes that they give us a nice pattern. They're straight enough in their lines. They get a little more out of proportion with. They got more of their weight up in their front end. We'd like to, both of these ewes, like to give them a little more mass back in that back third of their body to move up any higher today. And we'll round out the class with a just very attractive fresh prairie handling ewe lamb. She's really smooth in her lines. She's not quite as long as the ewes that we have in front of her. Maybe definitely not quite the hip that we have in the ewes ahead of her, but I think she's got a bright future. Thank you.
I think a very logical place to start here with our late Monadale slick-shorn ewe lambs, one that's extremely comfortable out on the go. She's the one that's easily the most correctly designed up through her front end. I think an awfully high quality female. Ewe that we've got here in second might be just a notch stouter in her kind. She's got more dimension from behind. When she gets out and goes, she's tighter and more restricted off the rear portion of her skeleton. Easily the large outlined ewe is here in third, really a long-bodied, extended female. Just like to see her tie together more correctly down her top line. And then the ewe we're going to round the top five out with, really flexible in her kind and quite a bit of depth of body, just like to tighten up her hide some.
Placing on the Horn Dorset Slick Shorn Winter Spring ewe lamb class. First place goes to entry 73, Sarge 600, Paige Minter, Brook, Indiana. Second place to entry 69, Smith 2450, Ty Smith, Stewartson, Illinois. Third place to 66, Austin, Logan, Addison, and Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. Fourth to entry 72, Logan Minter, Brook, Indiana. And 5 to entry 70, Vivian Stephenson, Mooresville, North Carolina. Placing on the Slick Shorn Spring ewe lamb class in the later division, first place for the Monadales, first place to 74, Triple K 0104, Kendra and Caleb Klein, Claypool, Indiana. Second place to 73, Triple K 0096, also Kendra and Caleb Klein, Claypool, Indiana. Third to 76, Lydia Letman, Waterloo, Illinois. And 4 to 75, Lydia Letman, Waterloo, Illinois.
Nice set of natural colored Cotswold females that continue our show. We're going to use the female here that I think is the one that's most complete. She's got the most amount of bone. She's got the biggest rack. She's got the longest loin. When we evaluate these animals from a fleece perspective, I think she's got the one that's the most consistent from front to rear. Easily wins the class for me today. The female that we have here in second, one that we really appreciate her from the side profile. I think she's got a lot of mass and a lot of power, but when you put a handle onto her, she gets a little bit waisty up front. She's heavier chested and tends to run downhill. But overall, really nice female there to get us into second. Female we have here in third, one that we appreciate for her length of body. I think she's got enough spring of rib for her today to get her up into that third place position. We could change her ever so slightly. I'd like to drop that flank, get her a bit deeper bodied, and improve that wool back throughout that bridge. The female that helps us roll out the class is a really nice, structurally sound female, just too small in terms of size to be more competitive today.
Placing on the natural colored Cotswold class of junior ewe lambs. First place to entry 41, Four Season Farm 2411, Lauren Moore, Carlock, Illinois. 2 to 43, Meyer 2488, Addison Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Third to 40, William Wilds, Willington, Connecticut. And 4 to 42, Emilio Smith Gomez, Decatur, Arkansas.
Very solid set of ewes that we have out here in our Horn Dorset show. I think if you look at, they're all acceptable in their breed type. Definitely they handle with some thickness. They've straightened their lines. Feet and legs, I think we've been able to put a set of females together here that I think are very functional. And then still here attractive enough for the show ring, or at least attractive enough for me. So I'll go out and pick your champion in reserve.
smaller show over here for our natural colored side of the Cotswold show, but that certainly doesn't hurt the power that we have out here. I think there's some really nice females out here. There's a lot of different variations as we compare the 4 females we have out here as well. For me, we're looking for those fleeces that are nice and open. They're coarse enough to the touch. We're looking for those females that are carrying plenty of muscle for us as well in terms of carcasses and cutability. I think there's 2 out here that I like quite a bit. We'll go shake the hands of your Grand and Reserve champion.
Well, on behalf of the Monterdale breed, I'm here to go ahead and I'd like to go ahead and just give a couple words of thought and appreciation. And what I'm here to go ahead and talk about is our, now I'm going to get choked up. I want to go ahead and appreciate our secretary that has done so much for us in expanding our junior shows and our junior opportunities to go ahead and be here and really see our Monterdale breed really catch fire. And I know with all you youngsters out here, I see a ton of spirit, and I am just so appreciative of you. But I'm here to go ahead and thank Kendra Fleck for driving our association and going through and being the mother of all of us, even us older folk that go through and really depend on someone that really has the love of this breed of sheep and the people that are associated with it. There's so many things that she's gone through and really brought into our association with computerized registry, and we find that, again, our junior membership has really benefited by having someone that has so much foresight and love of each one of you. So, Kendra, you're going to be missed by me and so many. And so I wanted to go ahead and thank you for all of your service to our group. Thank you so much.
For the Horn Dorset show, our junior champion went to the fitted late fall ewe lamb, entry number 44, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Paul R. Castle W 9031. The reserve junior champion was the slick shorn fall ewe lamb, entry 53, Adriana Winland, Shakopee, Minnesota, with Gadsby 2397. For the Cotswold Natural Colored Show, our champion ewe went to our junior ewe winner, entry 41, Lauren Moore, Carlock, Illinois, with Four Season Farm 2411. The reserve reserve champion ewe was our yearling ewe, Blair Sanchez, Burns, Wyoming, with Spy 2819. Placing on the natural colored best pair class for the Cotswolds, first to Addison Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois.
And our champion Horn Dorset ewe, 4 impressive female, 4 really good, I think, stud females out here in their own right. 2 of them, I think, of course, I think they suit me, so I'll go out here and pick your champion in reserve.
Placing on the best fleece for the natural colored Cotswold show, first place goes to Blair Sanchez.
Champion you.
Overall champion ewe for the Monterdale show went to our March ewe lamb class winner, Corzat 2496, Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. The reserve champion went to our class winner of the February ULAM class, J.W. Sims Reisner, Albion, Illinois, with 3J Kurz 1087. For our Horn Dorset show, our junior champion and reserve junior champion were also our grand and reserve grand champions. Our junior champion and grand champion is entry number 44, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Paul R. Castle, W9031, a fitted late fall ewe lamb. The reserve grand champion ewe was our reserve junior champion ewe, entry 53 from the Slick Shorn Fall ewe lamb class, Adriana Winland, Shakopee, Minnesota, Gadsby 2397.
Over here in the middle ring, we're going to change breeds, and we're coming into our Shetland show. We're starting off with our ram classes. A really nice specimen here to start off with. I appreciate this ram from his structural correctness. He's free-flowing as he moves throughout the ring. When you crack open that fleece, I think it's a nice, long-flowing type of fleece. I think he does a nice job of meeting those breed standards, and appreciate the horn set on him as well. Congratulations.
We have Montadale Flock entering the ring. Our futurity results for the Montadale show. First went to Clara Lumen with Miller 24D27. Second, J.W. Sims Reisner with 3J Kurz 1087. Third to Cash Brinkman of Brinkman 0193. 4, J.C. Kurz with 3J Kurz 1084. Fifth to Cash Brinkman with Bodie 0103. Sixth place to Hazel Lumen with Lumen 2415. 7, Claire Lumen with Lumen 2417. 8, J.W. Sims Reisner with Jacobson 2401. 9, J.C. Kurz with Nelson 213. 10, Lydia Lutman with 3J Kurz 1071. And 11, Hazel Lumen Jacobson 2430. Again, Montadale exhibitors, we want to remind you that you need to gather at the corner of the show ring once we have completed the flock class. For the Shetland show, our senior Ram Lambs, first place went to entry 1, MM Wonder Pets, Alpha Romeo 2342, Evelyn Maines, Lebanon, Indiana. Horn Dorsets are now complete in all the Dorsets, so we're ready to move into our tuna show. Placing on the Montadale Young Flock class, first place goes to Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. Again, corner of the show ring, Monadale exhibitors for a group photo. We'll wait just a few minutes before we call those Texels in, give John a break if he'd like. I was afraid you'd say that.
Over here on our Shetlands, a really cool variety of sheep out here for us to evaluate. We're going to start off with more of the brown red tone ram here to help us start the class. He easily wins it for me in terms of structure and design. He's the heaviest muscle, he's the heaviest boned ram in the class here. He certainly doesn't disappoint when you open that fleece. I think this exhibitor's done a nice job of keeping that fleece nice, free, and open. Just a really nice ram here for a breeding project. The individual here in our second place position, a really nice ram as well. I think this ram excels in terms of his fleece. I like the crimp, I like the boldness, I like the structure and design of that fleece itself. For me, he just gets a little bit too frail in terms of the ram ahead of him. The ram that we have here in third, one that also has a really nice fleece. It just isn't as long in terms of length. It tends to get a little cross-haired for me, and as we evaluate him from a structural standpoint, we'd like to get him a bit straighter up in that front end. The young lady that helps us round out the class with her smaller ram lamb here, I think he just simply gets outpowered. He's just smaller in terms of stature and size, and when we evaluate that fleece, we can't get that fleece apart near as free-flowing as the others ahead of him today.
Placing on the junior ram lambs for the Shetland show. First place goes to entry 2, the Good Shepherd McLaren, Madison Bielok, Lebanon, Indiana. Second place to entry number 4, the Good Shepherd Ferrari, 2429, Evelyn Maines, Lebanon, Indiana. Third place to entry 3, Parker Eisenhower, Lebanon, Indiana. And 4 to entry 5, Evelyn Springs Tube, West Stockbridge, Massachusetts.
Out here for our champion drive for our Shetland division. I think, although we didn't have many rams, I think that a pretty unique set of rams for us today. When we're taking a look at some of those breed standards, we want to make sure that they're structurally sound, they're correct, their tails are good, their fleeces are good, and I think all these rams that we have out here today meet those standards. There's one that I really like from a fleece standpoint, and I think because of that, we have to follow suit with one that fits very similar in terms of his structure and design with his fleece. So with that being said, we'll go out here and congratulate your champions.
Champion ram for the Shetlands goes to our class winner of the junior ram lamb class, in number 2, Madison Bielok, Lebanon, Indiana, with Good Shepherd McLaren. Reserve champion was second in that junior ram lamb class, entry number 4, Evelyn Maines, Lebanon, Indiana, with Good Shepherd Ferrari, 2429.
To start our Tunis Ram show, I think we're going to leave them standing the way they came in the ring. But the Ram we're going to start with, he's a structurally sound sheep that we have out here. He's the one that's got the length of body. All three of these Rams are extremely long hind saddle, which they should be. That's, you know, a trait that the Tunis do carry through the breed. But the Ram that we're going to start with, he's heavy. He's a masculine sheep. He's good about his breed type. Comes back into a big hip. He's got a nice dock set. The next Ram is very similar in body style. He's a tick longer when you look at him from the side view. This Ram here that we have in second, I'd like to true him up on those back legs a little bit. He gets just a little loose with his hocks when he moves around the ring. The next Ram that we have here, a little more extended up through his front end. A sheep that's standing on decent feet and legs. He wants to get a little posty on his back legs. I'd like to put a little more set to his hock than what we have today, but three nice Rams to start our show. Thank you.
Placing on the senior Ram Lamb class for the Tunis, first place goes to entry number 2, MB 23919, Meredith Bugman, Dalton, New York. Second place to entry 3, MB 23108, also Meredith Bugman. Third place to entry 1, Oliver O'Keefe, Marlborough, Connecticut.
What a great way to start the Texel show off with. I think two Rams that soared up awfully quickly. The sheep that I chose to start with sure has that added muscle and dimension out of his upper hip and down through his lower leg. But yet he's the one that I think when they get out and go are the most flexible off both ends of his skeleton. To me, he's the sheep that combines some added mass with some flexibility. Sheep we've got next, really powerful in his forerib and his shoulder. A sheep that I like his dimension as well. I just like to change his construction out of his hip just a little bit when he gets out and goes. horse. Ram we have next in line, really rugged and powerful in his bone work, extremely shapely over his rack. I'd just like to see him come square to the edge of his loin some, maybe give him just a notch more set to his hock. Ram we have next in line, really like the outward turn to that sheep's quarter, really like the added dimension up top as well. I'd just like to neaten him up in his chest floor a little bit. And then the ram we're going to round the class out with really a high cut-ability, shapely sheep. I just see just a little bit harsher to the touch today.
In our Tunis slick-sheared ram class, I'm going to go with the ram that's kind of giving me more product. I think he's a little smoother about his lines. He's definitely better about his structure. I think a ram that comes back into a nice dock set. I really like the middle part of this sheep where you get that capacity, that volume. The next ram here, he's big, boy. He's got a lot of growth to him. He's got some extension. He's by far the longest ram out here. That's easily seen. I just like to give a little more rib shape to him. I think just to open him up just a little bit to give him a little more production. Thank you.
Placing on the Slickshorn Senior Ram Lamb class for the Tunis, first place goes to entry 5, Creekside Tunis 2359, Kaylee O'Neill, Columbus, Ohio. Second place to entry 6, T2327, Jacoby Mag, Ottawa, Ohio. Placing on the Texel class of Winter Ram Lambs, first place to entry 4, Campbell Brothers 2-409-354. Alexis White, Lower Salem, Ohio. Second to entry 2, Cook 2401, Alexis Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana. Third place to entry 3, Avery and Brant Lindsay, Coshocton, Ohio. Fourth place to entry 1, Morgan Inbody, Wapakoneta, Ohio. 5 to entry number 5, Emily Amons, Chelsea, Vermont.
A really nice set of Shetland females out here for us to evaluate today. We're going to start off with the natural colored female to help us start the class. I think one that just has a ton of bone and a ton of mass underneath of her. You put a handle on her, I think she's the longest spine, she's the broadest chested, and just overall biggest animal in our class here for us today. Nothing to take away from the individual here in our second place position, the white ewe. I think one that matches quite well. She may have a bit more bone underneath of her, especially up and through that front end. For me today, she just tends to run downhill too much to get her around that first place position. The female here in our third place hole, I think one that's really nice in terms of her explosion throughout the center of her body. I think she's probably got the most mass and most capacity out of any of our individuals here today. For me, she just gets a little too soft up on them front pasterns. She tends to get a little sickle hawked in the rear to get her around any higher for us. The female here that we have in our fourth place position, one that's a little bit shorter in terms of stature and length of body, but we really appreciate the bone and some of those neat characteristics that she brings. I think probably one that has the freest flowing fleece for me. Doesn't have a lot of cross fibering. That's why she gets there into that fourth place position easily for me. We'd like to change her up a little bit, try to widen her apart there on that hind quarter. The young lady here that helps us round out our class, I think one that's really nice for its type and its kind. Appreciate that color patternation to her. Really like that structure and design of that fleece itself. For me, she just tends to get a bit too narrow up front to get around number 4.
Placing on the yearling U class for the Shetlands, first place to entry 8, 2310, Reese Kinneman, Washington, Indiana. Second place to entry 10, Falks Family Rarity, 2308, Evelyn Maines, Lebanon, Indiana. 3 to entry 11, Parker Eisenhower, Lebanon, Indiana. 4 to entry 12, Madison Belock, Lebanon, Indiana. 5 to entry 14, Evelyn Springstube, West Stockbridge, Massachusetts.
Another extremely high quality set of Texel rams out here. The one that I chose to start with, really a high cutability sheep, extremely shapely up top and from behind, really powerful down through the lower portions of his leg. If anything, I'd like to square him up from hock to ground from behind, but I think a high quality ram to start with. Sheep we have next is one that I sure like for his added body mass. He's really a wide skeleton ram, just a little bit softer to the touch when compared to our class winner, but still one that I like for that added dimension. And then the ram we're going to round the class out with, another really high cutability sheep, really shapely from behind. I'd just like to see him handle his hind leg just a notch more correctly.
There, Tunis Ram, Clyde. We got a very impressive individual to start this class with. I think you look at this ram and you kind of think, yeah, I think he could probably make a stud buck for somebody. I just like, like the breed type about him. The consistency of color is a big thing that we're seeing in him and we don't see in other rams between their head and his legs. I mean, you handle him, there's plenty of meat, there's plenty of thickness. He's good down his top. The next ram that we have here, a very flashy ram in a younger package. Not quite as mature as the ram that we have in first. Very good on his feet and legs. I think just like I said, he just needs more time to compete with this other guy here. Thank you.
Placing on the Texel class of spring ram lambs, first place goes to entry 6, Cook 2424, Alexis Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana. Second to entry 7, Campbell Brothers 2-416-355, Alexis White, Lower Salem, Ohio. Third to entry 9, Morgan Inbody, Wapakoneta, Ohio. Placing on the class of January ram lambs, first for the Tunis, first to entry 10, Red Barn Farm 0465, Gregory Loper, Nunda, New York. Second place to entry 11, Swihart 2403, Amanda Willard, Northampton, Massachusetts.
Nice set of Shetland females again. We're going to start the class off pretty easily with this ewe here that's just the biggest barrel, biggest chested, and biggest capacity type of ewe. One that's just really wide and broad and throughout that hind end as well. The young man that brings our ewe here into the second place position, one that we appreciate for her correctness. I think she gets on pretty well. She's pretty square. I appreciate the quality of that fleece from that front center. Like to clean it up just a bit more as we work through that hind quarter. The ewes here that help us round out the class in 3 and 4, 2 that are stamped pretty much similarly to the same. A little bit shorter in terms of stature and length. Just a few things that we'd like to correct in terms of their fleeces to get them to place any higher today.
Placing on the Shetland Senior Ewe Lamb class, first place to entry 15, W. Wonder Pets, Kate Spade, 2341, Parker Eisenhower of Lebanon, Indiana. Second place to entry 20, 2211, Case Kinnaman, Washington, Indiana. Third to entry 21, Remington Kinnaman, Washington, Indiana. 4 to entry 19, Reese Kinnaman, Washington, Indiana. For our Texel ring, our champion ram went to our first place out of the spring ram lamb class. Entry 6, Cook 2424, Alexis Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana. The reserve champion to entry number 4, Campbell Brothers 2-409-2 or 354, Alexis White, Lower Salem, Ohio. And that one was out of the winter ram lamb class.
But you got a little give and take in this class. The ram we're going to start with, I think if we handle him, he's the longest handling ram that we have out here, and he's also, out of these first two, he's the bigger top. There's more muscling in that top. Here I would, like to put a bigger foot under him, for sure. But I think the big thing is when we get him moving around the ring, he holds himself together just a little bit better than our second place ram. We've got a tremendous amount of extension from end to end, maybe a longer hip, but not longer loin than the first place ram. So it's 6 of one, half a dozen of another. I think a sheep that you really appreciate the profile and the flash that you see on this ram. Just today, not quite as much to him. And I really like the ram that we have here in third. He is stout, he's heavy, he's big middled, he's got a big top and a big hip. He gets a little short. He doesn't track as wide as you think he should when you get him out on the move to have that much body. But anyway, nice set of rams. Thank you.
Over here in the Shetland ring, really like this female that we're starting the class off with. Probably the heaviest boned, heaviest structured. I think she's the widest top. But I think what also impresses me about her is the consistency of that fleece. Extremely soft to the touch. I believe it's one of the higher yielding fleeces in the class for us today. Nothing to take away from the female there in second. One that is the reason she gets there is that she's extremely structurally sound, she's correct, and she's square. Really like that fleece. Just lacks structure and character compared to that one in the first place. Oh, young lady here driving the natural colored Shetland in our third place position. One that's really nice for her type and her kind. I think one, again, that tracks pretty square as she moves throughout the ring. She's just a little bit on the smaller side, but a really nice soft to the field touch on that fleece. Those animals here in fourth and fifth to help us round out the class. I think a couple of lambs that are really nice in terms of their structure and their design. They just don't have enough days on feed, and I'd like to open those fleeces up a bit more.
Placing on the Tunis class of February Ram Lambs, first place went to entry number 13, Spildy 786, Claire Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Second to entry 14, Red Barn Farm 0474, Gregory Loper, Nunda, New York. Third place to entry 12, Claire Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Placing on the Shetland class of Junior ewe lambs, first to 22, Windswept Violet Corral, Madison Belock, Lebanon, Indiana. Second to 23, Rivenoak Tulip 2419, Margot Johnson, Wooster, Ohio. Third place to 27, Evelyn Springstube, West Stockbridge, Massachusetts. 4 to 24, Evelyn Maines, Lebanon, Indiana. And 5 to entry 25, Madison Belock, Lebanon, Indiana.
For as high quality of a set of Texel yearling ewes we have out here, I think we have a pretty logical class winner. One that's built so good from the profile, so massive and productive in her kind. I like her added center body, so muscular as well when you get right on top of her front end from behind. I think an easy class winner. Ewe that we have in second is maybe just a higher cut ability sheep, really expressive on the top side of her skeleton. For me, though, I'd just like to give her a little bit more slope to her shoulder, allow her to be a little bit longer reaching out of her front end, but still I think an awfully high quality ewe. Here in third, we've got an extremely wide-built, wide skeleton ewe, extremely big-ribbed and impressive through the center portion of her body. For me, she's just a little too soft to the touch. And then the ewe we're going to round the class out with is one that is sure a high-cut ability, muscular sheep. I'd just like to change the way she handles the rear portion of her skeleton.
Nice set of Shetlands out here for our champion drive. And again, folks, I think this breed really does a nice job. These guys have certainly gotten better. As we take a look at them, first and foremost on this kind of breed, these primitive breeds, we want to ensure that their structure is sound and correct. And then kind of take a look at some of those fleeces and those fleece attributes and some of the other breed characteristics that the breed really focuses on as well. For me today, I think there's a couple individuals out here that are really sound in terms of their structure and their movement. They're really square from the ground up, and then we'll look at the fleeces beyond that. We'll go out here and shake the hands of your Grand Reserve champion.
Placing on the yearling U class for the Texel show, first place to entry 14, Cook 2331, Alexis Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana. Second to entry 13, Pine Knob Farm 2317, Avery and Brant Lindsay, Coshocton, Ohio. Third to entry 12, Alexis Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana. And four to entry 15, Kylie Sons, Brownstown, Indiana. For the Shetland show, our champion went to our Junior U Lamb class winner, entry 22, Madison Bialk, Lebanon, Indiana, with windswept Violet Corral. Reserve went to second place animal in that class, entry 23, Margot Johnson, Worcester, Ohio, with Ribbon Oak Tulip 2419. For the Shetlands, we are now ready for Best Fleece on Hoof. That'll be followed by Young Flock. Romney exhibitors. We're getting close to being finished on the Shetland ring, so please be getting those Romneys up ringside and ready at ring 2. We have a Best Fleece class in the ring and a flock class for the Shetlands, and then we'll go right into the Romneys.
The ram of the Tunis ram we're going to start the class with. He's your complete sheep out here. I think he's by far the easiest moving ram when we get around the class. He's really straight in his lines. Just structurally a very solid, very good ram. The next ram that we have here, just kind of on the same pattern as the ram that we have that we're starting the class with, maybe not quite as much bone. He doesn't actually handle as long as the ram that we have in first. He appears like he should, but doesn't quite get there. The next ram that are number 3 place ram here, there's a ram that's really nice down his top. That's a sheep that actually, he has some hip and some lower leg to him. He's just starting to get a little tight in his heart. I'm not real crazy about that about him. But he changes his front end shape a little bit, then maybe we can move him up. The next ram that we have in the number 4 place, there's a ram here that he has some length of side, definitely length of hind side, like we said the tuners are known for. I really need to change his front end. He's getting a little bit bold down in the lower part of that shoulder. I'd like to smooth him up in there to move up any higher. A younger appearing ram that we're going to round the class out with. He's good on his feet and legs, just a sheep that needs a little more time. We'd like to kind of neaten him up over his top to compare with these other rams up above him. Thank you.
Another high-quality set of Texel females over here in Ring C. The one that I chose to start with, I think, has a pretty big class advantage on the top side of her skeleton. She's easily the biggest and squarest rack sheep of the drive, really a big loin ewe, and then sure leaves me with that same advantage. Another really heavy-muscled female here in second, really powerful, wide-chested, big-shouldered ewe, but along with that, she's a little bit plainer to the touch, especially right there over her rack, and I'd like to give her just a notch more set to her hind leg, and then the ewe we're going to round the class out with a little bit longer, more extended female, just like to see her leveler out of her dock.
For the Shetlands, our Best Fleece on Hoof went to our champion overall ewe, Madison Bialk of Lebanon, Indiana, with windswept Violet Corral. Placing on the Tunis March and Later Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 21, Spildy 802, Claire Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Second to entry 19, MJM Family Farm 2424, Madeline Mag, Ottawa, Ohio. Third to entry 16, Beau Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. 4 to entry 18, Beau Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. And 5 to entry 20, Oliver O'Keefe, Marlborough, Connecticut. Again, we're showing Shetland class of young flock. You're next. We will move right on into our show for the Romneys. Romney will be next. Placing on the Shetland Young Flock class, first place goes to Madison Bialk of Lebanon, Indiana. Second to Parker Eisenhower, Lebanon, Indiana. And third, Evelyn Maines of Lebanon, Indiana.
Our Tunis Ram show here, the ram we're going to start with, just shows us a lot more performance at this age. I mean, he's pretty straight down his top. He's nice and level out his dog. He's deep in the middle part of his body. He's big rib. I think a sheep that very handily gets to the first place. Then the ram that we have here in second, the little younger appearing ram, he's showing us a lot of extension. I think for his size, he's got a tremendous amount of length. Sheep kind of like changed a little bit on his back feet today, but here again, that might just be a maturity issue, but we'll let him grow out and see what he looks like next year. Thank you.
Placing on the Texel Junior or Fall U Lamb class, first place to entry 18, Cook 2404, Lexus Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana. Second place to entry 17, Pine Knob Farm 2419, Morgan Inbody, Wapakoneta, Ohio. And third to entry 16, Alexis Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana. Placing on the Tunis Slickshorn Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 22, MJM Family Farm 2413, Madeline Mag, Ottawa, Ohio. Second place to entry 8, Morgan Johnson with Rivenoak 2416.
Another exceptional set of Texel females over here in Ring C. I think one that logically wins. She's sure more the attractive view of the drive, still really muscular and shapely when you get on the top side of her skeleton as well. I sure like her added dimension from behind, and yet, like I said, still really attractive from the profile. Here we've got next in line is easily the mass female of the drive, really powerful in her basic build. Really impressive through the center portion of her body and from behind. For me, I'd just like to see her hook up just a notch more correctly right there behind her shoulder. Another really heavy muscled female here in third, one that's extremely expressive on the top side of her skeleton. I'd just like to see her a notch longer stepping up front. We've got next in line, really shapely out of her hip and down through the lower portions of her leg. Just like to see her stronger behind her shoulder. You that we have here next in line, really a long-bodied, probably the levelest view of the drive. She's just a little too refined in her bone work for me. And then you we're going to round the class out with, sure, a powerful female. Just like to change the way she's constructed up front.
Placing on the Texel Winter U Lamb class, first place to entry 24, Cook 2416, Alexis Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana. Second to entry 21, Campbell Brothers 2-401-361, Alexis White, Lower Salem, Ohio. Third place to entry 19, Morgan Inbody, Wapakoneta, Ohio. Fourth place to 23, Alexis Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana. And 5 to entry 20, Amy Rowe, Connorsville, Indiana.
Our Tunis champion, champion Ram Drive. I think one thing, as far as I'm concerned, is that I think the Tunis breeders have done Very impressive job on fixing the structure on these sheep. They haven't always been known to be the best legged in the world, but in years past. But when we look at sheep that we have out here, I mean, they're all good pasture and they're up on their feet. There's a few issues here and there, but for the most part, from a structure standpoint, they've done a fine job, improving these sheep. And so that being said, there's 2 rams out here that I like, and I'll go name your champion in reserve.
Grand Champion Ram for the Tuna Show goes to the January Ram Lamb. Entry number 10, Gregory Loper, Nunda, New York, Red Barn Farm 0465. The Reserve Champion goes to our March Ram Lamb class winner, entry 21, Claire Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin, with Spildy 802. Again, exhibitors, we want to remind you, if you got one of those forms as a champion for Rams or ewes, and you'll be showing tomorrow in our Supreme Champion Drive, you need to complete that form and get it back up here to the announcer's desk today.
A solid start to our Romney show out here, both with our whites and our natural colors. I think we've got 2 high caliber rams that help us kick off the class. The one that we've got here in the first place just hits me the hardest. I think he's the one that's the biggest top, the biggest wrap, the biggest shape for us here today. I think he's just got a really nice fleece to him as well. As we take a look at that ram there in second, nothing to take away from him. He's built very similarly to the class winner. For me, he just gets a little bit shallow in terms of the depth of loin. He's a little shorter in terms of his length of his loin, but those fleeces match up extremely, extremely well. The natural colored ram that we were using here in third, one that's a bit smaller in terms of his scale and his size. He's probably a bit less mature than those that are ahead of him, but I think he's designed structurally correct. He's sound, he's big and wide enough across the top. I just like a little bit more fleece up front to get a better evaluation and get a better handle on that. The ram that we have here in our 4th place position, probably the biggest and most rugged ram. One has the most skeleton and amount of bone underneath of him as well. For me, he just gets a little bit peaked across the shoulders. He gets a little bit too wide across that skeleton, which allows him to roll those legs in a little bit ever so slightly.
Placing on the class of Romney Intermediate Ram Lambs, first place to entry 3, Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire, with Winding Wicks 2428. Second place to entry 4, Winding Wicks 2437, Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. Third place to entry 1, Madison Feehan, Bradner, New York. And 4 to entry 2, Claire Von Behrens, Stewardson, Illinois.
Out here for a second class of Romney Rams. We'll start the class off here with a white Ram that just has a lot of power and mass to him. I would assume that he's got a lot more age on these other guys here in the class, but that certainly is up to his benefit here for us today. He's got the most amount of mass. He's got the most amount of bone to him. When you take a look at him from that top end, I think he's just really structurally sound and correct. You pop open the fleece, it's really nice in terms of boldness of crimp. Nothing to take away from that Ram there in the second place position. He's just a tick smaller in terms of scale and size. We appreciate how correct he is from his feet up. However, when we evaluate him from the top end, he tends to dip behind those front shoulders, and he's got, we'd like to straighten him up a little bit there in the mouth, just a little bit, but a really nice Ram to get us there in that second place position. The Ram that helps us roll off here in the third position to help us into class, one that's extremely green in terms of his design, one that's made right. He just needs to be pushed a little harder on feed to get around those today.
The Texel crowd should be proud of this set of spring ewe lambs because I think there is an exceptional lineup out here. The ewe that I chose to start with does so. Just her basic build for me. She's the one that I think is the most correct when she's set into motion. I like her added stoutness of bone and foot, and still really powerful from behind as well. I think an awfully high quality female. Here in second, a really high cutability ewe that's extremely shapely when you get your hands on her. Maybe not quite as long stepping off the rear portion of her skeleton compared to our class winner, but still I think a logical sheep to go second. And third, we've got a really wide constructed ewe. She comes at you with a lot of power and sure leaves you with that same advantage. She, though, is just a little bit too straight in her hock for me. Ewe that we've got next in line, really a high cutability female, expressive on the top side of her skeleton. She's just too tight off the rear portion of her skeleton. And similarly to our fifth place ewe, really shapely through her shoulder and over her rack. I just wish that she was a little more flexible out of her upper hip.
A nice set of Romneys out here that represent the breed quite well. Really like these Rams that we've pulled up to the front and the top end of these classes. For me today, folks, I think we've got really one stellar Ram out here, and then it's a kind of a close call between a couple of others. But if we choose that Ram to make him the champion one, I think we have to pick the one that's right behind him that patterns extremely well. Our Grand and Reserve are going to come from that senior class. Congratulations.
For our Romney show, our champion and reserve champion Rams came out of the intermediate Ram Lamb class. Entry number 3 was champion Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire, with Winding Wicks 24-28. Reserve champion to entry 4, also Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire, Winding Wicks 24-37. Placing on the junior class of Ram Lambs, first place went to entry 5, Schmall, 24-14, Lindsay Schmall, Wausau, Wisconsin. Second to entry 7, HPF R114, Penelope Kemp, Ridgefield, Connecticut. And third to entry 6, Ainsley Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. Placing on the spring ewe lamb class for the Texels, first to entry 27, 1147, Alice Winery, Warsaw, Ohio. Second to 28, Cook, 24-28, Alexis Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana. Third to 29, Alexis White, Lower Salem, Ohio. 4 to 30, Jocelyn Beebe, Summers, Connecticut. 5 to 25, Colin Beebe, Summers, Connecticut.
in our fitted yearling ewe class, I'm going to use, in my mind, the ewe that's complete. She's big-bodied. She's broody. She has she got some length of side. She's really good at her hip, out of her dock set there. I think a sheep that is feminine from her front end. I just like her pretty well. I think she's very balanced. The next ewe here, considerably taller. You got to appreciate about the amount of growth that we have here. There's just not as much sheep there. I think especially when we stand in behind her, she gets pretty narrow base when we get moving around the ring. But you got to appreciate the amount of extension and the straightness of the top that we have here. The third place ewe kind of more follows the pattern of the first place ewe, but just not as much to her. I think when we stand back and look, especially when we get back in that hip, we like to change that ewe just a little bit, make her a little wider in that area there. A kind of a more extended ewe that we have here in fourth, that's a sheep that I think kind of find just very piecey. She's a little tight in her heart. She gets a little straight in her back legs. You got to appreciate the femininity about her front end, but we need to change some structure issues here with that ewe. The next ewe here, very broody. Love the center part of her body. That circumference of rib is very impressive. You know, I like that a lot. She's got some pieces that I like. We just kind of need to try to reassemble them and get them put back into kind of a smoother package. The next ewe that we're going to round the class out with is a sheep just a little lighter made. She's not as, I'm going to guess she's not as old as the rest of them, maybe not as far along and as her maturity, but we just like to make her a little bit wider and a little bit deeper to move up any higher today. Thank you.
Champion Texel ewe goes to our first place yearling ewe, Alexis Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana, with Cook 2331. The reserve grand champion Texel ewe was our class winner of the spring ewe lamb class, Alice Winery, Warsaw, Ohio, with Campbell Brothers 2-418. Texels have young flocks the next class. The Tunis class of early yearling ewes, first place goes to entry 25, MB2212F, Meredith Bugman, Dalton, New York. Second place to entry 27, Barn Talk Livestock 43073, Nash Arthur, Greenfield, Indiana. Third to 26, Mackenzie Frame, Montpelier, Ohio. Fourth place to 29, Mackenzie Gill, Whitehall, Maryland. And 5 to 28, Jamie Lynn Widman, Bel Air, Maryland. For the Romney show, our best-headed ram went to entry number 11, Winding Wicks 2428, Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. Placing on the Texel Young Flock class, first place to Alexis Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana. Second place to Alexis White, Lower Salem, Ohio. And third to entry 38, Morgan Inbody, Wapakoneta, Ohio. That does conclude our shows in Ring 3, or the C Ring today. We'll be back in there tomorrow morning with Dorpers, White Dorpers, and Border Cheviots. Our judge has been John Merzinski of Colorado.
Impressive set of yearling ewes that we have in this class here. The one that we're going to start the class. So I think she's one of the better handling ewes that we have out here. She's big top, she's big volume, kind of broody type of ewe. Yet when still gives you a great picture. Maybe want to stretch her out just a little bit, to match her height. But I think a very impressive ewe to start the class with. And we do have a long-sided ewe here in second. That's a sheep to meet. It just doesn't, when you handle her down her top, doesn't quite fit together just as nicely as that first place ewe. And then the second place ewe here again, starting on this ewe, I really like that ewe as far as the amount of body that she has and the natural width that she has. Starting to get her, she's plenty heavy, and we're starting to get a little more of that fat down in her chest, and kind of gives her just throws her off just a little bit as far as a balance deal. The ewe that we have here in fourth, another feminine ewe, big bodied, love that about her, about the rib and the capacity. She just doesn't handle as much length, doesn't look like to have as much length as the ewes standing in front of her. Then we're coming down to two nice ewes down here, and they both handle very, very straight in their top, but just not as much of them. I like to stout them up from a skeleton standpoint, and also just stout them up from, give them a little more rib and a little more size. Thank you.
Placings on the late yearling U class for the tuna show. First place to entry 34, Spildy 721, Claire Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Second to entry 37, Mum 2378, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Third place to entry 38, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. 4 to entry 31, Claire Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. 5 to 35, Meredith Bugman, Dalton, New York.
Stellar U here to start off our Romney U class divisions, and one that we just appreciate for her mass and her size, but yet still remaining feminine enough. We really appreciate the Springer rib this female has. I like the amount of capacity internally that she has. When you evaluate that fleece, probably one of the most consistent fleeces that we see out here today, one that just really packs a punch in terms of consistency from front to rear. We're going to use the natural colored female here in the second place position. She may be one of the more shallower chested females, but that isn't to say that she is shallow chested, just as you compare it to those top 5 in the lineup here for us today. She might be a little shorter sided too. But for me, I think she's more structurally sound and correct and carries a better fleece than those that are ahead of her or behind her today. The female that we have here in our third place position, one that just has a ton of bone underneath of her, and that's really what helps her get into this third place position. One that's pretty nice and smooth across that hind saddle herself as well. But when you evaluate her in that front quarter, she just gets a bit too peaked across those shoulders, a bit narrow across that top to get her any higher today. The females here in 4 and 5, just a couple of nice females. I think they're nice, big, broody types of females. They're just simply carrying too much condition for me. The female there in 4th, she has a better carrying fleece than the one there in 5th.
Placing on the Romney yearling U class, first place goes to entry 22, Winding Wicks 2332, Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. Second place to entry number 19, Thistledown 315, Ainsley Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. Third to entry 18, Claire Von Barons, Stewardson, Illinois. 4 to 16, Kenneth Briggs, Deerfield, New Hampshire. And 5 to entry 23, Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire.
Out here for our Romney females, again, just going to start off the class with one that just really packs a punch. I think one that's absolutely complete. It's really difficult to find a hole in this female here as we compare her to the top 4 in the class. One that has a ton of springer rib to her. She's huge topped, and she's got enough bone and power to her to boot. The female here in our second place hole, one that's probably more of a shallow-sided female between 1 and 3, but I think she balances out quite well. A female that just isn't nearly as powerful and stout as that female ahead of her. The female we have here in our third place position, one that has a really nice fleece. We like the luster, we like the length, and we like the boldness of the crimp and the character to that fleece. For me, she tends to run a little bit downhill for me, and she tends to get a little bit more waisty over across those ribs for me today. The natural colored female that we used to round off the class, just one that's a bit more green, needs a few more days on feed to be a bit more competitive.
Nice set of slick-sheared yearling ewes you were going to start with. It just by design, I just like the general outline of this female. I think it's a sheep. She's straight in her lines, and she's very feminine. Just a very solid female to start the class with. And maybe a little lighter made as far as the skeleton standpoint. The ewe that we have here in second, she's a little bit bigger, a little bit taller. A sheep that once you compare the two together as they're moving, this big ewe here in second just gets a tick more narrow than the one that we're starting the class with. Then the next ewe we have here, a big broody type ewe, which is a good thing to me. But the big belly, the big rib, that we have in that sheep, I think she's just going to make a great mother. Then the next two ewes that come together to round out our class, very similar in their kind. They're long and feminine sheep that handle very well. They're just not quite as much of them as we see in those ewes ahead of them. Thank you.
Placing on the Romney class of senior ewe lambs, first place to entry 27, Winding Wicks 2358, AI, Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. Second to entry number 25, Von Barons 2715, Claire Von Barons, Stewartson, Illinois. Third place to entry 24, Morton 0282, Thomas Wallace, Casstown, Ohio, and Ford 26, Winding Wicks 2357, Black Beauty, Kingston, Rinker, Stewartson, Illinois. Still go that way? Okay. Start here. Placing on the Tunis class of slick-shorn yearling ewes, first to entry 48, Mum 2353, Beau Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Second, 41, Red Barn Farm 7019, Gregory Loper, Nunda, New York. Third place to entry 45, Madeline Mag, Ottawa, Ohio. 4 to 39, Morgan Johnson, Worcester, Ohio. And 5 to 42, Autumn Piazza, Wilmington, Delaware.
Over here on our Romney side, evaluating these ewe lambs, just have a nice, powerful set of white Romney ewe lambs to help us start off the class. We're going to use the one that's just a bit more masculine in terms of her design, but not too masculine where she still remains feminine enough for us today. One that's got a ton of capacity, a lot of springer rib. I just think she's a lot cleaner up front. We like the extension through the neck on that female as well. Really has a nice fleece as well. And when we come into the U here in our second place hole, one that's extremely long spine, probably she is our longest spined white female here for us today. When you compare her to number one, she just gets a little bit narrow across that top to get her any closer. As we look at our natural colored U here in three, probably one that we really like the fleece on, probably better than the one that's up in that first place position. We like the coarseness of the fleece. We like the crimpiness of that fleece as well. For me, she just gets a little bit short-sided for me to get her to bump up any higher today. The female that helps us round out the class, the other natural colored, one that's extremely long-bodied. She is the other longer-spined animal amongst the natural coloreds that are in here for us today. She just tends to run downhill for me and gets sucked up in that rear flank.
Placing on the Romney January ewe lamb class, first place to entry 28, Winding Wicks 2403, Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. Second to 29, Winding Wicks 2406, Betsy Fry, West Lafayette, Indiana. Third place to entry number 30, Thomas Wallace, Castown, Ohio. And 4 to entry 31, Madison Feehan, Bradner, New York, Ohio.
Hey, we've got an easy class winner to start this fall ULAM class. So just super well balanced, very uniform in about every place you look at her. Easily the best walking ewe that we have out here as far as traveling on her feet and legs. I think she's an easy class winner. The second ewe we have her is kind of similar in body style as far as her straightness and whatnot, but just not quite the balance. She's a little heavier chested than the ewe we have winning the class. And she's maybe a tick longer than the ewe that's winning the class, but just not the overall package that we have in our class winner. Then the ewe in third, this ewe here, she's very straight down her top. I like the nice rib shape, nice even rib shape she has about her. Really starts to fall off when we get back into that hip area. Just not quite as square as the two ewes we have in front of her. The one that kind of really catches your eye when they have her set up and standing still is the ewe we have here in fourth. She's really long. She's elegant about her front end. She's super smooth. She does not walk the best. She wants to roach her top up pretty good. I'd like to free her skeleton up, just make her a little more fluid in her movement. Kind of very straight line ewe that we have here next in line, and just not a whole lot wrong with her. There's just not as much to her as the ewes that we have standing in front of her. And the same to be said about the ewe that we have standing here in the sixth place is that, straight line, good about her underline and whatnot, but just not near the power that we have standing in front of her. Thank you.
Placing on the Tunis Senior Ewe Lamb class, first place to entry 49, Spildy, 757, Claire Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Second place to entry 50, Red Barn Farm, 0453, Gregory Loper, Nunda, New York. Third place to entry number 55, Beaumont, Whiteheath, Illinois. 4 to 52, Gregory Loper, Nunda, New York. And 5 to 51, Riggin Klotz, Dublin, Indiana.
One slick-sheared fall ewe lamb, but boy, you sure gotta like her. She's really straight in her lines. A sheep that I think has got some body, got some capacity to her. Looks to appear to be like a very easy doing ewe with good feet conversion. So nice ewe to win the class.
Over here for our Romneys, I think we've got a really nice set of high-quality females to help us round off our ewe lamb divisions. We're going to start off with the female that I think has a bit more mass and power. She's got more bones, certainly, to her as well. I think this female really excels in terms of her structural correctness. She's super square off that dock. When you pop open this one's fleece, I think it's just a bit more consistent compared to the one that we have here in the second place position. No offense to her. I think it's a really nice female, one that's just dead level across the top, one that has a lot of spring of rib to her. However, as you compare 1 to 2, she gets a little bit more refined in terms of her skeletal design. We'd like to thicken her up just ever so slightly to get her around number 1. The female that we have here in the third place position, one that we like from the standpoint of length of body and length of skeleton. I think one that tracks around the ring extremely well. For me, she just doesn't have the consistency in terms of fleece, and she tends to run a little bit downhill for me today. today. The female that we have here in our fourth place position, more of our traditional type of Romney, one that's a bit shorter sided, and we're quite all right with that. She's got enough mass and power to her. For me today, she just doesn't have near the width and the capacity because she is in a longer fleece compared to those above her. We're going to round the class off here with a natural colored Romney, one that's probably the youngest one in our top lineup here, one that's just slightly shorter sided compared to the white ones above her, but one that's really nice and sound and square.
Placing on placing on the Slickshorn Senior Ewe-Lamb class for the Tunis. First place goes to entry 56, Red Barn Farm, 0452, Nathan Everhart, Shelbyville, Indiana. Placing on the Romney class of February Ewe-Lambs. First place to entry 32, Winding Wicks, 2414, George Fry, West Lafayette, Indiana. Second place to entry 34, Winding Wicks, 2413, Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. Third place to entry 40, Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. Fourth to 39, Thomas Wallace, Castown, Ohio. And 5 to 36, Andrew Freehan, Bradner, Ohio.
So in our senior champion driving the Tunis breed, here again. I'm impressed with the improvements that y'all have made in the breed, over the last few years. Because this is a really awfully good set of females that we have out here. So that being said, I'll go pick your champion in reserve.
Senior champion Tunis Ewe goes to our first place senior ewe-lamb, entry number 49, Claire Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Our reserve senior champion came out of the late yearling ewe class, entry 34, Claire Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin, with Spildy 721.
A really, really nice set of Romney females here to help us round out our Romney U classes. A couple of females that we could go back and forth on here that help us lead off the class. We've chosen the smaller statured female here to help us start off the class in first place. One that's just built extremely well and extremely right. I think one that's got a ton of mass and a ton of bone underneath of her. I really like the front end assembly on this female herself. I think one that's really clean in her assembly, one that's up-headed, up-fronted. When you evaluate her from a carcass standpoint, really hard to argue that there's not enough carcass to there, because there certainly is. And to boot, at the end of the day, I think she's got a high-quality fleece. The female here in second for the longest time was my class winner, but the more and more we evaluate her and break her down, she's good in terms of her length, she's good in terms of her power, but when you look at her from a structural standpoint, she doesn't get out of the gate near as well in that front end as that ewe does that helps us win the class. She also gets a little bit more waisty across that 12th and 13th rib. The natural colored female here that helps us in the middle of the class is a really nice and sound female, one that's really long in terms of her skeletal design, one that we really appreciate from the standpoint of fleece and fleece quality. I think she's super consistent. She's got some boldness to crimp. She just is a little bit too shallow-sided for me to get around numbers 1 and 2. Young lady here in our fourth place position has a white Romney, one that's really good in terms of breed character, one that provides a lot of bone in that skeleton as well. She simply just gets out-ponied compared to those that are ahead of her. The folks that help us round out the class here in fifth and sixth, some high-quality females that do well for that breed standard. There's just a couple of structural issues that we'd like to clean up on them to get them to place higher.
Placing on the class of junior ewe lambs for the Romney show. First place goes to entry 44, Winding Wicks, 2440, Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. Second to entry 42, Schmall, 2415, Lindsay Schmall, Wausau, Wisconsin. Third place to 45, Ainsley Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. Fourth place to 47, Caitlin Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. And fifth to 46, Penelope Kemp, Ridgefield, Connecticut.
In our Tunis ewe lamb class, I'm going to use the stouter female, the one that handles with more thickness, especially with more thickness when we get out around her hip and back through that dock and down into the lower leg. You got to appreciate the flash and the style of the ewe that we have here in second. It just when we put her on the move, she's not as free in movement. She wants to rotate her top. Gets a little bit narrow from standing behind, but from a profile standpoint, you gotta love this female. The next ewe that we have here, extremely long, one of the longer females that we've had out here today. You certainly got to appreciate about her. Just doesn't hold together as well down her top as the two we have in front of her. Now, talking about that, we do have the ewe that we have in fourth, extremely level down her top, extremely straight from end to end. And I've always liked the dark red color on these ewes. I love, on the Tunis, I really like the color. Personally, really like the color on this ewe here. Then the next one, she's super attractive, but here again, I'm hoping she's younger than the rest of them because she just needs to catch up a little bit with to compete in this class. Thank you.
Over here for our champion drive for our females of the Romney breed. I think these breeders deserve a lot of credit. I mean, for a wool sheep breed, I think they provide a lot for both worlds. These females are extremely stout and sound. They're carrying quite a bit of muscle, yet remain feminine enough for me today. I think there's a couple of females out here that really will do the breed quite a bit of good in terms of that carcass and in terms of that fleece quality. With that being said, we'll get off here and shake the hand of your champions.
Tunis Tunis January ewe lamb class. First place goes to entry number 66, Spildy 780, Claire Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Second place to entry 59, Red Barn Farm 0458, Gregory Loper, Nunda, New York. Third place to 61, Emmylou Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Fourth place to 64, Nathan Everhart, Shelbyville, Indiana. And 5 to 62, Oliver O'Keefe, Marlborough, Connecticut. Placing over on the Romney side, our champion ewe was our yearling ewe. Entry number 22, Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire, Winding Wicks 2332. The reserve champion ewe was entry number 44 from the junior ewe lamb class, Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire, Winding Wicks 2440. For the for the Romneys, we're now ready to show best white fleece on hoof, followed by best natural colored fleece on hoof, followed by best headed ewe. Best white fleece for the Romney Show goes to entry number 7, HPF R114, Penelope Kemp, Ridgefield, Connecticut. Best white fleece. We're now judging best natural colored fleece on hoof. Following this class, we will be showing best headed ewe. For the natural colored best fleece on hoof for the Romney Show, the winner was entry 65, Opal, shown by Penelope Kemp, Ridgefield, Connecticut.
Another very deep class of ewe lambs, as far as quality-wise is concerned. I think the ewe that we're going to start with, that's the one that moves for me. Feet and legs is free and easy, and probably as much bone as you're going to find in a Tunis when we look at foot size and just sheer mass of skeleton. The next ewe that we have standing behind her, a little flashier ewe, just doesn't handle near as well as we do as our first place ewe when you handle her down her top. Then we get into the third place ewe, and boy, that one definitely catches your attention when you look at her on the profile. She is super extended and extra long from end to end, really straight down her top. Problem is that when we get in behind her and in front of her, she's a little more narrow than I care for. I like just to open that skeleton up quite a bit. The next one of her, classy ewe lamb. I like the depth of body in this ewe. She's very feminine about her front end. She's just not long enough sided to compete against the ewes that we have started in the class. Then the next ewe we're going to round the class out with. Here again, just a very solid ewe. You got to like the way she's put together. Nothing major wrong with her, other than just maybe not as much of her to compete against these other ones. Not as true down her top as some of the ones we have standing in front of her, but a good ewe in her own right. Thank you.
Junior Romney exhibitors, if you will come out here at the edge of the show ring Charlene would like to get a group picture of all the Romney exhibitors before we begin this Lincoln show out here in the show ring, if you would, please. Romney Junior exhibitors. Also, we want to announce Junior Lincoln members. There will be a Junior exhibitor social tomorrow at 10 a.m. in room B107. They will be giving out the Futurity Awards at that time, as well as junior gifts at the event. Our best-headed ewe for the Romney show went to Caitlin Oberholzer with her February ewe lamb winding wicks 2416. Caitlin is from East Earl, Pennsylvania. Placing on the February ewe lamb class for the Tunis, first place to entry 70, Spildy, 787, Claire Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Second place to entry 76, Red Barn Farm, 0475, Greg Loper, Nunda, New York. Third place to entry number 71, Gregory Loper, Nunda, New York. Fourth to 72, Colin Anderson, West Carlton, New York. And 5 to entry number 78, Madison Freehand, Bradner, Ohio.
Here in this ewe lamb, here again, we've got a tremendously wide, heavy-made female. She tracks around the ring extremely wide. Just a lot of thickness in this ewe, a lot of broodiness, and still able to put that together and stay relatively clean about her front end. She's very impressive. When you actually do a side view of these ewes, that one that comes in second, you're thinking, oh, well, maybe, there might be close a close placing there, but then when you stand back in behind her, she doesn't have the hip. From the hip forward, that second place shoe, she looks very similar. I mean, she's very feminine through her front end. She's got some Springer ribs. She's got some volume. Just doesn't have the width or the width of skeleton as her first place shoe. The third place shoe does. She is big topped. She is big hips. She's got some butt. Love the rib in this shoe. She puts out all together, and she's relatively smooth fronted. I'm just a little concerned about that one, about how quick she is kind of getting done. Not sure what her future growth entails, but I sure do like her at this stage for a very solid female. Then we come into 2 ewe lambs, and well, actually the 3 ewe lambs F. We've got the length of body that we're looking for, but we just don't have the mass of the muscling. The mass of the muscling and the bone that we have in those first 3 ewes. So, but a nice class of ewes. Thank you.
Placing on the Tunis March and later born ewe lamb class. First place to entry 84, Spildy 798, Claire Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Second place to entry 82, Stumpy 780, Nash Arthur, Greenfield, Indiana. Third to entry 81, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Fourth to 85, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. And 5 to 86, Oliver O'Keefe, Marlborough, Connecticut.
Folks, we're down the home stretch here over on the wool side, and arguably, I might be a bit biased, but we saved the best for last. Starting out here with our senior ram and our white Lincoln Drive, a really phenomenal type of animal that really represents the breed extremely well. Long-bodied individual here, single entry, but one that's really wide across the top. The thing that really impresses me about this ram here is the fleece and fleece quality. Really like that lock structure on him. As you think about the naturalness of these Lincoln breeds, we're really striving for that 2-finger lock, and that ram certainly does it for me today. Excited to see what the rest of these sheep look like.
For the National Lincoln Junior Sheep Show, in our white senior ram lamb class, first place goes to entry 1, A. Anderson 2402, Andrew Anderson, Grant City, Missouri.
Nice set of Rams over here for our Lincoln show. We're going to start the class off with the bigger and more robust, more rugged type of Ram for us here to start us off. And unfortunately, one that just doesn't want to cooperate for us, but when we are able to get a handle on him, he really packs a punch. He's probably the deepest loin, the longest loin individual here in the class for us today. You evaluate him from behind, he certainly has the heaviest leg. Certainly doesn't disappoint whenever you crack open that fleece. If we could change him ever so slightly, I'd like to elongate him a little bit more up through that center of his body, up through that neck, but overall, really high quality ram to help us start off the class. The ram here in second, one that's a bit immature in terms of his size and age compared to the others here in the class, but a few things that we really like about this ram is I love the color of him. I like the bluing of the ears. I like the breed character to him. When you crack open to his fleece, he's probably the ram that's carrying the most amount of luster in it, one that has a really nice length of fleece to it. For me today, he tends to get a little bit too fine when we compare him to our class winner. Ram here in their third place position, one that's really nice in terms of its skeletal makeup, one that's extremely long in terms of its spine. For me today, he gets a little bit too narrow across the top and a little bit peaked across the shoulder to get around numbers 1 and 2. The ram that we have here in our fourth place position, really like him from the standpoint of his boldness and his ruggedness, probably the one that has the most spring of rib for us today.